they're obviously playing for something here. It's going to take everybody, and it's going to take a lot of work, but we're excited for it.
McDavid in front. Beautiful! Dylan Holloway the finish! Edmonton, 7. Florida, 1. Trying to give it back to Fogle. One-timer score! Ryan McLeod, 8-1 Oilers.
There's very little work for me to keep the confidence high. They feel good. Their backs against the wall. They've been counted out. Others have said they're done. They're not that good. It's over. It doesn't mean anything to them. We're just having a lot of fun with it right now. Hopefully we can continue this on for another 8 days. That's the mindset.
The Edmonton Oilers staved off elimination with an impressive 8-1 victory in game number 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. We return to Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. The Panthers with another opportunity to hoist the silver chalice known as the Stanley Cup. Coming up on Rogers Game Night, we'll hear from Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch along with Connor McDavid and Zach Hyman. There is approximately 25 minutes to face off. And this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
This is the Game File on the Oilers Radio Network.
It just gives the team a lot of confidence. You need your best players to be your best players, and your goaltender obviously has to be that, and your 2 superstars have to be that. And it's pretty tough to win when your best players aren't your best. You need to find ways to win other ways, but the recipe for success is usually having your best players perform. And those guys, when the back's up against the wall and the team needed them to play well, they've absolutely done that.
That is Edmonton Oilers head coach. Welcome, everybody. Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. Jack Michaels will have the call of tonight's game. I'm Bob Stauffer, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Cam Moon, Brendan Escott, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. Studio producers this season, Kellen Kennedy at the helm tonight, and Angie Quinnell, and our engineer, Oscar Gonzalez, here in Sunrise, Florida. We are in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no interest and no payments for 1 year. The Oilers approach, and Connor McDavid addressed this after a 4-point performance in game number 4 of the series, in the process breaking Wayne Gretzky's single playoff season record with 32 assists. Connor McDavid says the Oilers got to have a drag them back to Alberta mentality.
I mean, it's what we got to do. You guys have been doing the flight. It's a long flight. It's
different flights.
Yeah.
Same plane you have.
Yeah. I mean, you guys know what it's like. It's not the most enjoyable flight. So, just make them go on one more plane ride, one more flight. That's all we can do.
Oilers looking to survive another day, and they did more than survive. They prevailed in game number 4 of the series, a convincing 8-1 victory. Though it needs to be stated, the Oilers were far from airtight in that game. They did give up the high danger scoring chances in all situations in that game were 12-11 for Edmonton, but the Oilers ended up breaking through 8 goals, chasing Sergei Bobrovsky. Let's go to the injury report. It's presented by MIC, a proud partner, official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Evander Kane was back on the ice today, took the optional individual skate looked pretty good. If this series gets extended, he could return. Troy Stetcher out after getting surgery. Lower body injury will not be available for Edmonton the rest of the game. We go to a line of the game. It's presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Oilers broke up Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Connor McDavid, and Zach Hyman. It was Warren Fogle up with McDavid and Hyman. Leon Draisaitl with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Dylan Holloway. Holloway, an impressive 2-goal, 3-point performance in game number 4. Adam Henrique, Matthias Janmark, and Connor Brown combined for 5 points in that game. That was the best Oilers line, including the first 2 goals of the game. They really got the Oilers started. Derek Ryan with Ryan McLeod and Corey Perry. Ryan McLeod has scored in back-to-back playoff games for the Oilers. Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse, and Philip Broberg. And Broberg has become a real story. He's got a goal in the series and is +4 in 4 games. Brett Kulak and Cody Ceci. Stuart Skinner starts in goal. In the playoffs this year, in games 4 through 7, Stuart Skinner is 8-0 with a .944 save percentage. The Oilers' power play is 1 of 16. The penalty kill is 12 of 13 with a shorthanded goal. So the Oilers are +1 in special teams goals in this series. The 2 teams each have scored 12 goals. Kind of hard to believe when you factor in that the Florida Panthers had outscored the Edmonton Oilers 11-4 in the first 3 games of the series to build up a 3-0 lead. The Oilers' power play second overall in the NHL playoffs and obviously number 1 on the penalty kill at 93.6. Panthers got a good penalty kill. They're second at 89.2. It'll be Sasha Barkov up front with Evan Rodriguez and Griffin Reinhart. Sam Bennett with Carter Verhaeghe and Matthew Tkachuk. Anton Lundell with Eetu Luostarinen and Vladimir Tarasenko. Ryan Longberg, the 3rd former Calgary Flame, to draw into the series with Stenlund and Oposo. Obviously, Tkachuk, 6th overall pick of the Flames by Brad Treliving back in 2016. Bennett, a 4th overall pick by the Flames back in 2014. And Longberg, a hard-nosed player, not afraid to mix it up. Forsling and Ekblad, the top pairing. Ekblad, the last game was -4. Gustav Forsling is +13 in the playoffs. Mikkola and Montour, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and Dmitry Kulikov. Sergei Bobrovsky in the series is 3-1, a 2.64 goals against average, a .912 save percentage. Stuart Skinner is 1-3, a 2.58 goals against average, and a .901 save percentage. So that is, again, the lines of the game presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of your Edmonton Oilers. 19 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority. It's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Over the course of the season, you have to learn how to go through adversity, and you have to go through adversity multiple times to kind of get that experience and be comfortable in it. And I think we obviously put ourselves in that spot early, being second to last. Not being in a playoff spot at Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving, which is kind of the mark, which a lot of people talk about. And then obviously being down in the Vancouver series. So I think you got to be comfortable, learn how to be comfortable. And the only way you can learn is by going through it. And this team always, since I've been here, not just this year, has always had a tendency to play its best when our back's against the wall for whatever reason. And I think we've just had a lot of experience with it.
That is Zach Hyman of the Edmonton Oilers. Of course, the Oilers started the year 2-9-1. At 3-9-1, they fired Jay Woodcroft. Chris Knobloch came in. He proceeded to have the best points percentage of any coach in the National Hockey League. Under Knobloch, they went 2-3 in their first game, 5 games, and actually dropped to 5-12-1 at U.S. Thanksgiving. They were out of a playoff spot. And then they went and won 24 of their next 27 games. The Oilers have had 3 3-game winless streaks under Chris Knobloch. They've come out of Lowe's with an 8-game winning streak, a 16-game winning streak, and a 5-game winning streak. The Oilers, this is OilCountry 50-50 is live for Stanley Cup Final. The jackpot is currently sitting at $1.2 million and climbing fast. Buy your tickets now to be eligible for tonight's early bird prize at 7:30 p.m. for $5,000 cash for Safeway, and at 8 p.m. for $10,000 cash. Tonight's Oilers 50-50 is in support of the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, supporting Alberta's battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much, much more. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home of no payments and no interest for a year. Well, Connor McDavid, 7 points in 4 games in this series. Nobody else has more than 4. 38 points overall in 22 playoff games, plus 9 overall. He's playing 23-31 per game. He has been fantastic. Now up to 113 career points in 71 playoff games as a member of the Edmonton Oilers. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Of course, we're in the Stanley Cup Final. There's only 2 teams alive. Florida leading the series 3-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Here's where I tell you, the Calder Cup. Todd Nelson, former Oilers head coach, has Hershey tied 1-1 with Coachella Valley. And that's where the series has moved to. Scott Howson, the former Oilers executive, the commissioner of the American Hockey League. So the AHL final tied a game apiece. 13 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across OilCountry as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take 1 for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready.
Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
We freaking killed it, Nuge.
That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice, guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHAN, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're expecting a big push from them. Obviously, I'm pretty sure they're not thrilled about their last game, and we're expecting a completely different team, I guess, than last game. So we know their energy's going to be high. They're going to be going for it. So the last thing they want to do is come back to Edmonton, and that's where we plan on bringing them.
Well, we do expect the Florida Panthers to be ready right from the get-go. That is the Edmonton Oilers forward, Dylan Holloway. And this is Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. Back at the 630 CHED studios in Edmonton, we bring aboard Rob Brown. All right, Rob, all season long, the Edmonton Oilers have shown the propensity to have the ability to deal with pressure and adversity. And there's going to be more of it tonight. And I expect to see a lot of pressure on the forecheck from Florida out of the gate.
Oh, there will be. The Florida Panthers were embarrassed in Edmonton a couple nights ago, and they know what's on the line. They certainly don't want to get on a plane and go back and play Game 6 and all momentum switching to the Edmonton Oilers. So the Oilers will see the biggest push and the best push that Florida has. I do believe the Oilers are capable of withstanding that. To do that, they've got to play smart hockey. They got to good puck management, but most of all, they need some big saves. In the first period of an 8-1 drubbing, you don't think the goaltender would have that big an impact. Stuart Skinner did in the first period of Game 4. A couple big saves, none bigger than the 2-on-1 save. that kept the game at 2-1. So there will be a push by the Florida Panthers. I believe the Oilers can match that push, but the Oilers are certainly going to need some big saves from Stuart Skinner.
Well, there's no question the Oilers showed speed off of the transition and rush against Florida the other night. Stuart Skinner, he's shown the ability as the series have gone on to be really good. A .944 save percentage. Games 4 through 7 in the playoffs, he's 8-0. Is this just a byproduct of a goalie getting more comfortable in between the pipes and getting a read on some of the guys that he's shooting? What do you think it is? Or is he just bearing down more?
Well, I don't know if it's bearing down more. I would expect that any professional athlete is going to be bearing down right from the get-go. I think it's a few things. I think as the series moves on, you get a little more familiar with the players that are coming against you, what their tendencies are. You probably, sometimes you're surprised. I know that when teams play Edmonton, they're probably a little surprised by the speed of Connor or the strength of Leon. And as the series goes on, they start to, okay, now I see how fast he is. So I think with Skinner, it's the same thing. I do believe that the Oilers get better in front of him. So I think that's a key, too. The Oilers don't give up as many grade A scoring chances against. But Dylan Holloway, I have always liked the mental makeup of him. We've seen so many times where the first shot has gone in and then the opposition will score another one. And the Oilers now down 5 or 6 minutes into a game, and then Skinner shuts the door. He realized, okay, now I've got to make sure I got to play perfect hockey from here on out, and he's done that. So I think that whatever happens the remainder of this series, I do believe that Stuart Skinner has proved himself as someone capable of taking his team to a Stanley Cup championship. And going forward, as you said earlier, this is not a team, a one-and-done team. This is a team that's built for a few more years. Hopefully this is the start of it, and hopefully this night is the start of 2 more games coming up afterwards.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I just look at Skinner's 25. You know, Bouchard and McLeod are 24, and McLeod scored in the last couple games here. He's been better in the Stanley Cup final. And then we got a pair of 22-year-olds, Broberg and Holloway. And I don't think there's any way to underscore what Philip Broberg has done in the 7 playoff games that he played. He came in game 4 against Dallas, and he got into the series right from the get-go against Florida, and he's moved up into a second pairing on the right side. I mean, the Oilers have got some good young players to support some of the best players in the world here. But they also are 3 games. You said it with Reed Wilkins. They might not get closer. Like, we sit there and go, we know they're going to be there. I think the team, Rob, realistically is probably going to play 6 playoff series in the next 2 years. That's how good I think the team's going to be. But on that note, you're in the Stanley Cup final. You're just 3 games away from winning 8 yourself.
Well, if you look at it for going forward, if the Oilers don't win the Stanley Cup this year, they've got an entire summer of working out and 3 weeks of training camp, 8 exhibition games, 82 regular season games just to get to the playoffs. And then you have to win 12 more games against 3 good teams just to get to the point they're at right now. They may never get closer than they are right now. That's how close they are. This is 3 games away. And again, at any time this season, if you would have said the Oilers on June 18th will be 3 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup, you know, we'd be throwing a party in September or October, or December, whenever we would have been told that. So this is an opportunity. And I think also, and you went on about Broberg and Holloway, at the trade deadline, Ken Holland went out and made some moves. I do believe he felt that he had 2 aces in his pocket in the minors. That, okay, we'll get Stetcher, we need a veteran presence, but I got a Broberg down there that's playing well. Okay, we're going to get Henrique. I like what he does, and a Carrick, but I also have this kid Holloway that we feel can be a top 9, maybe even a top 6 guy. And I don't think the Oilers would have had as much success in these last number of games without a Broberg and a Holloway. They've been that important to the Oilers here in the last little while. So going forward, yes, the future is bright for some of these young stars for the Edmonton Oilers.
All right, well, from Florida's perspective, they had all their families, and everybody jetted up to Edmonton for game number 4 to see the possibility of winning a Stanley Cup, and they got beaten 8-1. You know, they're a good team. We know they're a good team. We know they're going to bounce back and be bringing it tonight.
They will be. And I think the 8-1 drubbing is probably better for Florida than a 2-1 game. A 2-1 game might mask some mistakes, and you're like, oh, it's okay. They got lucky there, so we don't really have to change much. When you lose 8-1, you're watching video. You've been awoken to what the Edmonton Oilers are capable of doing. So they're going to come out with a different effort. I believe there will be a lot more discipline with regards to penalties, but also discipline with regard to defensive structure, getting pucks in deep, taking away the neutral zone. They were exposed. And it's a Florida Panther team that didn't get exposed very often this season. So Florida's going to be better. I do believe the Edmonton Oilers will be better. I think it's going to be a whale of a hockey game. And
I agree.
Hopefully this is I think
series.
I agree, and hopefully this is the first of a 3-game series right now. And again, I just reiterate, the Oilers are 3 wins away from a Stanley Cup. Still have belief.
They are really working the crowd here to get them fired up. The Florida Panthers are about to take the ice. The officials have stepped on the ice. Let's go to a Ford piece of the game. Brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford Proud. What do you got, Rob?
Well, when you play on the road in a building that's loud, you want to weather a storm. The Florida Panthers are going to come out in the first 5-7 minutes with everything they have. They have to do that. So if you're the Oilers, weather that. And the way to weather that is you get pucks smart with it. Good puck management. Get pucks in deep. Be physical when you have to be. But most of all, get a big save early in this hockey game. So to me, the biggest key of this game is going to be the first period play of Stuart Skinner.
There you go. That's our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown, and that wraps up Rogers Game Night. Jack Michaels will have the call of the game next. Game 5 Stanley Cup Final. Another do or die for the Edmonton Oilers. They survived in style Saturday night back in Edmonton, a convincing 8-1 victory. Won't be that easy tonight, to say the least. We expect the Panthers' best. The Oilers are going to need to bring their best. Jack with the call up next. Game 5 Stanley Cup Final from Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida on 40 Oilers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit HeavyMetalEquipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to abdiamond.ca today.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Ow!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The Save of the Game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
And visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
A man with glowing hearts, we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please remain standing for the presentation of our nation's colors by the United States Marine Corps Color Guard. Here to perform the Star Spangled Banner, recording artist and singer-songwriter whose debut album Big Mouth releases this fall, Brooke Alex.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right. Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores.
Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores.
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes.
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Drag them back to Alberta. That's what the Edmonton Oilers look to do in Game 5 as we've reached Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, owner of 18 professional majors, leading the drum roll. Let's go Panthers. Obviously a Floridian for several years, originally from Columbus, Ohio. The Panthers and the Oilers with Florida leading 3-1, and Edmonton starting Stuart Skinner in the pipes with Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard on the back end, and up front Adam Henrique will start the game flanked by Connor Brown and Matthias Janmark. This line has been so good it's essentially become Edmonton's third line after starting the playoffs as the fourth line. We are live at Amerant Bank Arena alongside Bob Stauffer. I'm Jack Michaels with our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth in place. We're set for Edmonton, Florida, Game 5 of the final, and we are underway with Henrique winning the opening draw, and it's sent in deep immediately by Bouchard. Around the boards, Dmitry Kulikov unable to get it out, and then Luo Sterainen fell down. A centering pass and a one-timer stopped by Bobrovsky. What a gorgeous chance in the first 15 seconds as Matthias Janmark gliding down the slot. Connor Brown found him, and Janmark unable to bury it the way he did on the shorthanded goal in Game 4, Bob, but Florida continues to spring leaks.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there. I don't think Janmark got all that shot, Jack.
Off the draw, it's sent around the left-hand boards by Florida and cleared back to center. Panthers in the red with the blue pants and white numerals. They're moving right to left in this first period. Edmonton facing elimination for the fourth time in this Stanley Cup playoffs. They've obviously won the previous three behind Skinner's .938 save percentage in those games. Ekholm slides it up to Brown. Over the line, Janmark, and now Brown swooping in, dishing in a quick shot by Leon Draisaitl from long range, and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Draisaitl still tied for second in the league with 10 goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but he has not scored. That went a turnover, a quick chance, and Skinner has to make the save. So both Skinner and Bobrovsky having to make early first period saves within the first minute, and 2 point-blank looks, one for each side, and neither converted. Sam Reinhart given a gift, Bob, and he can't bury it.
Yeah, Philip Broberg went to reverse the puck back behind the goal, and there was a miscommunication with him and Nurse, and a quick one-touch and pass in front. Skinner bailed the Oilers out there, Jack.
Face off to Skinner's right-hand side, and a shot taken by Matthew Tkachuk, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Leon Draisaitl shooting from distance, Bob. I don't mind that. He hasn't scored since Game 4 of the conference final against Dallas. And for Leon Draisaitl, as you know, an annual 40 to 50 goal man, and he had 41 this year. It's odd to have that kind of dry spell.
3 shifts into the game. We haven't seen McDavid yet for Edmonton.
Off the draw, Brett Kulak up the left-hand side. McDavid will be skating with Foegele and Hyman tonight, and this is an offside call whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Off the draw, Steve Kazari and Dan O'Rourke, the referees, Johnny Murray and Matt McPherson, the linesmen. Curiously enough, the Oilers have not won a game in the 5 prior games that Dan O'Rourke has worked in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Sam Bennett lining up against Derek Ryan, and a face-off win for Ryan. He'll look to pursue in the corner. Tugged free by Kachuk inside. Bennett spun to the ice, and the Oilers quickly clear up the right wing boards. Perry might have put too much on this. Mikkola gets back to draw the icing call. Corey Perry playing on a line with Ryan and Ryan McLeod, who scored in back-to-back games. A minute 23 gone by.
So, Jack, now they get Big Barkov out against Derek Ryan. This is a very different matchup than the one against Bennett, because Barkov relies upon strength in the face-off circle, and he's owned Ryan head-to-head in this series.
Barkov wins the draw from Derek Ryan. Here's Gustav Forsling off to Evan Rodriguez. Shot deflected off a skate. Cody Ceci couldn't get there. Barkov centers. One-timer. What a save! Stuart Skinner flashing leather to rob Aaron Ekblad. And that looked like the 2 cross-seamers he handled so well in Edmonton on Saturday night, Bob. And Skinner, terrific save on Ekblad. And he's made 2 good ones here in the first 90 seconds.
2 fantastic stops, and that time a clean face-off loss, and then Cody Ceci got beat in the corner to a loose puck. McDavid finally on the ice, first shift, a minute 34 in, 4th shift for the Oilers of the game.
McDavid, Foegele, and Zach Hyman, and off the draw again. Florida able to control. Shoveled down low, reaching for it is Barkov. Working hard. Behind the net is Matthias Ekholm. He'll free it up the left-hand side for Foegele. Not out. Ekblad will swing it down low. Panthers with some early pressure here after Edmonton's glorious chance in the first 15 seconds. Barkov shot never made it to the net, cleared by the Oilers, and then tucked back in by Barkov, but handled by Ekholm. And the Oilers left to right will eventually break out as Florida collapses back to the neutral zone. Snapped in by Bouchard from center ice. His next point will give him 30 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Jumps up and blasts one. That's deflected to the corner. Ekholm will send it around the boards, and reaching forward is Zach Hyman. Pulled free by Barkov up the left-hand side, and eventually clearing is Ryan Lomberg, who plays for the first time since being benched for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final against the New York Rangers. Like Edmonton, Florida trailed 2-1 in their conference final. Panthers are offside, moving over the line right to left, so Stanley will back off and allows Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to handle the puck. Broberg to Draisaitl, centering pass picked off. Draisaitl playing with Nugent-Hopkins and Dylan Holloway again as Edmonton elects to use the same lineup that pasted Florida 8-1 on Saturday night. Finishing the check on Broberg was Stenlund, and now Luo Sturinen will send it off the boards. Across, open man, Ekman Larson took a shot, and that was deflected over top and handled by Kyle Lapozo. Now Luo Sturinen. He's banged off the puck immediately by Darnell Nurse, who scored his first goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs in that laugher on Saturday. Tarasenko, the man with the only goal for Florida, will pick it up from the end line. Kulikov, Ekman Larson over to Tarasenko. Snapshot blocked by Nurse. And another good look for Florida from beneath the circles, Bob, but that time Nurse was in the shot lane.
They're on it early here, Jack.
Here's Lundell with a turnover. Draisaitl the steal. Turns for a moment. Luo Sturinen there to bother, and he just hands off to Bouchard for a reset as we come up on 4 minutes having elapsed in this first period. No score.
Quick change back to the McDavid line.
So Bouchard wings it up the right-hand side, and well covered was Hyman by Aaron Ekblad. Forced back into the Edmonton zone. Now Foegele from Bouchard, has it taken off his stick. Sam Bennett to Carter Verhage, and now Matthew Tkachuk, left corner. He's had a quiet Stanley Cup final. Pretty decent in the first 3 rounds, but he's been held in check by the Oilers. A drive by Forsling, Skinner a clean look on it, and he's able to smother it with 15:41 to go in the first period. The Panthers having taken 4 of the game's first 6 shots on net as Edmonton looks to become only the second team in the last 79 years to force a Game 6 after falling behind 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final. Adam Henrique was on the last team and the only team to do it in the last 8 decades, and that was the New Jersey Devils back in 2012 when he was a rookie.
Well, the Oilers got 2 of the first 3 shots on goal, 3 in a row from the Panthers, and 2 of them were A-grade.
Stenlin wins a face-off. Snapshot Mikkola and a save made. Stuart Skinner. Rebound hacked out of there by Ceci. And this will roll dead before the goal line. And a play made by Connor Brown. A steal on Brandon Montour. Centers. And a quick shot was driven off the pads of Bobrovsky. Good low shot by Kulak. And then Lomberg sent it in off the stick of Opozo, who runs Kulak face first into the boards. Takes the puck from him. Ekman Larsson spinning and shooting. Redirected. And in the slot, we're going to have a penalty now called, and it's a high stick against Edmonton's Brett Kulak. At 4:47 of this first period, the Panthers will go on the power play. They're only 1 for 13 in the Stanley Cup final.
Well, Ryan Lomberg went in, and he hit the Edmonton Oilers. Brett Kulak, after Kulak had deposited the puck out, and Kulak got the high stick up in response, and Florida goes to their first power play of the game.
Panthers decent power play during the regular season, but really struggling here in the Stanley Cup final. They were led by Sam Reinhart's 27 power play goals during the regular season, but here Carter Verhage can't hold the zone after Edmonton with another face-off win. The Oilers have killed 40 of their last 41 on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, and they start with Nugent Hopkins, Derek Ryan, Ekholm, and Ceci. Panthers turn it over at the Edmonton line, and here comes Nugent Hopkins with alacrity down the right-hand side. He centers, and that was tugged off a stick and picked up by the Panthers. Trying to clear and muscle it out was Montour. Following it up, Sam Reinhart. The dish to Carter Verhage, left wing. They'll send it around the boards. That's going to be picked up by Matthew Tkachuk, and back to the point, Montour. Thrown across, and what a pick-off by Connor Brown. He's got a short-handed breakaway. Brown, backhander, score! Connor Brown gives the Edmonton Oilers a 1-0 lead. 5.5 minutes into Game 5.
Well, the Edmonton Oilers signed Connor Brown to be a second-line winger. He had such a difficult campaign coming off of the torn ACL, but he has been wonderful for the Oilers here in the playoffs. The Oilers' third shorthanded goal, and Brown utilizing that speed and goes to Ledeek, and we saw how great that lateral movement is with Bobrovsky. Brown finishes it off. It's a shorty for the Oilers.
Off the draw, the Oilers will dump it in. Remember, they're still shorthanded. That's goals in back-to-back games shorthanded for Edmonton, and both of them come early in the first period. Both the first goals of the game, Janmark and Brown. Here's Vladimir Tarasenko. If only someone could have forecast that coming into Game 5. Oilers battle, clear back to the point. Oliver Ekman-Larsson sends it across. Tarasenko wrist shot and a glove save made by Skinner, and then it was popped loose for a moment, and a big shot on Sam Bennett as the Oilers trying to clear the front of their net. 13:59 to go in the first, and it's 1-0 Edmonton. 46 seconds left in the penalty to Brett Kulak. But the story right now is Connor Brown with a shorthanded goal, putting Edmonton on top 1-0.
This has been a high-event game early here, Jack. This is an important draw for Adam Henrique.
Face-off right side of Skinner. Draw won by Adam Henrique. It's loose in the corner. Panthers will try to dig it out of there. Loose puck, Tarasenko. Threw it around the boards for Sam Bennett. Edmonton a 1-0 lead in Game 5, trying to get the series back to Edmonton for Game 6 Friday night. Here's Lundell to Tarasenko. Panthers power play, struggling mightily. Ekman-Larsson, Tarasenko Terrible pass. Picked off by Adam Henrique. That was easy. And he'll just lob it down the ice. And the Panthers about to go 1 out of 14. And now they've given up goals shorthanded in back-to-back games. Sam Bennett gets it back and slugged it wide from Kevin Stenlund. Yanmar comes over to kill the remaining time on the Oiler power play. And once again, Edmonton's penalty kill does the job. Napa Auto Parts not only does the job, but puts the Oilers in front in Game 5. Here's Aaron Ekblad after an Edmonton dump-in, starting up ice right to left. He'll locate Gustav Forsling, snaps it around the board. Skinner directing traffic. Ekblad tried to reverse back to Luostarinen, who was picked off by Broberg, and now Leon Draisaitl pulled off the puck by Luostarinen. He tries to cut around Broberg, only to have the puck snatched away, and it's Draisaitl. Looking home run was Connor McDavid, and instead it's Nurse who fires off the rush off the right shoulder of Sergei Bobrovsky and shoveled back the other way by Luostarinen. Connor Brown going to the deke, Bob. We saw that in Game 1. Edmonton tried it twice, and Bobrovsky stopped both, but Brown waited him out, and the Oilers have the lead as the result. A dump in, and Ekholm will put it behind the net, trying to track it down. McDavid and Zach Hyman. Barkov with a backhand clear to center ice. Shot back in immediately by Bouchard, and Edmonton's top players will change. Picked up and cleared by Barkov up the right-hand side as the crowd of 19,000 plus at Amerant Bank Arena tries to revive the Panthers. That shorthanded goal took the steam out of a crowd ready to celebrate the Florida Panthers' first Stanley Cup championship, this their 30th year. Did make the final in 1996, season 3, and the first one in this building, but they were swept aside in 4 straight by Colorado, and the brilliant goaltending of Patrick Waugh. Chipped up the right-hand side by Sam Bennett, settled by Evan Bouchard, and played over to Cody Ceci. From the blue line, it's punched forward. Here's Adam Henrique, snap shot off the rush and a save. Sergei Bobrovsky, that time holding sway. The Oilers have outshot the Panthers 8-6 in the first 8 minutes and 40 seconds. But most importantly, again, it's the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill coming through in the clutch. Connor Brown, unassisted, shorthanded, 5.5 in. It's Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, and Edmonton with a 1-0 lead in Florida, trying to drag the Panthers back to Alberta. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of OilCountry a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face off left side of Sergei Bobrovsky. It'll be Connor McDavid taking the draw with Edmonton on top 1-0. Connor Brown, his second goal of the postseason. A shorthanded goal and a face-off win for Alexander Barkov as the Panthers work it up the left-hand side. Again, the penalty kill, the story. Said it all playoffs long. There's one reason why Edmonton's playing its 105th game tonight. It's the PK. Up the right-handed side and sent in deep. by Sam Reinhart. Barkov won a battle. Backhander short side and a save made, but now we might have a penalty against Florida for a cross check. He might have cleared out too hard there. I think this is going against the Panthers.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Barkov cleared out his man. Paul Maurice won't be happy. But now the Oilers, already having scored a shorthanded goal, will go on the power play. Now, their own power play has struggled in this series as well. Their only goal came 5-on-3 in the 8-1 smackdown of the Panthers on Saturday. Now, a 5-on-4 situation, Bob, and it seems critical to put Florida into an early and somewhat desperate hole.
1 for 16. That's all Edmonton's power play is in this series, Jack, as you know.
Stanley won the face-off, comes away with the puck, and he's got Luostarinen right here with him. On the right-hand side against Bouchard and McDavid, and then tapped wide. Bouchard watches as McDavid shovels it up to Leon Draisaitl with a head of steam over the line, left to right, pulls up on the right half boards. Nugent Hopkins the trailer. Now you've got McDavid. Bouchard will give it up. Draisaitl top of the right circle. He'll deliver a pass to Bouchard. Florida penalty kill 94% the last 17 games. Ekblad up the right-hand side. Luostarinen to Stenlund. Up the right wing boards and out. I'll tell you what, Stenlund, I can't remember too many PK draws he's lost in this series.
He's been a terrific free agent signing. He's going to get himself paid in the next deal, maybe $1.75 million.
Scored 11 goals this year as well. Here's McDavid in over the line. Shovels off to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Tied up. Nugent-Hopkins digs in hard on Lundell. And I think we might have an even up here. They gave Nugent-Hopkins some latitude, but he stayed with it and ends up taking a penalty that will cancel out the Edmonton Atco Energy power play. So we'll skate 4-on-4 for about a minute. Bob, you could feel that coming.
Well,
I thought he dug in a little too hard there.
It's a penalty. I mean, that's 3 offensive puck touches on the power play where the Oilers misplayed the puck. And I know that they've dramatically improved the ice here. It's a lot better than it used to be. It just seems a couple times there that the Oilers with some misplays, and you can ill afford to do that against a Florida team that's jumping up in a space and taking time and space away from you right away.
Well, they're forcing Edmonton to make awfully quick plays, and even for as elite a power play as Edmonton has, you can't have one even half bobble.
Nope.
Off the draw, here's Aaron Ekblad shooting, and that was blocked. Rebound, Sam Bennett borrowed his way in. 4-on-4 for a minute, and then the Panthers will get an abbreviated power play. Brown and Nurse force a bad pass back to the point, out of the reach of Lundell. Bobrovsky way out to handle it. He'll give it up to Gustav Forsling, and it's a reset for the Panthers halfway through this first period. 1-0 Edmonton on the shorthanded goal by Connor Brown. Here's Sam Bennett. In right to left, pulls up, dishes off to Forsling. Back to Bennett. High slot, snapshot, and that ricocheted up off a body on the plexi, and unable to hold on to it was Lundell. It's forced back the other way. Darnell Nurse trying to catch Forsling napping, nearly did. Thrust a one-handed shot on Bobrovsky that was turned aside, and now Florida will go to the power play. So the Panthers on the power play officially for a minute 3. This is a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Again, the Oilers have been nothing short of brilliant in the series and in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's Verhaeghe in over the line, shooting, and that bounced off Cody Ceci. The rebound gathered by Connor McDavid and shoveled back to center. The only goal that Edmonton's given up in the last 42 was Evan Rodriguez's insurance goal in the third period of Game 2 last week in Sunrise. Here's Barkov and Verhaeghe battling in the corner. Warren Fogle threw it around the boards for Matthias Ekholm. He'll look up ice and launch one to the Florida blue line. Montour ahead to Barkov, left wing, snapshot deflected up and out of play by Matthias Ekholm. And Edmonton just as stifling as Florida on the PK. 8:09 to go in the first period. The difference is Edmonton's been scoring, and the Oilers an astounding plus 20 on special teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, it's crazy, but every team that's won the special teams battle has won the series in the first 14 series that have been played so far. Real important defensive zone draw. Derek Ryan against Barkov.
Off the draw. Broberg gives it up for Matthias Janmark, and he'll flip it back to center. That's settled and played across to Ekman Larson. And over the line, Sam Reinhart. Penalty to Nugent Hopkins set to expire here. It's Reinhart behind the net, defended by Nurse and Broberg. Wrist shot, and that was off a Nurse, who then comes up with a puck. Dropping his stick was Janmark. Florida maintained, but Verhaeghe put it right back into Janmark, and a shot from the point is intercepted by Broberg, who swiftly attacks the center and shovels it behind the Florida defense. So the Panthers are 0 for 2 with a shorthanded goal against here in the first period of Game 5. And as a result, Edmonton facing elimination for the fourth time, leading 1-0. Zach Hyman tried to sidestep Forsling, and was taken off his feet. Ekblad fell down. Bouncing puck finally corralled by Luos Turinen, followed up by Lundell, but when he tried to put it up the gut for Tarasenko, was intercepted by Draisaitl. And once again, this far from a Picasso here in the early going. Draisaitl, Hyman, and McDavid out there fresh off a successful kill, and Hyman just ran right through Anton Lundell. Heavy collision between Tarasenko and Draisaitl. Shot in by McDavid, out of the reach of Bobrovsky. Luos Turinen feels Draisaitl's presence. Corey Perry has come onto the ice, and now it's chipped back to Aaron Ekblad. He'll come up ice with it for Sam Bennett. From center ice, it's shot in. 6.5 to go in the first period. Oilers lead it 1-0. Big hit on Holloway. Trying to follow up as Kulikov. It did not happen for Kulikov. That puck crawled outside the zone. It's an offside whistled against Florida. And with 6:31 to go, we'll have a neutral zone draw right in front of the Edmonton bench. The Oilers have outshot the Panthers 9-6. And Connor Brown has put Edmonton one step closer to forcing a Game 6. A shorthanded goal has given the visitors a 1-0 lead at Emirates Bank Arena. This is Stanley Cup Final Game number 5 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Who do you want, Jeff?
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oiler 50-50 sitting at $1.2 million. Bob, it got up over $16 million the other night. We've got $5,000 for Safeway and $10,000 cash. That's your early bird prizing, and you've got some time there, about 45 minutes for the Safeway and another hour and 15 for the cash. Off the draw, the Panthers from the neutral zone. They'll send it in deep. Stenlin's centering pass is broken up, and Darnell Nurse comes over to handle it, but turns it over. Lomberg, a quick pass, broken up intended for Stenlund, and now the Oilers come up ice. Lomberg did not shoot that puck, Bob. Could have gone and maybe used the pads as an immediate rebound. Didn't happen. Held in by Broberg, down low for Brown. He'll swing it around the boards for Darnell Nurse. It's Brown's shorthanded goals that has given Edmonton a 1-0 lead in this first period. Less than 6 minutes to go. Bobrovsky deked by Connor Brown, who scored on the backhand. Lomberg will dump it in. And Brown, a tortured soul for much of the regular season, has delivered a terrific playoffs in support. Had 4 goals all season, but you just wanted one big one in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and he's given you 2 as Florida steps in offside in transition. 5:36 to go in the first period. Oilers 1 and the Panthers nothing. And it looks like, to me, Bob, Brown and Janmark are reading everything Florida's doing on the power play. I mean, they went to school on them is the way I read it.
No question about it. It's been really impressive here.
I mean, the Panthers aren't close.
The Oilers lost some momentum on their power play as well, Jack, with 3 misplays and were forced to take a penalty, but gained some back with a real good PK work in the back half of that Florida opportunity.
Off the draw. Here's Kulak up the left-hand side. Draisaitl hits Cody Ceci in stride. Blast. That one stayed out. A high riser over Bobrovsky. Then swept down low. Ceci again, this time flinging it into the opposite corner. Handled and cleared by Anton Lundell, but out of the reach of Verhaeghe. And now chipped softly by Kulak through the neutral zone. Holloway stymied. Holloway with 2 goals and an assist in the Game 4 blowout victory for Edmonton. The youngest Oiler in the history of the Stanley Cup final to have a 2-goal game. Tkachuk a steal, and he'll put it into the opposite corner. He's not 23 years of age yet. Here's Verhaeghe. Punch forward. Reaching for it. Tkachuk and Bennett couldn't come up with it. And it's Draisaitl the other way for Edmonton. Delivers a clear back inside the Florida zone. Here's Holloway centering pass, and that was brushed aside by Evan Rodriguez, who had 3 goals in the first 2 games here at Sunrise. But here he gives it away to McDavid. Centering pass. One-timer at Coleman. They had it blocked. That would have been a heck of a look, but Reinhart got in the lane and then cleared away from Fogle back to center. Batted down by Ekholm. This is a hand pass if Hyman touches it first, and he does. Matt McPherson signals emphatically. 4:19 to go in the first period. The Oilers 1-0 on a shorthanded goal by Connor Brown have the lead in Game 5 the Stanley Cup Final, live from Sunrise on the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the screen. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top-shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
The Edmonton Oilers trying to drag Florida back to Alberta with a 1-0 lead in Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final. Florida Panthers having endured their first ever regulation defeat in Rogers Place on Saturday night. They had been 5-0-3 prior to that 8-1 loss, and the Oilers have gotten the first goal tonight, which is key against Florida. Panthers are excellent front-running club. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, they haven't lost a game when leading after 1 or 2. Here's Broberg up the middle. And they're 18-3 when getting the first goal. The last 2 Stanley Cup playoff runs, both of which have resulted in Florida going to the final. Lomberg a heavy forecheck on Broberg, but Edmonton able to seal the wall and nurse up to Ryan McLeod for a clear back to center. Bounce back in by Florida's fourth line. Lomberg coming hard on Derek Ryan, who's able to shake him off, get it to Corey Perry, who musters a clear back to center. Ekman Larsson's off balance, so Ryan McLeod will take over. Coming off back-to-back games where he has a goal, and here he stuffs it deep into the Florida zone from center. Forsling back together for Florida. Right to left, he's got Anton Lundell. Boy, has he had a good Stanley Cup playoff. 16 points for Lundell. Sent down low, Hyman able to chip it ahead. Inside the Florida line, pushed back hard the other way by Ekblad. Took a pop from Fogle in doing so, and now it's Connor McDavid. Dropping it off for Bouchard. Once again, Edmonton's deck giving the Oilers a jolt early in a playoff game. Here's Ekholm, snapping to Bouchard. High slot, drag move, lost the handle. And the Oilers have been a bit jittery with the puck. Luo Sturinen will shovel it behind the Edmonton defense. Having said that, the Oilers have limited the Panthers to just 6 shots. McDavid, left to right. He'll shoot it in. Edmonton, 9 shots on net. Florida 6, a 1-0 lead for the Oilers. Short-handed goal, Connor Brown. Barkov trying to follow it up at center ice. Brown and Ceci defending right at the red line with Sam Reinhart, who exploded for a career-high 57 goals during the regular season. Rodriguez, cross-ice Mikkel at a Montour, whacked off the boards. No icing as Kulak back to control for Edmonton. Barkov bearing down on him. The Selke finalist forces a giveaway. Mikkel has shot pinballed off Adam Henrique, and he'll have to do it again, this time from center ice, just dumping it behind the Oiler net, patrolled by Stuart Skinner. In games 4 through 7 in the playoffs this year, he's a perfect 8-0 with a save percentage of .944 coming in. Turned over by Kulikov. Here's Henrique looking to center, and that went off the skate of Nugent Hopkins. That was close. Back to the point, Darnell Nurse. And Edmonton has found some room in the slot. Reverse hit by Kachuk on Broberg. Holloway popped from behind by Ekman Larsson. Now Kulikov looking up ice for Carter Verhaeghe, who's been quiet the last couple of games. He'll shoot it in. Around the board, Sam Bennett put it back on Aaron Ekblad's stick. Back behind the net, Broberg comes over to cut it off. Minute 20 to go. Centering pass. That deflected off the side of the net. Handled by Ekblad. Tough pass into the feet of Verhaeghe and scooped out by Nurse. Blasted back in by Ekblad, and Florida pours in once again. Draisaitl engaged with Sam Bennett. Beautiful play to nudge it ahead for Darnell Nurse. 3-on-2 Edmonton. Nugent Hopkins in over the line. Holloway a shot to save Bobrovsky. That got heavy on him, Bob. That was an explosive wrist shot from Dylan Holloway and steered up the left-hand side. Eventually sent out by the Panthers, overrunning the play Sam Bennett. And with less than a minute to go in the period, Draisaitl able to take over once more for Edmonton. Fogle, McDavid, and Hyman will finish out the period. Dump in, Bobrovsky played it up the boards. Bouchard forced to back off. Ekholm able to cover at his own blue line. Snapped it back into the Florida zone. Big hop off the end boards. Mikula plays to the corner with Fogle tracking. Ekholm tried to free it up. Barkov trying to reverse pivot on McDavid, who sealed him off brilliantly. McDavid getting a lot of plaudits for his work defensively in this series, and has created an opportunity for Hyman. A shot in front. McDavid could not settle the puck down. Now gets it back from Bouchard. 5 seconds. McDavid looking to create magic. A backhander in front, and that slid wide. We're going to have a penalty against Florida, I believe, at the horn. It's going to be an interference call. A fresh sheet of ice for the Edmonton Oilers in period 2, and its second power play as a result. So the Oilers, a major move there. Interference call against Florida. And now Edmonton already up 1-0 courtesy of special teams. The shorthanded unit coming through again. Connor Brown unassisted. And now they'll have a power play to begin the second period. So an ideal start for the Oilers. Panthers did not have a shot on net over the last 8 minutes of that first period. Excellent start for Edmonton here in Game 5 of the Cup Final, with once again its season on the line, Bob. And the Oilers able to summon some of their best. And we're joined by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. And Ryan, you got to tell me, how much work did you guys do on the Florida power play? It's the penalty kill has really been solid, and Connor Brown gives you another lift early.
Let's try that again. Ryan, you got us? Okay.
Ryan, one more time.
Okay, he tried.
All right, fair enough. We'll have to sort that out. And the Edmonton Oilers with a 1-0 lead over the Florida Panthers. Apologize for those technical difficulties. We've had plenty of them down here in Sunrise. But, Bob, special teams once again carrying the day for the Oilers. The penalty kill, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, part of that unit, and obviously Connor Brown, like Janmark in Game 4, giving Edmonton an early spark. And the Oilers carried it through. I mean, you know, Florida just didn't do much, at least in the general direction of Stuart Skinner over the back half of that first period, with the cup in the building and theoretically quite motivated to put this series to rest and not have to endure another 6-hour flight to Edmonton.
Yeah, no, a great point by you, Jack. And it really started, I mean, Skinner made 2 awesome saves in the first 4 minutes of this game. A sort of a misguided miscommunication between Broberg and Darnell Nurse, and a point-blank rip job and a great save by the Oilers' Stuart Skinner, and he made a couple pretty good ones. And then Edmonton settled down a bit, and they settled down the same way. And I know you talked about you said Brown was due for one. The penalty-killing unit was going to potentially strike again. And you get the Oilers are now outscoring Florida 3-1 in special teams in this series, and both teams have 1 power play goal. The Oilers have outscored the Florida Panthers 2-1 when Florida has had the power play in the series, and the Panthers have had 15 power plays. It's unbelievable. And now
Edmonton has to get its own power play.
They got to get their own power.
Panthers have done well on the PK.
Jack, it's the same thing all the time on the road. It's overhandling the puck. You got to put pucks in the net early in the power play. You get a chance in their zone. You can't make 6. I know the ice is better here than it used to be. The players said the ice was better here than it was in Dallas. They said it was better than it was in Vancouver. I don't care. Get the puck to the net, attack the net, create some chaos. Simplify what you're doing on the power play. And give credit where credit's due. They've done a good job in their PK too. But a real opportunity here at the start of the second period. And I liked Edmonton's game. The Oilers, they looked fairly settled. The Lomberg was running around a little bit, and they created a couple turnovers as a result of that. He passed off at a point-blank opportunity as well. So the Oilers have a chance here early in period number 2 with the power play, and I just want them to simplify it and get it to the goal.
Well, Connor Brown taking it hard to the goal with a brilliant read, and then a deke of Sergei Bobrovsky was so strong on breakaways and, quite frankly, any point-blank chance in Game 1, and he was able to back it up in Game 2 with another stellar outing. But thus far, the Oilers have gotten to him again, this time with a shorthanded goal. They've now scored 7 goals on him in their last 59 minutes. So basically, in the last, complete game he's played, if you want to call 59 minutes a full game, he's given up 8 goals. And that's certainly a positive. 7 coming into tonight, make it 8 now with a shorthanded goal by Connor Brown that has provided Edmonton with a 1-0 lead through 20 minutes of play. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey live from Sunrise with Edmonton looking to extend the Stanley Cup final to a Game 6. Game 5 off to a good start. The Oilers Radio Network.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com.
And click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Matthew Tkachuk and back to the point Montour. Thrown across, and what a pickoff by Connor Brown. He's got a short-handed breakaway. Brown, backhander, score! Connor Brown gives the Edmonton Oilers a 1-0 lead. 5.5 minutes into Game 5.
Well, the Oilers continue to stand tall while shorthanded for the second game in a row. They open the scoring with a shorthanded goal. Connor Brown steals it at the Oilers' blue line, gets the puck away from Barkov, goes to the backhand, beats Bobrovsky, and that is the only goal of the first period. Oilers up 1-0 on the Panthers, and that as you're looking to the highlight zone for Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner's zone. Rob Brown, take me through Connor Brown's shorthanded goal.
Well, there was a bad play in the neutral zone that put Sasha Barkov in a very tough situation, and Connor Brown read it. I think that we've seen over the second half of the season, and certainly through the playoffs, that Connor Brown's got good speed. And when you want to be a successful penalty killer, you need speed and you need smarts. Your smarts you use to read a play, your speed you use to break up a play. And on that one, Connor Brown got the puck, and he just takes it with speed, and Barkov has no chance of getting back on him. And the power play for the Edmonton Oilers has not been clicking, but their penalty killing has got them where they are right now in the playoffs. And I said it earlier in the year when we were doing the 16-game run where the Oilers won 16 straight. It wasn't on the back of their power play; it was on the back of great penalty killing. And here in the in the playoffs, it's been the same thing. And that is incredibly deflating to a Florida Panther bench. They showed a close-up of Paul Maurice on the bench saying exactly how he felt about it. But to me, when the Oilers got the penalty there, I'm thinking that's a good thing for the Oilers. A, Florida can't score. B, you're going to get some chances of your own. But C, it also means the referees are going to call penalties tonight. And Connor Brown continues his great play here in the playoffs.
Well, and I'm watching the game here with Mooner. Like, he made a great point. Throughout the entire playoffs, the Oilers are -1 while shorthanded. That's it. That'd be a good week for a lot of teams killing a penalty, and the Oilers have done it almost over 2 months here in the postseason. So pretty incredible. Still a lot of work tonight. I thought the Oilers. I thought that was a good start for Florida, Rob, and actually the Oilers getting on the PK almost settled them down. I thought the rest of the period, the Oilers were pretty good. They needed Skinner a couple of times early, and then I kind of liked the rest of the Oilers period after they scored.
Well, the key for the game when Bob and I were talking, I said, is weather the storm. The Florida Panthers are going to come out in the first 5 to 7 minutes and push, as they should. And to weather a storm, the biggest thing you need is good goaltending. You're going to need a save or two. And the save that Skinner made, he made the one on Reinhart, first of all, but he just got big and Reinhart hit him. But the save he made on Ekblad, that was a wonderful play by Barkov. He's going backdoor. Ekblad's coming in, and Ekblad got all of it. It wasn't a one-timer, but he got it off his stick quickly, and he got, some steam on it. And that save right there, if they score there, it's 1-0, and Florida is going nuts. That rink is loud. Instead, Skinner makes the save, settles his team down, and I agree. I think the penalty kill, which has been excellent all season long, or all playoffs long, has settled the game down. And after they killed that off, the Oilers were the better team in the second half of that period. So a great first 20. The Oilers are going to have a chance to extend the lead. Now, the Oilers' power play has not been fantastic in this series. But what a time to score a goal, to extend a lead. The Florida Panthers, the way Skinner's playing, it looks like they're going to have to work hard for everything they get offensively, force them to have to score 2 or 3 goals. To do that, extend the lead on a power play here.
Just news here about an absolute legend in the world of sports. The San Francisco Giants have announced that Willie Mays has passed away at the age of 93, World Series champion in 94, 2-time MVP, 11 years apart, Rob. I mean, you and I aren't old enough to have seen Willie Mays play, but he won the MVP in 54 and again in 65. How about this? A 24-time All-Star. Like, what an unreal career. That is incredible.
It is. That is a huge loss to the baseball and the sporting community. A wonderful human being and a fantastic athlete. So sorry to hear for that. And our best all go to his family and his fans.
Yeah, Willie Mays passing away at the age of 93. The Oilers lead the Florida Panthers 1-0. Connor Brown shorthanded. We're through 20 minutes in Game 5 of the Cup Final. You're listening to Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of OilCountry a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
This is Global News at the first intermission. I'm Rod Kurtz. A major seizure of contraband at the Maximum Security Edmonton Institution. Corrections Canada says back on June the 9th, staff at the prison found methamphetamine, cannabis concentrate, SIM cards, and a mobile phone valued at about $193,000. While the Max isn't saying what exactly led to the seizure, it says it regularly uses ion scanners and drug-detecting dogs to search buildings, personal property, inmates, and visitors. The driver of a Sprinter van lucky to have walked away from a crash south of Beaumont earlier today. Police say the van collided with a semi at the intersection of Highway 814 and Airport Road. The driver of the van was pinned for a time but eventually freed. He suffered minor injuries and was released at the scene. Police say the driver of the semi wasn't hurt. Some trouble for air travelers on the horizon. 700 WestJet mechanics and other skilled tradespeople could walk off the job this Thursday evening after serving strike notice. The move by the Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association came after the union said WestJet cut off talks. WestJet wants Federal Labor Minister Seamus O'Regan to get the Canada Industrial Relations Board involved. I'm Rod Kurtz, your next scheduled newscast at second intermission on 6:30 CHED.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority. It's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
And let's check the out-of-town scoreboard provided by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Top of the 7th inning, Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 3-2. Euro today. Portugal wins 2-1 over Czechia. Got a goal there in injury time to pull out the win. And Turkey knocks off Georgia 3-1. American Hockey League Championship Series, it'll continue tonight. Game starts in about an hour. Hershey at Coachella Valley. That's Seattle's farm team. 2-3-2 format, so the next 3 games will be in Coachella Valley. It's tied 1-1 in that best-of-7 series. The Oilers' penalty killing keeps rolling along. Connor Brown, shorthanded breakaway to break the ice in the first period, and now the Oilers with a full 2-minute power play to start period 2. Jack and Bob will tell the tale when we get back. 1-0 Edmonton. For Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Ouch!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Panthers, another rock-solid showing in the early going, and then Edmonton got on the penalty kill and turned the game right around as the Oilers capitalizing Connor Brown coast to coast, and the Edmonton Oilers now will have a fresh sheet of ice with Nico Mikkola in the box for a 2-minute interference minor, and after scoring shorthanded, the Oilers will go to the power play to start the second period. It's curious. Brown, Janmark, and Henrique started the game, Bob, and then they started the scoring with Brown scoring shorthanded. Chris Knobloch pushing the right buttons. Your starting lineup, of course, as always, brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers, who are now on an Atco power play as Connor McDavid, right to left into the offensive zone after an initial Florida clear. Panthers have been almost as good as the Oilers on the PK in the Stanley Cup playoffs. McDavid, another mishandle, and Luos Dorinen with a clear down the left-hand side. But we've seen a lot of bobbles for Edmonton on the power play. What a dart down the middle and an offside whistled against the Oilers right in front of the Edmonton bench. Linesman was right there, Bob. I don't think he blew the call.
No, it was
Oilers
are
offside, 1-0. Minute 21 and the penalty to Mikkola, and a missed opportunity for Edmonton.
100% great headman pass from Bouchard, and just half stride offside was the Edmonton Oilers. Zach Hyman. Yeah, McDavid's hit it on the power play. The 2 power plays Edmonton's had. He's had a couple puck bobbles.
Reinhart able to win the face-off. The Panthers short-handed here. Barkov's going to try to protect the puck, but he's knocked off balance by Draisaitl. And here comes Edmonton right to left. And even there, Draisaitl with a brief bobble as he entered the zone. It threw off the timing of the play. Barkov was able to reel him in from behind and thrust it back down. Oilers right to left. In the white sweaters, Bouchard once again headmans McDavid. Driving in, finally wrestled free by Forsling, so he'll move it to Draisaitl. then forcing a good read on a pass intended for McDavid. He works hard to free it up for Barkov. Back to the point, Bouchard nudged back down low to Draisaitl. Saucer to Bouchard. Cross to Nugent-Hopkins. Now Bouchard high slot. Power play in effect for another half minute. Draisaitl, right circle. One-timer Bouchard, and that was redirected up over top. Nugent-Hopkins to McDavid. Shrugs off a check. Nudged it in front. Turned over. Draisaitl back to Bouchard. Florida had a chance. Nugent-Hopkins a shot. And a sellout block made by Aaron Ekblad. Brilliant play by Ekblad. Maybe his best of the series. Hyman to Nugent-Hopkins coming on to the corner with a feed to Bouchard. Left circle McDavid in front. Hyman to Nugent-Hopkins denied by the blocker of Sergei Bobrovsky. McDavid as the power play comes to a close. Slap shot score! Evan Bouchard extends the lead to 2-0. Edmonton a power play goal with 2 seconds left of the penalty clock. And it's a 2-goal lead for the visitors in Game 5.
Well, that is your proverbial Bouch bomb, the man with the hardest shot in the league, maybe since we've seen Al McInnes. And right at the end of the power play, the first unit out there in the entire time, and McDavid was able to sweep it back, and Bouchard with an absolute howitzer net front presence from Zach Hyman. Blocker side again on Bobrovsky.
That might have gone in off of Hyman. Did it go off his kneecap, Bob?
It might have got a piece of him. We'll have to wait and see. 2-0 Oilers.
I mean, that was absolutely hammered. And my first look at it, my inclination is that might have grazed the kneecap of Zach Hyman. And he'll have a second look potentially at a 15th goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm going to say it's Hyman's from Bouchard and McDavid.
Yep. But it's the heavy shot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
damage that gets created from it.
But it's also Zach Hyman is, I mean, it's like he's playing pinball. He angles his body in such a way where he's going to get a few of those bounces. He gets one there. And Zach Hyman, with his first goal of the series and his 15th of the Stanley Cup playoffs, has extended this lead to 2-0.
And we thought he might have scored the 6-1 goal on the 5-on-3. And it
went to Nugent-Hopkins eventually. Puck cleared out of play off the center ice, drawn to the Oiler bench. So now a face-off outside the Florida blue line and a face-off win for Sam Bennett. Across to Kulikov, and he'll launch one inside the Oiler blue line. Darnell Nurse reverses to Broberg up the right-hand side, Corey Perry. And now you've got it settled. And with movement, Kulikov up the center ice. Banged in deep. Here's Ekman-Larsson a drive, and that's wide. Glove side on Stuart Skinner. Shoveled back down low by Kulikov. Here's Matthew Tkachuk with his team trailing 2-0. Kulikov across. Ekman-Larsson backing off, spinning, tried to center. Broken up by McLeod and Perry. The Oilers can't get it clear. It's still being smacked around, but when Tkachuk tried to slide it in front, it was picked off by Philip Broberg and pumped right back into the Florida zone. So it's a shorthanded and a power play goal that have put the Oilers up by a count of 2-0 in Game 5. Looking to extend to a Game 6. We'd have it for you Friday night in Edmonton. And that would be 620 Mount Adam Henrique. In up the right-hand side, but not out. Forced back down low, Brandon Montour behind the net, Luos Torino, a couple of jam plays. A save made by goaltender Stuart Skinner. He'll freeze it with 3 1/2 gone by in this second period. And Edmonton leading by a count of 2-0.
Hard net drive there from A2 Luos Torino, and this has been a good third line for the Panthers. Anton Lundell's had some good moments in this series.
He's had some good moments throughout the playoffs.
And Tarasenko has sniped a couple for them in the series as well, including a critical goal on a...
Matthew Tkachuk has got to get going for Florida if you're looking at that perspective. Hyman's 15th from Bouchard and McDavid. Any which way you slice it, Bouchard is now joined. You brought up McInnes. He's one of 3 defensemen with 30-plus points in a Stanley Cup playoff year. Paul Coffey and Brian Leach being the others. And now Bouchard joins that select company as only the fourth defenseman in the history of the league with 30 points in a Stanley Cup playoff year. Here's Draisaitl operating offensive zone. Centering pass intercepted by Evan Rodriguez, left to right for the Panthers. They're clad in the red sweaters. Rodriguez muscles one toward the net, but it's redirected wide. Barkov too hard with a pass to Montour, who hammers it back in, and you hear Matt McPherson saying that's offside. Florida's got to tag back up, and the Oilers will move the puck to center. Wristed down deep by Kulak, pinballed around and gobbled up by Gustav Forsling. He'll swing it up the right-hand side and out. This will be an icing call against the Florida Panthers, who've been limited to just 7 shots through nearly 25 minutes of Game 5. And as a result, the Oilers seemingly in control here with a 2-0 advantage. Connor McDavid now the 5th all-time leading scorer in a Stanley Cup playoff year. His next point will give him 40. And that was the year, of course, Wayne Gretzky carried the LA Kings into the final where they were beaten by Montreal in 5. The famous hat trick, remember, in Game 7 in Toronto. Off the draw, working up the left-hand side and shooting down low, Carter Verhaeghe. Panthers trying to revive their own crowd. Ekblad to Sam Bennett, punched off his stick brilliantly. Good work on the check by Zach Hyman, forcing that out. Florida able to tug it back in. Bouchard, a lazy turnover, a shot by Forsling, and a save made by Skinner. And now Bouchard will launch it ahead for Foegele to skate into. He's got it, left corner offensive zone. On his backhand to Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores! And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Foegele. And the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta.
Well, the Edmonton Oilers, Jack, had 5 high flip plays against the Florida Panthers in game number 4 in Edmonton and created 4 A-grade scoring opportunities off that. And that time, Foegele was able to reel it in, and then he won a puck battle in a pursuit against Gustav Forsling. McDavid follows it up, and he sips one home. 3-0 Edmonton.
Tell you what, Bouchard made a nice touch on that long outlet for Foegele, allowing him to skate into it. And Edmonton, a 3-0 lead. McDavid from Foegele, and we suspect Bouchard, although, as Bob mentioned, there was a bit of a puck battle there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Off the draw, shoveled in. Derek Ryan, a backhander short side, and Sergei Bobrovsky able to make the save. Derek Ryan has not scored in his last 35 games dating back to February 17th, and there's some early tears here in Sunrise as this crowd of 19,000 have been completely taken out of the game by Edmonton, turning in the type of Game 5 we were first witness to in Dallas in Game 5 of the conference final. I thought it was Edmonton's best game ever in the McDavid era. And the Oilers are turning in another clinic tonight at Emirates Bank Arena in Sunrise, this time with its season on the line. Off the draw, you've got a clear from Mikkola up the left-hand side, and offside whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Shots are 14-8, and indeed they have awarded the assist to Bouchard, so now he's up to 31 points. Tied with McInnes for the third most all-time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Coffey, the record, with 37. Brian Leach had 34 the year the Rangers won the Cup in 1994 with a slew of ex-Oilers. Up the right-hand side, Montour. Left wing boards by Brett Kulak. Bob, you're very anxious to tell me how many ex-Oilers were on that team.
7.
Craig McTavish took the final face-off. Kevin Lowe, of course. The great Glenn Anderson. Puck popped out of play over the short glass, and a face-off will take place in the Edmonton zone. 14-18 to go in the second period. The Oilers with a shorthanded goal in the first, a power play goal in the second, and then McDavid at even strength able to catch Bobrovsky. And they've been targeting that blocker side. And Edmonton, as a result, a 3-0 lead. Sam Reinhart on the face-off, won it cleanly. Held in high slot. Shot taken by Verhaeghe. That was swallowed up. Draisaitl looking to clear. Can't get it done. The Panthers see it worked around. Cody Ceci races over. Right-hand side steered out successfully by Dylan Holloway. Now you've got Barkov back on the puck for Florida, but he put it off a body and out of play. And with 13:58 to go in the second period, the Panthers will regroup as we've got a timeout on the ice. Edmonton, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and a 3-0 lead in Game 5, looking to send the Stanley Cup Final back to Alberta's capital city. That's home of the Edmonton Oilers. This is also home of the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers in command of Game 5 on the road in Sunrise. Edmonton has now scored 13 of the last 14 goals in the last 2 games. And, Bob, if you go back further, they've now scored 15 of the last 16 goals in this Stanley Cup Final. And we saw a similar run against the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Final. Battled for, controlled, or rather 13 of the last 14, right. My apologies. Yep. Getting ahead of myself. Flipped up by Kulak, center ice. After it is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and twisted down low by Leon Draisaitl. Brandon Montour shoved against the boards, battled for, ultimately controlled by Bennett. Holloway tripped up, and then a man fell down, Mikkola, but he was able to muster it over to Matthew Tkachuk, swung ahead for Brandon Montour, and he'll dump it in down the right-hand side. Bouchard able to shield Sam Bennett from the puck. Hip check by Barkov on Draisaitl, and now Holloway could not get it out. Barkov came away with the puck, shoots and scores. Matthew Tkachuk puts the Panthers on the board with his first goal of the series. Puck shaken free, and this time Florida does capitalize on an Edmonton giveaway.
3 cracks at it for the Oilers. Holloway had it along the boards. Draisaitl was there. Bouchard got caught up the ice. He vacated the zone too quickly, and Tkachuk was back there and ended up coming up with possession and ripped one high to the glove side on Stuart Skinner.
Tkachuk from, I believe, Evan Rodriguez will get an assist there, Bob. But you're right, the Oilers had a chance to get it out.
Make that play, Jack.
Did not get it done. And the Panthers have cut it to 3-1. Florida able to gain control off the draw and dump it down low. First goal in 10 games for Matthew Tkachuk, his 6th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers off the draw. It's hammered in by Cody Ceci. Around the boards, located by Sam Reinhart. Turned it over. McDavid in the slot, down low, and he just missed Warren Fogle. Panthers' Aaron Ekblad turns and flips down the middle. Matthew Tkachuk, his 21st point of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That ties him with Barkov for the team lead. Here's an icing call going to be whistled against Edmonton. And now you've got the crowd back in the game.
You're up 3-0, and Evan Bouchard got rattled hard into the boards. I'm just trying to think of why he thought Holloway was going to win the puck battle, and he ended up drifting up too high. And Tkachuk got that started with a low bridge ass hit on the Oilers' Leon Draisaitl.
Is that a clinical term?
Yes, I believe it is.
I don't think I've ever...
Now, there's new terminology often used on these broadcasts.
McDavid to Connor Brown. They'll shovel a rolling puck inside the Florida blue line. Dmitry Kulikov up the right-hand side. Luo Storinin got a piece of that one, sent it down low behind the Edmonton net. So Tkachuk from Rodriguez, and that's a little bit important for Florida. We talked 100%. About all the Edmonton players getting off the schneid in Game 4. Well, now Tkachuk has his first of the series. Time, by the way, 6:53. Tarasenko from the right half boards, a shot that's sent into the corner by Skinner. Kulikov let one fly from the left point that missed, and now Edmonton will get it clear. Matthias Janmark up the left-hand side, Connor Brown. Poke checked off his stick, and then he's drilled against the boards by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Coming away with the puck and building speed. Down the left-hand side is Tkachuk, darting to the middle. Shot off the rush, and a save made on Ekman-Larsson by Stuart Skinner. Tkachuk couldn't handle the rebound. Nurse will whip it around the left-hand boards, but too much on it. That's an icing call against Edmonton with 11:13 to go in the second period. Crowd back in the game. Edmonton's lead in Game 5 has been trimmed to 3-1.
Important sequence here for the Oilers, and Paul Maurice gets his best guys back on the ice, loads up Rodriguez again with Bennett and Tkachuk.
Big goal for Tkachuk.
Verhaeghe off that line, Jack. Rodriguez has been really good for Florida in this series.
Well, it's his 5th point of the series. Off the draw, he swung it back to Montour. Too hard over to Mikkola. And he just has to shoot it up off the plexi where it's handled by Darnell Nurse. So Edmonton built a 3-0 lead. Now Florida has it back to 3-1. Up the right-hand side, puck jostled and ultimately sent tumbling out of play between the two player benches. 10:57 remaining second period. The shots now 14-11 in favor of Edmonton. Brown, Hyman, and McDavid for the Oilers. Matthew Tkachuk for Florida. Faceoff will be dropped right at center ice.
Ryan McLeod knew. Nobody else did.
Kevin Stenlin. McLeod engaging with Kyle Opozo. Stenlin's going to take the draw against Derek Ryan and win another one, but McLeod was able to force it down the middle on net, and Sergei Bobrovsky sends it up for Opozo. He's immediately cut off by Kulak, who gets it right back from Cody Ceci. Here come the Oilers right to left. Kulak spoons it in. Nico Mikkola nearly stepped on the puck, mishandled. Stenlin able to reverse it back behind his own net. Brandon Montour feeds it up the right-hand side for Opozo. Snatched away by McLeod and kept in the offensive zone. Puts the brakes on right half board, send it across. CC a drive and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Rebound whipped up the right-hand boards by Montour. He put too much on it, though. This will be an icing call against Florida with 10:17 to go in the second period. And the Oilers holding a 3-1 lead as they look to send this series back to Edmonton. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl entering the game ranked 1 and 2 all time, ahead of Ken Lensman for the most points when facing elimination. McDavid has a goal. Draisaitl yet to see the score sheet, but here's McDavid winning a faceoff. Hyman to Matthias Ekholm, right around Opozo, to the net, short side, wraparound in front, tipped and grabbed, and ultimately left for Fogle, but his shot was blocked by Montour. Hyman will get it back from Fogle. We got a penalty coming against Florida yet again. And the crowd going to be none too happy with this goal. It's a hook. And Edmonton back to the power play. The Oilers scored on the power play earlier in this period, and it's Opozo who goes to the box at 10:02.
Oilers got their top line on the ice on the icing call against the fourth line for Florida. Worked a couple looks around, and now you get a chance with the extra man here, up by 2. This is a huge one.
3-1 our score. Brown, Hyman, and McDavid with the goals. Hyman's came on the power play, and the Oilers will be back on an Atco power play when we return to Sunrise, Florida in just a moment. Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton 3, Florida 1. Halfway home to a Game 6. The Oilers Radio Network.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Face-off right side of Sergei Bobrovsky off the draw. Puck bounces around. Draisaitl tried a snapshot, and that was blocked by Gustav Forsling. So he centers McDavid, hands it off. Nugent Hopkins tried to fire. That was blocked as well. The Atco power play, Edmonton swarming. Smelling blood in the water with a 3-1 lead in Game 5. Here's Bouchard, high slot. Sent one off the body of Zach Hyman earlier in this period for a power play goal. Now it's McDavid to Draisaitl. Sharp angle, and that might have caught the outside of the goalpost. Spun out to the point. Bouchard to Draisaitl. Return pass broken up off a skate. Draisaitl snapped it this time over to the left side, and Bouchard. He'll swing down low, controlling is Zach Hyman. In close quarters, McDavid tried to brush it back. Taken away by Sam Reinhart at center ice. Gathering himself and then turning it over. And the Oilers will pull it back into the offensive zone. Hyman hard to the net, and he shot it off the outside of the net. Tried to beat Bobrovsky short side. Bouchard to McDavid coming off the half wall. Left corner, Nugent Hopkins. They'll pull away from traffic. 50 seconds left on the man advantage. Nugent Hopkins, McDavid darting behind the net. Using a screen from Draisaitl. Bouchard will give it right back to McDavid. Right face-off dot over to Nugent Hopkins. Mishandled. 8.5 to go in the second period. Florida trailing 3-1. Oilers trying to bring it back to Edmonton. A clear by Ekblad. Bouchard has to reel it in back inside his own blue line. Top unit will remain out there for the Oilers on their Atco power play. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Here's McDavid dialing it up for one last rush on the man advantage. Using a screen, he'll cut to his left. Carry it through traffic to the net. One-timer score! It's Corey Perry! His first of the Stanley Cup playoffs! Edmonton 4! Florida 1!
An absolutely virtuoso performance by Connor McDavid on the zone entry. He hops in, beats two men, and then slides it across to Perry on the net drive, and he taps it into the yawning cage. The Edmonton Oilers have scored on their last two power plays. Connor McDavid has 3 points. What a brilliant individual effort by the world's best player.
A simple drop-off from Bouchard, and then McDavid does most of the rest, and Corey Perry becomes the 18th different Oiler to score a Stanley Cup playoff goal. By comparison, the much-lauded depth of the Florida Panthers, 15 of their players have a goal. McDavid and Bouchard with the helpers, and Corey Perry once again finds a way to score in a Stanley Cup final. This is the fifth different team for whom he's representing. A shot off the draw, saves Skinner, the rebound, score. And Rodriguez puts Florida right back in it. The Panthers, back at even strength, are able to take a shot from the high slot. Skinner makes the save, but it's Rodriguez who's had a terrific series, pulling it out of the pile and shoveling it past the prostrate Stuart Skinner. Montour entered the zone, took a shot from up top, and Rodriguez was able to find the rebound and somehow muscle it home.
Well, that's a quick response, and that's a killer if you're an Oilers partisan.
14 seconds. Rodriguez with his fourth goal of the series, his seventh of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Montour the helper. And we've got ourselves a 4-2 game. Off the draw, sent in deep. Well, this game has had more juice thus far than its previous four. And we've got a face-off coming outside the Edmonton blue line as Florida was offside. Skinner kicked it loose. And Rodriguez was able to chip it through Broberg and beyond the reach of Darnell Nurse for the goal that keeps Florida's hopes alive.
Play starts in the corner, though. The Edmonton Oilers lost the puck battle. Derek Ryan in the corner's got to support the play better than that.
Off the draw. Ceci up the right-hand side and sent down low. Florida around the boards. Controlled. Dmitry Kulikov behind the net. Panthers under control. Kulikov shot into a crowd. Save. Rebound. Luostarinen. That was blocked. Rebound handled and cleared ultimately by Matthias Janmark down the left-hand side. Ekman-Larsson against Connor Brown. In the corner and pulled free and cleared by Luostarinen. Panthers able to pitchfork it towards Stuart Skinner. Dropped off for Matthias Ekholm up the left-hand side. Janmark allowed it to go free for Zach Hyman. Churns his way in from the left-hand side. Lost the handle. Sam Bennett cuts to his left. Off to Gus Forsling. He had it poke checked away by Evan Bouchard. And now McDavid dialing it up. Streaking in left-hand side. Centering pass. Bobrovsky makes the save. We've got another penalty coming. It's going to be a slash. .6:25 to go in the second period.
Well, real opportunity there for the Edmonton Oilers off the rush, and they had to take the call. Rodriguez to the backside. And the fans obviously don't like it.
Face off right side of the Florida net. And we're going to have a penalty against Rodriguez, Bob, that puts Edmonton in position to score its third consecutive power play goal.
Fans don't like the call here. Oilers power play heated up, Jack, in games 5 and 6 against the Dallas Stars. And they're 2 for 3 tonight. This is a big one.
Draisaitl off the draw, worked around, bounced around, and cleared by the Florida Panthers up the right-hand side. Evan Bouchard with control. Here's Connor McDavid driving down the middle of the ice. The drop-off to Leon Draisaitl. Checked by Barkov, back to the point. Bouchard across to Nugent Hopkins. Tried to chip it down low, McDavid. Getting worked over Kulikov. Here's Barkov, the hard rim up the left-hand side. Less than 6 minutes to go in the second period. Edmonton 4, Florida 2.
Nugent Hopkins has to dig in a bit more, Jack. He's fighting it a bit out there.
Down the middle of the ice comes Connor McDavid. In over the line. Through Stenlund, and we've got a whistle, and this is going against Edmonton and will cancel out an Oiler power play for the second time in this game. Bouchard is saying diving, but they're going to get Hyman on a bit of a pick play. 5:34 to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Edmonton.
The amount of chances McDavid's, if you're an Oilers partisan and that happened against an Edmonton player in a PK, you'd want that pick called. So it's going to be Fogle and Henrique here up front for Edmonton against Bennett and Lundell.
How many swings have we had in this game?
Lots. Jack, I think it's important. The Oilers are up by 2. They got to be up by 2 headed to the third here.
Off the draw, the Oilers locate the puck 4-on-4. Nurse got a little cute, turned it over, trying to get it to Broberg, and Sam Bennett takes over for the Panthers. Right around Fogle. Puts the brakes on, looks for a teammate. Forsling, back to Sam Bennett, high slot. Switching is Fogle. Shot Lundell and a save made. Stuart Skinner had a good look, and Bobby came up way up top on the blue paint to make that save, to cut off the angle and keep it 4-on-4 with 5:14 to go in the second period. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Edmonton 4, Florida 2. The Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Edmonton 4, Florida 2, 5:14 to go in the second period. We've got a 4-on-4 situation. We've had Florida twice answering Edmonton within 2 minutes. The second time, just 14 seconds after a power play goal had restored complete competitive control of the game to Edmonton. It's still a 2-goal lead for the Oilers. 4-on-4, the Oilers able to come up with a puck. Wow. Skinner is down and out. Some contact there with Sam Bennett. McDavid breaks loose. He's out there with Draisaitl. McDavid shooting off the rush, had it blocked. And as Bob mentioned, Connor McDavid, a goal and 2 assists tonight as Edmonton has built this 4-2 lead on the strength of its special teams. 2 power play goals and a shorty. Now a steal by McDavid on Gustav Forsling. Tracking his Draisaitl. Tried to hit the trailer, and Matthias Ekholm had it go off the toe of his stick. He was entangled with Bennett, and now looking to break up ice is Aaron Ekblad. He does not have the wheels to avoid Draisaitl or Ekholm and has to back off and ultimately flip it over to Forsling. 4:20 to play in the second period. And now it's an abbreviated power play for the second time tonight for the Florida Panthers, who are 1 for 15 in the series and have given up 2 shorthanded goals. It's been a disaster. Reinhart will shoot it in. Skinner, hard rim up the glass. Ekman-Larsson settled it down and then shot it wide on the blocker side. Rebound, Reinhart. Across to Ekman-Larsson, top of the right circle. On his backhand, tried to curl it in front. Barkov to Reinhart. He fires up high. That was blocked. The rebound, Ekman-Larsson. A save made. Another rebound. Barkov out. Reinhardt looking for space. It's not there. Barkov right circle. Cross ice. Here's an opening. Verhaeghe shoots and a save. Stuart Skinner, who stayed with him, Bob. He didn't overcommit and tracked the puck right into his midsection. 3:38 to go in the period. The Oilers 4 seconds away from killing a penalty for the 43rd time in their last 44 opportunities. The penalty kill, more than anything else, has dragged Edmonton all the way in to Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. They lead it 4-2.
Huge draw here for Derek Ryan. Short side draw. He's a right shot. If he wins it, they got to hammer it out.
Barkov won it instead against Derek Ryan, and here's Montour. He'll lay it off. Matthew Tkachuk. Mikula slap pass as Edmonton back to full strength. Sam Reinhart coming off the goal line. Hyman's out of the box. Saucered across. Montour's able to locate the puck off the half wall. He'll swing it down low. Matthew Tkachuk. 5-on-5 hockey here with 3 1/4 to go in period 2. This is Game 5 of the Cup Final. Florida won the first 3 games, including the first 2 at home. They're 8-3 at home in the playoffs, including 4 consecutive victories. Barkov against Derek Ryan. Cutting behind the net, out to the point, rifled by Montour, blocked shot, Matthias Janmark, and he's able to work it through the neutral zone, and a clear by Mikula. Janmark and Brown having terrific Cup Finals. Oilers' Philip Broberg did not get it out. Shot by Reinhardt off the blocker of Stuart Skinner. Rebound Aaron Ekblad. Pursued by McDavid, who just took the puck easily from him. I mean, McDavid's in a zone both offensively and defensively. Here's Tkachuk winning a battle with Darnell Nurse. Tried to wrap it around. Skinner was there to smother. Then a centering pass and a save. Skinner. A second save. Forsling. A third shot disappears into traffic. And the ricochet is going to be handled by Florida's Tarasenko. Drive Ekblad wide. Rebound and Forsling could not get it on his stick. Or maybe, Bob, this game is down to 4-3. The puck ultimately rocketed out of play with 2:11 remaining in what has been a wild second period. The Panthers all of a sudden have piled up 14 shots in the frame. They had been limited when they were down 3-0. They were getting outshot 14-8. But since then, it's been 12-5 for the Panthers, and they've gotten 2 of the 3 goals. The key has been, once again, Edmonton's special teams. They're a +3 tonight.
Oilers got to dig in here in the final 2 minutes. Draisaitl against Bennett in the circle.
4-2 Edmonton. And Draisaitl and Bennett will have to do it again.
No, they're going to wave Leon out.
Now Nugent Hopkins, his turn. And a face-off ultimately controlled by Florida. Sam Bennett stripped from behind by Nugent Hopkins, and he tucks it safely off the boards and out. Oilers have outscored their opponents in the Stanley Cup playoffs 25-4 on special teams. Hard rim, Skinner saw a weird ricochet coming off a stanchion, paddled it back behind the net, played by Luostarine into Kulikov, cut off by Draisaitl, tried to find Holloway on the boards, but he can't clear, and Rodriguez fires into the waiting glove of Stuart Skinner, and Evan Rodriguez continues to have himself a series, Bob. He's got 6 points to lead all Panthers in this Stanley Cup final, and he, more than anyone else, is giving Florida a fighting chance to somehow get back in Game 5. The Oilers led 3-0 and 4-1. It's now 4-2 with 99 seconds to go in the period.
Well, both goals for Florida have come in situations where they've knocked the Oilers off the puck in the Edmonton defensive zone. McDavid, meanwhile, brilliant in on 3 of the 4 Oilers goals.
Reinhardt beaten cleanly off the draw. Face-off win, Adam Henrique. And that was belted off the boards and out by Matthias Ekholm. Panthers on the counterattack. Wrist shot off the rush. A blocker save made by Skinner as he shrugged Barkov's bid high and wide. Montour, after an Oiler clear, skates over. Mikula turned it over, chipped in front. Henrique dribbled toward the net, and Sergei Bobrovsky on a bit of a changeup nearly fanned on a shot that was fanned upon originally. Minute 15 to go. And a faceoff will be to his right. Yeah, he cued it, and it was actually tipped slightly by Montour.
That was a pass. He was passing the puck to McLeod.
Yeah.
He saw McLeod.
Adam Henrique's had a strong series as well. Face off right side of Sergei Bobrovsky. Oilers 4, Panthers 2. You've got McDavid, Fogle, and Hyman out for Edmonton, and Hyman wants a switch. He'll put Fogle in the slot, and he'll take the half wall. Ekholm and Bouchard the deep pairing. And a face-off cleanly won by Rodriguez. Swept up the right-hand side. Sam Bennett kicks it to his forehand and shoots it in deep. Skinner calling signals to Bouchard. Turns, had it tipped. Here's Zach Hyman to Connor McDavid. Lead pass, smacked out of midair brilliantly by Rodriguez. Who else? In over the line right side. Tried to center. Tipped, and Tkachuk was run through from behind by Warren Fogle. Snatched the puck back, gave it to Ekblad. One-timer, and the stick for Rodriguez exploded. Now Tkachuk with 40 seconds to go in the period. Can't keep it down low, and it's golfed out by McDavid. That's going to be fielded on one bounce by Forsling. He's fighting the puck a little bit, so he'll go to Carter Verhaeghe. Now you've got Barkov calling for the puck from Ekblad. A wrist shot deflected wide of Stuart Skinner. Rebound Fogle, and he'll fire it up the right-hand boards. This is going to be icing against Fogle. No, they'll wave it off. That's a break for Edmonton. Ekblad sees it punched ahead by Barkov. That looked like icing to me all day. Here's Nurse to Broberg up the right-hand side, taken away from Nugent-Hopkins by Reinhart, but then Nugent-Hopkins was able to successfully pinch on Verhaeghe, crossing to Montour. 3 seconds, a shot, and that was blockered out of play by Stuart Skinner with exactly 1 second remaining in this second period that has featured 5 of the game's 6 goals. Edmonton led 1-0 after 1, and Bob, the Oilers, it was kind of a poised, professional performance, and it's still been good from an Edmonton perspective, but things have gotten hectic here in the second as the Panthers twice have rallied to make a game of it. Bobrovsky will come to the bench with just 1 second. It's time for a quick face-off win if you're Florida, and a one-timer. You kind of hit and hope here. Barkov against Draisaitl was just looking for a type. Won the face-off shot by Reinhart, and that was blocked in front of Stuart Skinner by Darnell Nurse. And he's had a couple of key shot blocks in this game. And now you've got Tkachuk getting worked over by Janmark a little bit. Ekman Larsson getting pulled out of the pile. Reinhart getting face-washed by Adam Henrique. And as this Stanley Cup final gets more competitive and starts looking like we might see a Game 6, you're starting to see the Panthers get a little chippy and try to pull Edmonton into some of the post-whistle shenanigans. 4-2 Edmonton, Bob. All said, and, there were a couple of quick responses from the Panthers, but you said, hey, with 8 minutes to go in the period, get out of this period, you're up 4-2, no problem. It's closeout time for the Oilers, and they've been very good under these circumstances. They're 12-1 in the Stanley Cup playoffs when leading after 2.
Yeah, no question, and they're winning the special teams battle, and that's why they're in this position. They're 2 for 4 in the power play, and
a shorthanded goal.
And they got the shorthanded goal, and 2 of their power plays were not complete power plays in the hockey game. So, bottom line here is it's been a strong performance, 3 special teams goals. Edmonton is now outscoring the Florida Panthers 5-1 special teams goals in the series.
And 25-4 in the playoffs as a whole.
The stats overall, 14-0 in the first 14 series. The team that won the special teams battle, well, it's... got Edmonton up 4-2 here. They got some work to do. They're going to have to do a little bit better job handling this hard-pressed forecheck that the Florida Panthers are known for bringing.
It's a better 5-on-5 game for Florida, but the special teams, as you pointed out, and the goaltending, Stuart Skinner, right now, again, outplaying Sergei Bobrovsky, 21 of 23 as compared to Bobrovsky's 16 of 20. And you start looking at it, and the last, what would it be now? Basically, the last, I would say, 80 minutes, Sergei Bobrovsky has given up an avalanche of goals, 11. He's given up 11 goals in the last 80 minutes. So the Oilers breaking through from that perspective. What will Chris Knobloch have to say to his Chargers heading into the final 20?
We got to be quicker and more succinct in our puck retrieval, cleaner. Got to do a better job getting it up the ice. You know they're going to sell out. You're going to get a chance on transition. You know that. They got to push their, they don't want to go back to Edmonton for game number 6. We know that. And they've got a good forecheck going. Just got to manage the puck better. One of the challenges that Holloway had, Jack, he's a left-hand shot, but in the second period. He's overplaying right wing, and he got buried into the boards on the turnover on the 3-1 goal that gave the Florida Panthers some life. He's eaten a lot of pucks here to make plays, and Bouchard got caught maybe cheating a bit up the ice there. And then their goal after the 4-1, brilliant effort by McDavid on the power play to Corey Perry. That's a frustrating one for me. I think you got to manage that situation a little bit better. But get recalibrated here in period number, second intermission, recalibrated for period number 3, and bring out the requisite energy, win the puck battles in your own zone, have good defensive support, and counter-strike when you have the opportunity.
Well, with Florida selling out 5-on-5, you'd think there will be some opportunities off the rush on the counterattack for Edmonton. And remember, 7 of the Oilers' 8 goals on Saturday night came off the rush. You won't see that. You could go the whole regular season and not see a team score 7 goals off the rush. Edmonton did so in Game 4, and now with an opportunity to force a Game 6, and they'd be only the 4th team in the history of the Stanley Cup Final to do so down 0-3. The Oilers are 20 minutes away from dragging the Panthers all the way back to Alberta. The Stanley Cup playoffs have seen 210 teams go up 3 games to none. 206 have won the series. Only 4 have rallied from 3-0 down. First things first, Edmonton's got to take care of Game 5, but that picture all of a sudden starts to become a little clearer if you get the one in Sunrise tonight. Edmonton 4, Florida 2. That's your score through 2. It's Reed and Rob, and that's next. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs and Game 5 of the Cup Final with the Oilers up by a deuce. The Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of OilCountry a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
It's our YEG with 630 Chad.
Accident-prone thespians battle to make it through their final curtain call with hilarious consequences as the Citadel Theatre presents The Play That Goes Wrong, July 6th through August 4th. Enter to win tickets at 630ched.com. Then get revved up for the Western Cup as the Northern Thunder late models hit Rad Torque Raceway for 2 full nights of family fun July 5th and 6th. For your chance to score tickets, visit 630ched.com.
For details on these and more events, visit 630ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Top unit will remain out there for the Oilers on their Atco power play. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Here's McDavid dialing it up for one last rush on the man advantage. Using a screen, he'll cut to his left. Carry it through traffic, through the net. One-timer score! It's Corey Perry! His first of the Stanley Cup playoffs!
Off a brilliant setup by Connor McDavid. That takes you to the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner zone. McDavid going through 2 defenders, finding Perry for his first of the playoffs. That made it 4-1 for the Oilers. Rodriguez replied just 14 seconds later for the Panthers. So 4-2 Edmonton after 2. Total of 5 goals in that period. 3 by the Oilers, 2 by the Panthers. First time in this series that both teams have scored multiple goals in the same period. McDavid is flying tonight. He has a goal and 2 assists. The Oilers have a couple of power play goals. They have a shorthanded goal as well. And Rob, this game is far from over. This is an action-packed, intense game.
It certainly is. The Florida Panthers had their push, and Stuart Skinner was fantastic to close that period off. It was funny, they showed Paul Coffey on the bench once, and it looked like he was looking up at the scoreboard saying, okay, come on, just run faster, do run time during the timeouts here. The Oilers were trying to get to the intermission. The Florida Panthers had their best push of the game. Highly entertaining, a ton of fun if you're an Oiler fan. The skill level has risen in this game as some of the plays that Connor has made. But the one thing that we had not seen in this playoff series, this final series, has been the power play take charge. And we've seen that tonight. And again, specialty teams, the huge difference in this series, and a good reason why the Oilers are only 20 minutes away from forcing this series to a Game 6.
Shots in that period, 17-10 for the Panthers. They now have a 23-20 edge in the game. And, Rob, they're coming. I mean, that first goal that they got, Edmonton couldn't get it out. A couple guys got caught at the blue line, and Tkachuk puts it top corner. And then, you got to hand it to Florida. I mean, that McDavid goal had the Oilers, I'm sure, feeling great. The crowd here in Rogers Place was electric, and off the goalmouth scramble, Rodriguez pokes in his fourth of this series.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That's one, and we talk about it all the time. When a team responds before they've even made the announcement in the arena of the goal that was scored previous. So that gave the Florida Panthers some life. If this game would have went into the intermission 4-1 Edmonton, I think that you probably would have expected it to be over. Late goal by Florida created a push. That period was the first time I've seen Matthew Tkachuk show up in this series, and he was excellent in that period. But I hadn't noticed him in the first 4.5 games. So it isn't over, but you're asking a lot of your team if you need to score 5 goals to win a game. And Bobrovsky has not been good in this hockey game. The goal that Connor McDavid scored, that's not a good goal. It isn't. A nice play by McDavid hitting the spot, but I mean, Reed, you could have shot it there. It was that wide open between the legs. So, and then Bobrovsky fans on one late in the period on Henrique that he tries to push in the corner and misses the puck. Fortunately, his pad got down. Bobrovsky has not been good in this game. Stuart Skinner has been excellent in this game. And the Edmonton Oilers are 20 minutes away of keeping this dream season alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, Florida's coming, and they're an excellent team. How do the Oilers, I don't know if settle it down is the word, or just keep it under control here in the third?
Puck management. There's a few things in that period that you don't like. The goal where Holloway couldn't get it out. Bouchard had skated past him and was at the blue line. You don't need any more goals. Stay in the right place defensively. There was a play where Darnell Nurse, I think it was when it was 4-on-4. Kulak passed it to Nurse, and Nurse kind of blindly threw it between his legs and back behind the net, which created about 20 seconds in the offensive zone for the Florida Panthers. That's puck management you don't need. You've got a 2-goal lead. Make plays. But if you don't have a play, make the safe play. Put it off the glass and out. Dump it down. Flip it up in the air. You just don't force things. You don't need more goals in this hockey game. You're going to get chances. Florida's going to sell out. So there's going to be a couple opportunities, odd man rushes. But don't force things, and do not take yourself out of a good defensive positioning to try and hope that something's going to happen for you. And a couple times in that period, the Oilers did that, which allowed the Florida Panthers a little bit more extended time in the offensive zone.
New 50-50 jackpot going after the previous one got to $16.1 million. This one will be drawn at 11 p.m. on the night of the final game of the Stanley Cup Final, so hopefully not today. The jackpot sitting at $2.24 million in support of the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, supporting Albertans battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much more. Go to the Oilers website and hit the link to get your ticket. We are through 2 periods in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers lead the Panthers 4-2. This is Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup Final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit Rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's Rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College and supported distance learning. NLC knows that students need attention, support, and the synergy between instructors and peers to keep motivated and connected. They are here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Because at Northern Lakes College, they count their success one student at a time. northernlakescollege.ca.
This is Global News at the second intermission. I'm Rod Kurtz. City of Edmonton's considering putting restrictions on the sale of bear spray. Edmonton police say misuse of the spray is on the rise and went to council to ask for help. Council's considering banning the sale of bear spray to anyone under 18 and making businesses keep records of those over 18 who are buying it. The city of Calgary has had it with residents who are violating water use restrictions. A state of emergency has been in place after a feeder main burst on June the 5th. Emergency management says no one at this point can claim ignorance. Violators will now be slapped with a $2,000 fine. Alberta is now coal-free when it comes to power generation. Capital Power says its Genesee plant southwest of Edmonton has completely transitioned to natural gas. The company says by the end of 2024, Genesee will generate 512 megawatts of power capacity while reducing carbon emissions by 3.4 million tons a year. I'm Rod Kurtz, your next scheduled newscast after the game on 6:30 CHED.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit skysignaturesuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across OilCountry as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Richard will launch it ahead for Fogle to skate into. He's got it left corner offensive zone. On his backhand to Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores. And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Fogle. And the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta. McDavid with a goal and 2 assists in that period. Edmonton up 4-2 after 40 minutes as we check the scoreboard for Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The 0-2 Edmonton Elks will play in Toronto on Saturday. That, of course, is the former team of Elks quarterback McLeod Bethel Thompson, who says, hey, I'm going back. It's a business trip.
I'm looking forward to a win, man. We're frustrated. We are a frustrated group. We feel like we outplayed our first 2 opponents, and we'd have nothing to show for it. So I hope everyone's a little pissed off this week. They're ready to go because it's just about getting a W and putting a win in the column. That's all it's about.
Early in the first period of Game 3 of the American Hockey League Championship Series, Coachella Valley already leading Hershey 1-0. That series is tied 1-1. Baseball tonight, Blue Jays lose 4-3 to the Red Sox. Oilers up 4-2 on the Panthers, going to the third with Jack and Bob. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details. From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
We welcome you back inside our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. The Edmonton Oilers 4, the Florida Panthers 2. Jackpot sitting at $2.3 million right now as part of your Oilers 50-50. Edmonton a 4-2 lead and 20 minutes away from bringing this series, this Stanley Cup final, back to Edmonton for a Game 6. We'd have it for you Friday night with the game time scheduled for 6:20 Mountain. Adam Henrique taking the face-off at center between Janmark and Connor Brown off the draw. It's Florida controlling, Lundell back to Mikkola, and Bouchard hoisting back through the middle. Bouncing puck corralled by Montour. Up the right-hand side, Anton Lundell. He'll scoop it beyond the reach of Ekholm. Skinner right side for Bouchard. That's picked off by Etu Luostarinen. And a clear by Ekholm up the left-hand side is angled successfully out by Janmark. This was the line that started the game and opened the scoring as Connor Brown made sure Edmonton would become the first team in NHL history to score a shorthanded goal to open the scoring in back-to-back Stanley Cup final games. Edmonton has led all the way. It's a 4-2 game as Fogle finds Nurse through the middle. McDavid, who had a goal and 2 assists in that second period, and is up to 41 points for the postseason. That's 6 shy of Wayne Gretzky's all-time record of 47. McDavid forces another turnover with a check down low in the corner from Hyman in front. And unable to finish was Warren Fogle on a feed that came to his forehand. Cleared ahead for Sam Bennett of the Panthers, right to left, tried to hit the on-rushing Aaron Ekblad, but that was broken up and cleared back by Connor McDavid. Forsling, left side for Tkachuk. Sam Bennett, deep left corner. Tried to give it back, Holloway. Punched away by McDavid, shot back toward the net, and ultimately controlled on the deflection by Cody Ceci. Sent ahead to Holloway, who scampers into the offensive zone and then spun himself down into a heap on the half wall. Shoveled by Ekblad over to Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Barkov. Teams on both sides fighting the puck a little bit, and Barkov draws the Panthers to an offside with a bobble right in front of the Edmonton bench. We played a minute 45 here in the third period, and the Oilers lead it 4-2.
Kind of thought in that sequence there, Jack, that play was onside, but it was linesmen were right there. And what a chance. The Oilers almost, Connor McDavid, he's been outstanding this game. He almost freed one up.
Draisaitl on the face-off between Nugent Hopkins and Holloway, and he's able to win the draw. Ceci from Kulak up the right-hand side. Holloway getting it in deep. Alexander Barkov first on the puck for Florida. Dmitry Kulikov in for the right-hand side. And whether it's the ice or just a night where players on both teams at times are fighting, you want to be ahead. And that's where the Oilers are right now, leading 4-2. Here's Alexander Barkov. Drop pass for Hagee. A shot, and that's gloved easily by Stuart Skinner, who makes his 22nd save of the night. The Panthers do have one come-from-behind victory when trailing after 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they're a plus 13 in the third period. But Edmonton seemingly has stabilized in terms of its own third period woes, outscoring Florida in each of the last 2 games in the third period. Combined 4-0.
Oilers need something solid from their fourth line. Derek Ryan out here against Stenlund.
Stenlund and Lomberg come up with a draw. Lomberg tried to wrap around and was stifled by Nurse. Ryan McLeod with a clear up to Corey Perry, who scored his first goal in 19 games back in the second period off a brilliant feed from Connor McDavid. That dated back to mid-April when he scored against San Jose, and that laugher turned out to be Edmonton's last win of the regular season. Perry a strike to McLeod in from the left-hand side. He's throttled there and cleared by Montour up the right-hand side for Luos Torinen. Jitterbugging his way in, giving it up, a wrist shot off the rush and a save on Lundell made by Skinner. And now McDavid plows ahead left to right for Hyman. Down the middle of the ice again, Fogle takes a tumble. He's been all over the ice tonight. Battling in the right-hand corner, but the Panthers are able to pry it loose. Luos Torinen with Edmonton leading 4-2, tied up with Bouchard, safely cleared by McDavid. A give and go with Hyman. McDavid waiting for the trailer. It's Bouchard, beautiful sauce pass, and then Bouchard caught an edge and went tumbling to the ice. Brown wanted a call as Bouchard tried to pop back up. He might have hacked Forsling.
He did.
Panthers reset, 3.5 gone by, third period. And it's Edmonton 4, Florida 2. Here's Sam Bennett driving in against Brett Kulak. Fending him off. Dish back to Ekman Larsson. His shot sent wide. Rebound Matthew Tkachuk. Tried to nudge it in front for Bennett. Brown screaming for a call. None forthcoming. Henrique did not get it out of the zone. Ekman Larsson to Matthew Tkachuk in front. One-timer score. Ekman Larsson. And Florida's cut it to 4-3 with an eternity to play. 15:56 on the game clock. Ekman Larsson, his second of the postseason from Tkachuk.
It's all been off the cycles in this game for Edmonton. And Kulak and Ceci were out there defensively, but Tkachuk, it's Tkachuk and Bennett that are making it happen for Calgary, or for Florida here, Jack.
They used to make it happen for Calgary.
You knew that was eventually going to happen, didn't you? And now Edmonton's got to dig.
4-3. Florida's come out, taking the first 3 shots of the period, and Ekman Larsson's goes in. His fourth career Stanley Cup playoff goal for a guy who for so many years toiled in Arizona on a team that had no shot to make the postseason. Barkov down low, off the draw. Montour will swing it out to Niko Mikkola. And this is a real gut check for the Edmonton Oilers. As the puck exits the zone, Florida will be whistled for an offside. Ekman Larsson.
Vancouver Canucks next year, Jack, or in a couple of years from now, will be paying $4.9 million for Oliver Ekman Larsson not to play on their team.
On the dot, immediately outside the Edmonton blue line, Derek Ryan will take the draw.
I am surprised that you got a couple days off in between goals, and they've gone high glove side on Skinner for 2 of their 3 goals in this game. Puck handling and his glove, those are 2 things Stewart's going to have to work on in the future.
Perry and McLeod, Ryan's wingers. Nurse and Broberg defensively, and off the draw, here comes Lomberg. Had it stripped by Derek Ryan. Funneled ahead by McLeod. Derek Ryan following up on the forecheck. Panthers able to angle it up the left-hand side. This will be an icing call whistled against Florida. And the Oilers will get an ozone draw, and they'll get their top players back out there. They're going to go McDavid, Hyman, and Fogle with a face-off to Sergei Bobrovsky's right-hand side. With the score, Edmonton 4, Florida 3, and more than 15 minutes remaining in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers led 3-0 and 4-1 in this hockey game. Face-off win for McDavid. Hyman in the high slot, loading up, can't get the shot away. Shrugged free of the traffic from Kulikov, put it back in the opposite corner. Opozo came thundering in on the forecheck. Panthers desperate to avoid that 6-hour flight back to Edmonton. Here's McDavid dragging it toward the middle. Warren Fogle knocked off a stick. You've got Ekman Larson wrestling it free for Opozo, and here come the Panthers. They're able to dig their way out of that matchup as Edmonton had its top line out against line 4 for Florida. Stanley finishes the check, and now McDavid comes away with a puck. He'll bide some time and hand off to Ekholm. 14.5 on the game clock, 4-3 Edmonton. Line change Florida, and the crowd growing restless as Ekholm taking his time up the left-hand side, served it for Janmark. No icing. Bobrovsky, a steal, a dish by Connor Brown, and that was broken up, intended for Janmark. Connor Brown relentless on that puck. He'll get it back. Adam Henrique. Checked by Forsling, protecting, serving it up. Kulak across. CC a shot redirected wide, glove side on Sergei Bobrovsky. Here's Tkachuk coming flying in with a hip check. Still loose. Battled for. Kulak sees Florida chip it safely back to center. It's Forsling back to the red line. Panthers struggle to advance the puck. Henrique, Holloway a turnover and then a trip. He hauled down Matthew Tkachuk. Dylan Holloway, after mishandling, or are they going to send Tkachuk off for an embellishment here? That's exactly what they're going to do. Matthew Tkachuk will go for an embellishment. Even up call coming here. Bob, you talked about it. It's the second time we've seen it in this series.
I'm not. Are we sure that there's just
emotion that Tkachuk was going? 13:41 to go. There it is, up on the board, I'm sure.
Yep.
4-3 Edmonton over Florida.
Excellent.
This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. We're live from Sunrise, the Oilers Radio Network.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Face off to Skinner's right. The Edmonton Oilers 4, the Florida Panthers 3. Matthew Tkachuk for the second time in this Stanley Cup Final has been whistled for an embellishment, so that negates any sort of power play that may be materializing. Holloway the hook. Tkachuk the embellishment, Draisaitl the face-off win. He's out there with Nugent Hopkins, and now all of a sudden Brett Kulak breaks loose around Barkov, centers, great shot to save Bobrovsky. And that might have saved the game for Florida against Ryan Nugent Hopkins. He stopped him. Mikkola the other way for the Panthers. His shot, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Ceci trying to grab the puck. Here's Reinhart, tried to flip it in front for Barkov. Battled for, ultimately controlled. Barkov, Reinhart directly behind the Edmonton net, rolls out in front, gives it up for Mikkola. Now you've got Reinhart back on the puck for Florida. Tipped away by Kulak, and now Sasha Barkov, a reload for Florida. It's the 4-on-4 in effect for another minute 12. 12:53 remaining third period. Nugent Hopkins denied by Bobrovsky. Here's Carter Verhaeghe. Snapshot and a save made Stuart Skinner through a partial screen. Forsling sealed the wall, kept it in for Lundell, but Lundell then tried to chip it back to the point, and no one home for Florida. Carter Verhaeghe building speed through the neutral zone and turned over by Lundell. Here's Zach Hyman. Soft chip, McDavid hits the trailer. Matthias Ekholm checked by Lundell. He'll put it back behind the net. Ekblad to Lundell. Snapped it deliberately into the corner. Verhaeghe able to negate the icing as he got ahead of Evan Bouchard. But the puck was muscled free, and now Matthias Ekholm will handle it for Edmonton with 12 minutes left in regulation. Florida trying to win the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. The Oilers looking to live and play another day. That would be Friday night's Game 6, and we'd have it live for you at 6:20 Mountain Time. Here come the Panthers, right to left. Bennett steered over, right side. Rodriguez, his shot deflected up and out of play by Bouchard with 11:43 to play in the third period. And our score remaining 4-3, 2 seconds left in the coincidentals. Handed out to Holloway and Matthew Tkachuk, who assisted on the Ekman-Larsson goal that has brought Florida to within 4-3 here in the third period.
What a great chance for Nugent Hopkins, and he tried to go high blocker. And Bobrovsky got enough of it.
Oilers have been outshot 28-21, and they once led that category 14-8. Since then, it's been 20-7 for the Panthers. Off the draw, Panthers and Oilers come back to full strength. 5-on-5. Sasha Barkov to Matthew Tkachuk behind the net. Shrugs off a check from Adam Henrique. Ekman-Larsson drilled it down low, but Henrique anticipated the ploy, and now Holloway sent a man tumbling. It was Ekman-Larsson who got low-bridged a little bit. I didn't see any penalties called.
No, there's no penalty. It's just a collision.
Yeah, it's a collision, and they just whistled it dead. Perhaps wanting to make sure Ekman-Larsson is okay. Puck didn't go out of play. But that was an awkward collision. And a face-off will be held in the Edmonton zone with 11:22 remaining. Well, we expected the most competitive game of the series tonight, and we've gotten it. First, it was Edmonton taking control. Then the Panthers, perhaps mindful of that long flight and long 72 hours of waiting for them, they got desperate, and they've gotten back into the game. Off the draw, Nugent Hopkins chipping it down the middle. Panthers able to send it back through center ice. Luos Dorinen. He'll shoot it towards Skinner. Carefully guides one over to Kulak. To Leon Draisaitl. Up the left-hand side, Nugent Hopkins bottled up by Kulikov. And the Panthers pour back in on the forecheck. Kulak to Ceci. Got it back to him a second time. Lundell comes in for the finishing hit. Luos Dorinen trying to hunt him down, but eventually cleared by Kulak back through the middle. Panthers will toss it right back in. Tkachuk.
Flynn's got to get off
After it
the ice,
against
Jack.
Skinner. Left-hand side, pitchfork by Kulak out of the zone. Settled by Ekblad, right circle, shot, and he put it over the crossbar. Rebound, Forsling. Left side, Evan Rodriguez. His shot blocked. Forsling, wild swing at it, knocked away. Rodriguez up the right-hand side. Derek Ryan able to settle. Dish it back. The Oilers might have gotten away with too many men. Nugent Hopkins will send it in deep. I think Edmonton got away with too many men there. Forsling weaving his way back into his own zone. Snapped ahead for Reinhart. Redirected right-hand side, and we'll get a hand pass call. 9:57 to play in the third period. The Oilers lead by the slimmest of margins, trying to extend this Stanley Cup final to a Game 6 Friday night in Alberta's capital. It's Edmonton 4, Florida 3, live from Sunrise. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup final. The Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains, so you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Think you can't go back to school because you have a family or a full-time job? Yes, you can! Northern Lakes College provides a supported distance learning environment, offering a guided learning setting that supports you to succeed and provides the flexibility to suit your lifestyle. Explore programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve. NorthernLakesCollege.ca.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face off of the dot immediately outside the Edmonton blue line. Connor McDavid between Fogle and Hyman. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. Midway through the third period, the Oilers have a modest 2 shots on goal in the third, but they led by 2 entering the final frame. Florida's gotten 1 back. Off the draw, ripped in by Forsling. Verhaeghe pours in with Barkov and Reinhart, but the Oilers were able to exit the zone easily. Hyman cut off left wing. The puck bounces through the middle. Miscommunication between McDavid and Bouchard. Drifting back is Ekholm. Barkov floats one ahead for Carter Verhaeghe. He tries to steamroll his way through Evan Bouchard. Oilers have frustrated Verhaeghe the last few games. And now a loose puck grab by Barkov. He'll sling it down low. Verhaeghe. Second time, gets it to Sam Reinhart. Centering pass off Fogel's skate and lifted back the other way by Ekholm. Out to handle it is Sergei Bobrovsky. Right-hand side, Alexander Barkov. 9:10 to play in the third period. The Oilers have been outshot 27-23, but have led the entire night, starting 5.5 minutes in when Connor Brown scored shorthanded. Second game in a row, the Oilers have opened the scoring shorthanded. Matthew Tkachuk in on the forecheck with Rodriguez. Sam Bennett jousting for position in front. Instead, it's out to Ekman-Larsson. His shot redirected. Tkachuk a backhander, and that was tipped wide by Sam Bennett. Florida coming with an eyelash of tying this game. Ekman-Larsson thunders in on the forecheck against Matthias Janmark. Broberg sends it up the left-hand boards. Montour is back to deflect it away from Connor Brown, who stays with it and puts it behind the Florida net. Rodriguez reels it in, weaving his way through the neutral zone. He's got a goal and an assist tonight, but now a turnover, and the Oilers counter-strike. Draisaitl with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. The 2-on-2 goes nowhere. And the Panthers came up with the puck, then lost it. Nugent-Hopkins continues to disrupt, along with Corey Perry, who scored his first goal of the playoffs tonight. And right now, it could be the potential game winner. Shot in by Ceci after a brief Florida clear. Nico Mikkola up the right-hand side. Kulikov back to center. Crowd urging the Panthers on. Corey Perry one-hands it right back into the offensive zone. Took it away from Mikkola. He'll protect down low against the Florida end boards. Kyle Opozo trying to do something, but he couldn't work his way through. And now another penalty will be called against Florida's. Fogle was tripped up. Time 12:28, and the Oilers on the power play for the 5th time tonight. Florida's had 3. 2 of them abbreviated, and Fogle kept his feet moving, drove his way to the front of the net, and was hauled down. And now the Oilers in need of some much-needed insurance. Power play goal would be their 3rd of the night to go along with a shorthanded goal and put the Panthers in dire straits. Draisaitl will take the face-off on the Atco power play. McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. Nugent-Hopkins on the left half boards. Bouchard at the point. Off the draw, cleared up the left-hand side. Luostarinen, center ice with Bouchard back defensively. Flicks it off his stick initially. Luostarinen stayed with it, and now Draisaitl came away with a puck for Edmonton. Check by Stanley. Here's McDavid. Popped off his stick, and Stanley will immediately fire it down the right-hand boards, and Florida will change. Panthers PK has been solid entering tonight. They'd given up just 3 goals in their last 17 games, but they've given up 2 power play goals and a shorty. Panthers take it from McDavid, clear it past Draisaitl up the left-hand boards, and Bouchard must regroup.
Leon looks exhausted, Jack.
6:40 to play in the third period. Minute 5 left in the trip to Kulikov. Here's McDavid. Little give and go with Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard snapped it across. Draisaitl right circle. He'll serve it back to Bouchard. Over to Nugent-Hopkins. Hyman point-blank range. Bouchard loading up. Nugent-Hopkins between circles. Hyman back to Nugent-Hopkins. Fires! And that was off the glove of Sergei Bobrovsky. And the Panthers will come away with it. It's Barkov trudging his way through the neutral zone. Winding it along the boards. That's going to be gathered by Ekblad. 30 seconds left on the Edmonton power play. Top unit stays out there. McDavid gives way to Nugent-Hopkins, and now line change coming for Edmonton's top unit on the power play. Nurse will come on with McLeod and Corey Perry to mop up with Warren Fogle, the man who drew the penalty. Bouchard moves it. McLeod shoots it in as Bouchard is replaced by Broberg. The Panthers, deep in their own end, they'll look to break it out. And indeed, the Oiler power play is over. Kulikov is out of the box, and the Panthers now skating 5-on-5 once again. Nico Mikkola with 5:20 left in regulation. What that penalty did, though, is take 2 minutes off the clock, 5-on-5, for Florida in an attempt to try to tie this game. Bennett tried to center, and that was stopped by McLeod, and then miscommunicated with Heckman Larson, rifled back in by Montour. But Florida had to tag back up. Broberg to Nurse, quickly swept up the left-hand side. Adam Henrique back on the puck. Matthew Tkachuk, 2 assists tonight. Henrique ducked his way out of a check. Then a big hit on the far side on Matthias Janmark, but he was able to protect the puck, kick it back to Kulak, cross ice to Ceci, who shoots it in. Florida in its own end. Reinhart with Hyman draped all over, able to protect. Kulikov back on the puck for the Panthers with 4.5 to go. Reinhart will shoot it in. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Oilers trying to whittle the series deficit down to 3 games to 2. Here's Verhaeghe shoveling down low. Panthers pull it free for a moment. Reinhart had it taken away by Kulak, and now chipped up the right-hand side by Hyman. Not enough steam to skate into it against Ekblad. Reinhart ahead for Verhaeghe, bounced away from him, followed up by Barkov. The captain hands a wrist shot save made on Ekblad by Skinner. Rebound Verhaeghe, and he popped it wide. Now Sam Reinhart, he'll fire sharp angle on a save made Stuart Skinner. Florida trying to pepper that Edmonton net. McDavid trying to carve it loose. Verhaeghe, tough pass into the skates of Reinhart, and the Oilers are out. Zach Hyman driving down the right-hand side. Puck on a stick, pursued by Ekblad. McDavid hovering close by, worked back behind the net. Ryan McLeod takes over for Edmonton. Bouchard, right point, just launches it down low. 3.5 minutes away from Game 6 of a Stanley Cup final back in Edmonton. Can you imagine the noise in that building on a Friday night? 6:20 face-off. We'd have it for you on the Oilers Radio Network. Florida dumps it in. Broberg unable to clear. Ekholm up the left-hand side, and Draisaitl with a beautiful play off the half board, spinning it back inside the Florida line. McLeod token pressure up ice. Vladimir Tarasenko less than 3 minutes away from a Game 6. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Montour to Tkachuk. He'll bounce it in. Draisaitl first on the puck for the Oilers. We'll start keeping an eye on the goaltender. A shot Ekman-Larsson from the left half boards. Easy save. Skinner. Rebound Tkachuk. Little spin move on Nurse. Shoveled it over to Bennett. He waits. He dishes. Ekman-Larsson. Shot. Save made by Skinner. Rebound Sasha Barkov. The captain. Bobrovsky to the bench. Barkov 6-on-5. Shoots and a save. Stuart Skinner. And he'll freeze it with 2:31 to go in the third period. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. And now we've got a timeout on the ice. This is not a Florida charge timeout. So Paul Maurice is going to get 2 timeouts essentially in the final 2.5 minutes, which means plenty of rest for his top players as the Panthers try to come all the way back from a deficit of 4-1 and force overtime in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final with Edmonton leading 4-3. Down the stretch in Sunrise, 2.5 to play when we come back. The Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
2.5 minutes to play in the third period. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. 2.5 minutes separating the Oilers from a Game 6. Net is empty, 6-on-5. Florida clean face-off win. Sasha Barkov, Henrique, Ekholm, Bouchard, McDavid, and Hyman out there to kill off the remaining 2.5 minutes. Florida trailing 4-3. Snap shot from up top. Blocked by McDavid. Here's Barkov down low for Matthew Tkachuk. Barkov right corner. High slot Ekman-Larsson. Now it's Barkov right circle, loading up, dishing side of the net, Matthew Tkachuk, and Stuart Skinner hang on and send Edmonton into a Game 6 on Friday night. It's Tkachuk to Barkov against McDavid. He'll roll front of the net, off the pads of Skinner, and pitchforked out by Zach Hyman. Down the middle of the ice, big bounce, but not far enough for icing. Ekman-Larsson wanted the call, didn't get it done. Minute 45 to play in regulation. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Here it is, Sam Reinhart, a shot, and a save made by Skinner from top of the circles. Skinner had a clean look and another offensive zone draw for Florida, who, remember, has a timeout remaining.
Well, so does Chris Knobloch, and I wonder whether or not you consider taking one here if you're Edmonton. Nope.
Why would you?
You want to get McDavid on the ice? I mean, Janmark's been terrific. There's your answer.
Is it Edmonton's timeout or Florida's?
I think it's Florida's.
Yeah, it's Florida's timeout. So Florida will take the timeout here with 1:38 to go in the third period. 4-3 Oilers. Edmonton has led virtually the entire game. Connor Brown opened the scoring with a shorthanded goal. And when Hyman had one rattle off him on a absolute bomb from Bouchard. It was 2-0 power play goal early in the second. McDavid followed that 3 minutes later, going short side on Bobrovsky. Edmonton in total command at 3-0. But a turnover by the Oilers in their own zone led to Matthew Tkachuk's first goal of the final, 3-1. Then Corey Perry, off a brilliant individual effort from Connor McDavid, tapped home his first of the playoffs, and the Oilers seemingly back in control at 4-1. 14 seconds later, Rodriguez himself scored on a rebound, and when Ekman Larsson, 4 minutes into the third period, scored, it's now the current 4-3. Draisaitl on the faceoff. Nugent-Hopkins and Janmark stationed in the slot. Draisaitl against Reinhart, who won the faceoff for Florida. 6-on-5, shot from the point. A save made by Skinner. The rebound, Nugent-Hopkins able to get it clear.
Edmonton lucky
Tkachuk
that
took the initial shot and now fires it back in. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Barkov. A clear, Draisaitl and lifted out safely by Nugent-Hopkins. Race for the puck. Janmark won it. Bumped it off the goal post. And the Oilers come within an eyelash of putting Game 5 away. Here's Reinhart shooting it in the other way with 1 minute to play in Game 5 of the final. Ekman Larsson watches as Ekholm blasts it through Reinhart, and that puck apparently popped out of play. The faceoff will be held in the Oilers zone with exactly 60 seconds remaining in the third period, and Edmonton 1 minute away from getting its second win of this Stanley Cup final and becoming only the second team in the last 8 decades to force a Game 6 of a Stanley Cup final when trailing 3 games to none. Barkov against Adam Henrique to Stuart Skinner's right-hand side. Ekholm, Bouchard, Hyman, and McDavid out. That's the 6-on-5. Florida has Barkov out there with Bennett,
now
Tkachuk, Ekman Larsson, Verhaeghe, and Reinhart. And now McDavid will take the draw instead of Henrique, who's chased out. McDavid against Barkov. Face-off won by Barkov. Reinhart shovels it down low. Sam Bennett, 50 seconds to go. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Bouchard cuts it off. Henrique slashes at it once, twice. Still not out of the zone, and now flipped into the Oiler bench area where Calvin Pickard, who has not seen action since Game 5 of the Vancouver series, makes a nice catch and hands to head equipment manager Jeff Lang with 44 seconds to go in the third period, and Edmonton clinging to a 4-3 lead.
Now Leon comes out to take the draw instead of Henry.
McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. Bouchard and Ekholm. Face-off cleanly won by Draisaitl against Reinhart, and it's cleared through the middle. 2 bounces for Reinhart. Played ahead for Sam Bennett, and he'll shoot it in. Skinner to knock it down with 30 seconds to go. Turned it over. Snapped toward the net. That was deflected. Up on the plexi. Panthers lose the battle, and Hyman was able to lift it behind Matthew Tkachuk. It's heading for the empty net, and Tkachuk brushed it off the goal line. Rebound, McDavid fires and scores, and there will be a Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final. McDavid said it, and now he's delivered. Edmonton dragging Florida all the way back to Alberta.
Well, what a play. First by Janmark. He hits the post, and then Hyman finds a way to get it to the net. And brilliant defensive play by the Matthew Tkachuk. Sells out, pulls it out of the net, but Connor McDavid, with the presence of mind, he picks up the loose change and deposits the puck home. That's a 2-goal, 4-point performance from Connor McDavid. And with the Oilers' season on the line and back-to-back nights, the world's best player has 8 points for the Edmonton Oilers.
And he's got 42 in the playoffs, 5 shy of the league record. That was some play by Matthew Tkachuk going belly down to wave it off the goal line. I think the official time on that empty netter by McDavid will be 1941. And it's been since 1942. The one and only time a team rallied from 3-0 down in the Stanley Cup final. Now, there's a rat on the ice, a second rat. They're going to scoop him up. The Oilers win the center ice draw. Janmark able to protect, send one slithering back down low in the Florida zone, and get ready for a 6-hour flight. The Florida Panthers are heading back west, and they'll have a third crack at winning the franchise's Stanley Cup the first time ever, but Edmonton has denied Florida again. The Panthers won't clinch on home ice, and now the mood and the entire atmosphere of this Stanley Cup final has decidedly swung in Edmonton's favor. The Oilers mob Stuart Skinner, and they gleefully head to their dressing room knowing their season has been extended by another 72 hours, a time frame which figures to weigh far more heavily on Florida than Edmonton. The final score tonight, 5-3. McDavid 2 goals and 2 assists, including an empty netter to seal the deal.
What a performance. I mean, and you nailed it, Jack. He has dragged the Panthers back to Alberta. Unbelievable performance tonight. You need your best players to be your best players, and we saw it. No question about it.
And for the second straight game, Bob, we talked about this heading into Game 4. At some point in this series, Stuart Skinner was going to have to outplay Sergei Bobrovsky, and he's now done it 2 games in a row. Skinner finishes with 30 saves on 33 shots, and it's a very glum-looking 19,000 plus that are heading out of Florida's Amerant Bank Arena, knowing their club has missed a huge opportunity to win the Stanley Cup for the first time ever on home ice. Instead, the Oilers will get a Game 6 on home ice, and that crowd will be at an unreal level for a Friday night 6:20 puck drop. Final score 5-3. The Panthers outshoot the Oilers 27-14 over the final 40 minutes, but Edmonton turns a 1-0 lead after 20 into a 5-3 victory, and this Stanley Cup final continues to grow more interesting by the hour.
No question about it. Wow. What a performance. And the Edmonton Oilers, Jack, I tell you, this team this season, you can never write them off. That's all there is to it. And
well, they're 4-0 in elimination games now.
Well, they were written off by many in November. Not once, but twice in November, right? I mean, when Chris Knobloch came in, people were like, what? You hired a coach from another NHL organization to coach your...
Think about when we were here in the regular season. I mean, I think they lost to go 5-11-1.
5-11-1 at that point.
Then they lost to Carolina, and at U.S. Thanksgiving, they're more than 10 points out of a playoff spot and less left for dead. And now the Oilers are 2 wins away from the club's first Stanley Cup since 1990. And that's where we sit. I mean, now you start saying, well, you're 2 wins away from winning the Stanley Cup. It'll start with a Game 6 performance on home ice Friday night and a crowd that, I mean, I can't even imagine the volume inside Rogers Place. It's going to be spectacular. And Edmonton, speaking of spectacular, gets a tremendous effort from Connor McDavid. But, Bob, for the second straight game, the Oilers' depth carries the day.
No question.
Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown with a shorthanded, unassisted goal to open the scoring. It's the first time in the history of the league that Stanley Cup final games have begun with shorthanded goals back-to-back. One night it's Janmark, tonight it's Connor Brown, and I know Connor McDavid will be the first guy to point that out.
100%.
And then McDavid takes over. The sublime setup for Corey Perry.
Yeah.
One of the most brilliant individual maneuvers we've seen from him in this version of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think back, you think of the great assists that he's had, like the one he made in Chicago at one time where he reverse pivoted on his back.
How about to McLeod in Ottawa?
Yeah.
And I don't know, he ran some guy off the puck.
That was a shorthanded goal. Yeah,
shorthanded goal. Ran Thomas Chabot off the puck.
Yeah.
And fed Ryan McLeod.
Wow. I mean, Jack, we are so damn lucky to watch what we watch on a nightly basis. There's no way to sugarcoat it.
Hey, how lucky are we? This is going to be game number 106 coming up.
We're not including preseason
for the Edmonton Oilers, and we're not including preseason
for me, man.
So what do you make? I mean, Florida, I think probably on balance, you know, I think Florida's game tonight, Bob, will be reminiscent of Edmonton's game in Game 3 in the sense that the Panthers played well enough to win, but they made the kind of mistakes that cost Edmonton dearly in Game 3.
Yeah.
And it was the Panthers who kind of undid some of the great things they did 5-on-5 with, you know, some mistakes early in the game.
Goaltending and special teams, if you have those two in hockey, you win. And tonight the Oilers had the better goalie.
3-0.
and they won the special teams battle 3-0.
Yeah.
And the Oilers' penalty kill has outscored the Panthers' power play 2-1 in this series. And it starts there. It starts there in both games because it gave Edmonton the upper hand. And so now we go back to what is going to be a raucous Rogers Place. You know what? For people that own businesses in Alberta, our team is called the Edmonton Oilers. Oil and gas industry is a business that obviously supports it. But Jack, I might go as bold to be saying I could foresee a lot of companies maybe giving their staffs the day off on Friday. Let's have some fun. Let's get after it. We know it's going to be off.
Are you lobbying?
Well, I'm not taking the day off, but we don't have a real job. So it's easy for us to say.
That's true.
Jack,
some would say every day is a day off for us.
Yes, it's going to, you know what? It's going to be awesome. What a performance tonight. And let's go. Let's go play Game 6.
And we play that on Friday night. It'll be a 6:20 Mountain Time start. And you know what? At this point, is the Stanley Cup final, I mean, would you call it dead even? Theoretically, the Panthers still have the higher percentage to win, but the momentum swings in this series have been severe. And I'm telling you what, the 6-hour flight is going to feel a lot different for the Edmonton Oilers than it is for the Florida Panthers. I think there's a mental component in this series that starts to switch dramatically in Edmonton's favor.
Well, and, it's got to be stated. I mean, we have the utmost respect for Florida. They're one of the best road teams there is in the NHL, but the Oilers just vanquished a road team that had Edmonton on the ropes, up 2-1 in the series and 2-0 in Game 4, and Edmonton came back. And there's adjustments that have been made. And, what's Stuart Skinner's record, games 4 through 7 now after tonight? 9-0 for the Edmonton Oilers in the playoffs. So he's gotten better. The team's gotten better. And the Oilers have a chance here. Man, they have a chance to do something special. One game at a time. Go win on Friday night, Jack.
Connor McDavid, 2 goals tonight, 8 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. An empty netter seals it after a brilliant play by Matthew Tkachuk to temporarily keep the Panthers' flickering hopes alive, but it's not enough. McDavid, 2 goals, 4 points. Corey Perry, a power play goal. Zach Hyman had a bullet from Bouchard bounce off him and into the back of the net, and Connor Brown made sure that Edmonton would become the first team in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs to go ahead and score back-to-back shorthanded goals in a Stanley Cup final. Stuart Skinner, the win. He's 13-8 now in the Stanley Cup playoffs. He turns aside 30 of 33. And Sergei Bobrovsky suffers back-to-back losses for only the second time in this year's postseason run. He also lost games 2 and 3 against the New York Rangers. He's now 15-7. He faced 23 shots and was able to stop just 19. So with the victory again, Edmonton, Florida, it's now 3-2 in favor of the Panthers. Best of 7 Stanley Cup final continues Friday night. We could hardly wait. A 6:20 Mountain Time start in Edmonton. Oilers, Panthers, once again, Edmonton will be playing with its season on the line. The Florida Panthers will look to avoid being carried into a Game 7 after leading this Stanley Cup final by 3-0. Once again, your final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 3. For Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Sunrise. The Oilers survive and advance. There'll be a Game 6, and it'll be Friday night right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers postgame show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Here's McDavid dialing it up for one last rush on the man advantage. Using a screen, he'll cut to his left. Carry it through traffic to the net. One-timer score! It's Corey Perry! His first of the Stanley Cup playoffs!
There you go. Connor McDavid with a brilliant rush up the ice. One of his best setups as an Oiler, certainly in the playoffs. And he's had a lot of them. That's the Century Casino Highlight Zone, all in, all game Century Casino. 3 great locations in Edmonton. St. Albert next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the Winter Zone. The Edmonton Oilers have forced a Game 6. Down 3-0. They pound the Florida Panthers 8-1 in Game 4. And tonight, they built up 3-0 and 4-1 leads. Hold on for a 5-3 victory. We're headed back home to Edmonton. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums
for the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian, Ultra, XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
You're tuned in to the Rogers postgame show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Draisaitl still tied for second in the league with 10 goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but he has not scored. That was a turnover, a quick chance, and Skinner has to make the save. So both Skinner and Bobrovsky having to make early first period saves.
All right, that's the save of the game brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta oil field and construction contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit accessinsuranceGroup.com. Jack Michaels had the call of tonight's game. I'm Bob Stauffer, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, Cam Moon, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. Studio producers this season, Kellen Kennedy and Angie Quinnell. And our engineer here in Florida is Oscar Gonzalez. We bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, he's the best in the world. And he was the best player by a mile tonight.
He was. And the greats always come up at their greatest in the biggest moments. And tonight was a big moment. The Florida Panthers had done a pretty good job against Connor in games 1 and 2, limiting his chances. But as the series has gone on, I think they're being surprised at how fast he is, how the tenacity that he plays with. And the goal that he scored, it turned out being the game-winning goal by Corey Perry. That goal is just, the Florida Panthers had everyone back. They had everyone in the right position. And because he dipsy-doodled through all of those players, that everyone's eyes were magnified. They're just staring at him. And they're watching the puck. And then Corey Perry comes in and puts it in the back of the net. But yes, Connor McDavid, he had a great regular season, but I think he saved his best for last, because the playoffs he's gotten better and better, and he's been at his best in the most important times for the Edmonton Oilers.
Rob, I'm going to go old school on you here. In the 2016 World Cup of Hockey, the Team North America was playing Sweden, and they had a perfectly defensively positioned sequence to fend off Connor McDavid, and he beat all 5 guys, and then Austin Matthews scored on the rebound off the rush. And one of the Swedish players said to me that McDavid, he goes at McDavid, you can figure out what the other word is. He goes, we perfectly had it defended, and he beat all 5 guys on the ice. And on the Corey Perry goal, they had it perfectly. They had backside support. They had inside shade from the one defenseman angling him to the other defenseman. And he still beat them and got it across. And then Perry drove the net. That's what he can do. And we get to watch this on a nightly basis. First player in NHL playoff history in the Stanley Cup final to have back-to-back 4-point performances. It's ridiculous.
Well, it is. And we've seen it time and time again. The goal against the Dallas Stars, Miro Heiskanen played him perfect. And all of a sudden, Connor, dipsy doodle, pulls it real tight into his body and backhands it. There's so many times that in the last number of years where Connor's been here, where the players have gone back to the bench and the coaches leaned down and said, yeah, don't worry about it. You did everything right. That was just a great player doing what he does best. So, tonight, Connor just took it to another level. And if you give him a little time, if you give him a little space, and if he's allowed to pick up speed, there's just fear. There's fear for the opposition, because they know that when he's coming with that kind of speed, there's nothing they can do. So Connor was great tonight. The Oilers got it done. I had the Oilers in 7. I said the Panthers did their job by winning those first 3. Well, the Oilers are halfway there. And again, the belief. The Oilers going into tonight's game were 3 victories away from winning a Stanley Cup. They're now 2 victories away from standing at
All right, how much fun is it going to be in Edmonton on Friday night, Rob?
It's going to be nuts. It was like a circus and a carnival and a Mardi Gras and a Christmas party, like all mished up together. The last time that these 2 teams played in Edmonton, it was absolutely bedlam downtown, and now it's going to be ramped up even more. That was for a game that everyone was like, you know what? Hopefully we win tonight. The series is probably not going to be going much further, but let's have fun this one last time. Now it's going to be a city that believes that they're going to win the Stanley Cup. So it is awesome. It's going to be an awesome. Well, it's going to be a party from now until Friday
and you know
night,
what?
The end of the game.
Florida did some good things in the second and third period. They got out in their forecheck. They created some turnovers. The Oilers puked up some pucks, gave up 2 goals that they'd love to have back. But the bottom line is, Rob, they found a way to win. Looking forward to seeing you on Friday, buddy.
Sounds good, Bob.
All right. The Smart Play of the Night is brought to you by Catelli Smart Pasta with all natural ingredients. It's the smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. It's McDavid. It's the one-on-one. It's the Corey Perry goal. I mean, he beats 3 guys. He's the best player in the world. We're damn lucky to watch him. This is the Rogers postgame show. The Edmonton Oilers have extended the series. It's a Game 6 after falling behind 3-0. Edmonton has beaten the Panthers 8-1 and 5-3. In the last 7 periods in this series, the Edmonton Oilers have outscored the Florida Panthers 15-4. This is the Rogers postgame show, the Oilers Radio Network.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through EdmontonsBestHotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. EdmontonsBestHotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived. Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through EdmontonsBestHotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. EdmontonsBestHotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Let's go to our out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73. They are in the second period of the Calder Cup final, and Coachella Valley, the Western Conference champion based in Palm Desert, they lead Hershey by a score of 3-2. That is the only other hockey game that is out there tonight. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers, a 5-3 victory. Connor McDavid, the first player in NHL history, 4 points in back-to-back games. They beat the Panthers here in Sunrise 5-3. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options, or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost, because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Molson Cup 3 Stars, presented by Molson Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Third star tonight, 3 assists, Evan Bouchard. Second star tonight from the Florida Panthers, Evan Rodriguez. He had a goal and an assist in the first star. Come on. 2 goals, 4 points. First player in NHL history to have back-to-back 4-point performances in Stanley Cup Finals games. The Edmonton Oilers were down 3-0. Heartbroken. Probably could have won 2 of the 3 games to start the series. Well, they've made it a series now. We're going back to Edmonton with a chance to tie it. It is going to be absolutely raucous at Rogers Place. Connor McDavid. He's special. For my play-by-play partners this season, Jack Michaels, the call of tonight's game, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, studio producers, Kellen Kennedy and Angie Cornell, ace engineer here in Florida, Oscar Gonzalez, Bob Stauffer saying so long, everybody from Sunrise. We got a game 6 on Friday night. Let's let her rip.
Rogers post-game show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 6:30 CHED.
Panthers lose the battle, and Hyman was able to lift it behind Matthew Tkachuk. It's heading for the empty net, and Tkachuk brushes off the goal line. Rebound, McDavid fires and scores, and there will be a Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. McDavid said it, and now he's delivered. Edmonton dragging Florida all the way back to Alberta.
A brilliant call by Jack Michaels, a brilliant performance by Edmonton Oilers captain Connor McDavid. 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points, and the Edmonton Oilers win Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final on the road, 5-3 against the Florida Panthers as they keep Stanley in the box for the second straight game and now have a chance to even up the series Friday night right here at Rogers Place. It's empty now. It's quiet now. It will be neither of those things in about 68 hours when the game is ramping up, and it's going to be just an incredible atmosphere and an incredible performance by the Oilers tonight. Along with Rob Brown, I'm Reed Wilkins for Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Yeah, I was in Fort Hall for the face-off show. I come up to level 8 for the watch party. Great atmosphere. Rob, I know you're checking in remotely, but I'm sure where you are in St. Albert, people are honking horns and are very excited. But, I mean, we'll start with McDavid tonight. 3 points in the second period, and then he puts it away with the empty netter.
Well, if you want to win a championship, you usually win it on the back of your best players. You think back through the years with the Oilers championships on the back of Gretzky and Messier, the Penguins on the back of Mario of those years.
Rob, I'm going to jump in here right now because I believe we have Ryan Nugent-Hopkins here on the phone checking in from Amerant Bank Arena. Hey, Ryan, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Thanks a lot for doing this. Well, as I'm sure you know, OilCountry was tense but extremely happy. Tell us about the ride that was Game 5 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously started with a massive goal by Brownie there on the PK to kind of get us kick-started. We knew they'd have a push, but I thought we responded really well and went from there. And, I mean, Stewie still had to make some big saves when we're up 1 late in the game, but I mean, at the end of the day, got the job done.
Nuge, with the way the series started, it didn't go your way on the scoreboard, but you were playing well. Was that what gave you guys belief, knowing that eventually the hockey gods will even things out, because in games 1 and 3, you easily could have won the game and should have won game 1. So did that give confidence, or just confidence that you've had throughout the season, knowing that you've been able to overcome adversity?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both for sure. We've been through a lot this season and been able to find ourselves in the Stanley Cup final. So, I mean, the belief's there from that. But like you said, I mean, I think the way we played in games 1, 3, obviously 4, we should have some confidence. We've been playing some good hockey, and eventually you play like that long enough, you're going to break through, and we stuck with it for game 4 and then kind of rolled into tonight.
Ryan, just one more from each of us here. I just got to ask you about Connor McDavid's performance tonight. I mean, he winds up with 4 points, and he looked, I think he played close to 25 minutes, and he looked pretty dangerous for all 25.
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, the plays that he makes in those situations are, I mean, just the highest end that you could possibly witness, and in those big moments is special to be a part of. But he's our leader. He showed the way tonight, and we all picked up and followed him along.
Going back home now, I know that you guys have been, let's play one game, get to Florida, get back to Edmonton. Is there now a little bit more excitement knowing that you've put 2 back-to-back together, and all of a sudden you can start to see a little bit more light?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think getting back to Edmonton and playing in front of our fans for Game 6 was always going to be something that we were thinking about and wanting to get to, and now we get the chance to do that. So we're going to focus on Friday and have a lot of fun out there.
Okay, Ryan, thanks for joining us live on the phone here. Enjoy the win, of course, and it's going to be incredible here for Game 6 on Friday. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys.
That is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins joining us live on the phone and at the mic for Avalon Foundation Repairs, Western Canada's leading foundation repair company for over 50 years and home of the lifetime warranty. Thanks to the Oilers media relations staff, and I think Bob helped us wrangle that as well. That's pretty awesome to get a player on the phone after a Cup final game, Rob. As I cut you off because I got the note that we had Nugent-Hopkins on, so we had to get to it. But I think we were talking about just the incredible game McDavid had, and we asked Nugent-Hopkins about it as well. And I think we got to talk about the performance in net as well by Stuart Skinner.
Well, before the game, we talked about different keys for the Oilers to come back and continue to have success against Florida. And Connor is a given, and it's scary because his bar is so high, yet you know he's going to hit it just about every night. But there's always other question marks. There's always, okay, can he live up to this? Can this guy do that? Can the penalty killing keep going? Will the power play break through? Well, Stuart Skinner, all year long, since last year's playoffs, there's always been questions. You and I do the post games. We take the phone calls. This team can never win with Stuart Skinner. They need to go out and get an experienced goaltender. When he had the struggles against Vancouver, there you go. We showed you can't do it. But every big moment that he's had, he's rebounded and played well. And in the last couple of games, again, they won 8-1 on home ice. The first period, the Oilers weren't great. And they gave up a number of odd man rushes against. In the 2-on-1, he makes a big save. Tonight, Bobrovsky makes a big save, in, I think, 20 seconds into the game. And then just a little bit later. Yeah. And then a little bit later, Skinner had one. Skinner was excellent. And in game 1, the Edmonton Oilers were the better team by far and should have won that game. But a goaltender had a fantastic night. Tonight, the shots were 33-19. The Florida Panthers played good. They played, to me, that was one of their best games of the series, probably their second best game. But they ran into Stuart Skinner. He was excellent in this hockey game. There was a save that they showed on the highlights late in the game where it was a seeing eye, went past everyone. You couldn't see Skinner's head, yet he somehow guessed where the puck was going to go and put his blocker out. So Stuart Skinner, fantastic. I think that a lot of doubters have been squashed. I think he has shown that he's got the capabilities to come up in big moments with big games. And I don't know where this series is going to go, but I think Stuart Skinner has shown that he's capable of taking this team to the Stanley Cup. This is a guy that's not supposed to be the starter. He's supposed to be the backup. Jack Campbell was supposed to be the starter here, and he was thrust into this position. And he has been very, very good.
We will name Stuart Skinner our fourth star tonight for Jandel Homes. He stops 30 out of 33. Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Bouchard with 3 assists. The third star, Rodriguez, who's had a pretty good series for the Panthers, is the second star. He had a couple of points. And as we talked about, McDavid, brilliant 4 points. He is the first star this evening. Let's go back to Amarant Bank Arena. Here is Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch.
Not many people believed you guys would still be playing.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys counted us out. I think, like you said, through this, we've been counted out a lot through the playoffs, regular season, whatever. But it doesn't phase the group in there. They've got a lot of belief and a lot of just enjoying every extra day, because we were counted out a long time ago, and we're still here playing hockey in June and have the opportunity. We are going back to Edmonton for Game 6, and there's a lot to smile about.
Left side, third row, Ryan.
Chris, they really started to counterpunch hard in that second period, but every time it seemed like McDavid was able to figure something out and create something. Can you just discuss, your team's pushed back, but led by him, and overall his night again?
Yeah, the biggest thing on, when a team has their push and they're aggressive, you get often, you always want to make the safe play. You don't want to give up the puck. But you can do that so much. You need to be able to transport the puck. You need to get into the offensive zone. And I don't think there's anybody better at that than Connor is. He alleviated a lot of the pressure, which kind of gave us a little breathing room out there.
Left side, second row, Derek.
Hey, Chris, you guys wanted to get, drag it back to Alberta. What are you expecting in Game 6 at home, and what's it going to take to ring the bell and bring it back here again?
First of all, we're very excited to be back in Edmonton. Obviously, the streak or the series is continuing. Another thing is just the atmosphere, being back home in front of our crowds. Like, it was a party. Like, it felt great to be out there and playing in front of our home crowd, and we wanted to do that again, something we were thinking about before the game. And I think just putting in another hard performance like we have been, and probably 4 of the 5 games, I think we've done that. And then Stu's been great, absolutely gave us another solid game. And then the difference tonight, special teams. I think we're +3 tonight on the special teams goals. That's definitely helps our game.
Right side, front row, Mark.
Chris, your team has a strong belief, but a lot of teams have strong belief. When you've come off the mat as often as you guys have, when you can actually look back at tangible games like, the last game and this game in Vancouver and all the times, does it make it stronger when you have a real tangible examples of having done it?
Well, first of all, I've been a part of a lot of teams that have always said they had strong belief, and most of the time they don't. But with this group, they say they have strong belief. I truly believe that they do have that strong belief. The more situations you go through where you face adversity, it just sets you up for being able to handle it in the future. And, we've been through this, whether it was in previous seasons, elimination games, whatever happened in the past. But this year, definitely, we saw it in the LA series, Vancouver, Dallas, and now here being down 0-3 and surviving a couple of them. I think it's just, guys are just having fun and playing hockey.
Right side, fourth row, Andrew.
Chris, a couple series in a row that the power play has been questioned for games 1, 2, 3, 4, and now you're figuring it out. Just wondering how that's coming along as the series has progressed the last couple rounds, while the penalty kill continues to stay locked in.
Yeah, special teams are so important. We've won so many games throughout the playoffs and even regular season on special teams. Power play, penalty kill have been really good. And tonight, we have a victory tonight because of the special teams. And I think our Gully, Stewie have been doing an outstanding job. That's their departments. As a whole, we always talk about it and what we need to do, but it's pretty much all on their shoulders, and they've been doing a heck of a job. And obviously, they do a heck of a job preparing our players. Now, it's one thing to prepare them. Our players have done an outstanding job of going out there and executing.
We'll take a couple more left side, fourth row. Daniel.
Chris, what role did your goaltender play in your win tonight?
I think goaltending has a role in every game almost. Very few. You have to be pretty dominant to win a game without solid goaltending. And Stewie was good again. Like really good. Maybe not as good he was in Game 4 at home, but he came up with some big saves, and they had the pressure, and just things that were hitting him. He was smothering up. There wasn't a second chance for them. He collecting the rebounds. Gives our players a lot of confidence.
Last one, right side, front row, Mike.
Chris, you kind of touched on this earlier, but you talked about the party back in Edmonton. How crazy do you think it's going to be the next couple of days back there? Biggest game in that city in almost 2 decades.
I think there'll be a lot of excitement. I think there was a lot of excitement when, down 0-3 in that series. And, it's tough to really get into the series, as a fan. But it didn't seem like they had any troubles getting into it. Now that we've kind of made this a series, I think they'll enjoy it much more, and we'll, as always, enjoy playing in front of our home fans.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
That is Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch after the Oilers beat the Panthers 5-3 to narrow the Panthers' lead in the Stanley Cup final to 3-2. Rob, he talked about the special teams and the power plays tonight for Conlon Motorsports. He'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta or online at conlonmotorsports.ca. So the Oilers go 2 for 5 in the power play. Didn't score a power play in the first 3 games. Got 1 last game. Now 2 tonight. Shades of what happened against Dallas. And for the second game in a row, the Oilers open the scoring with a shorthanded goal. So now the special teams advantage in terms of goals has swung greatly in favor of Edmonton.
Well, the penalty killing has just been outstanding. And just, to me, again, the biggest reason that the Edmonton Oilers are in the Stanley Cup Finals is the penalty killing is just taking away all the offensive punch of the teams that they're playing. And then you're throwing in with the shorthanded goals. That's a killer. Most teams, when you score shorthanded, that leads to victory. And the Oilers' power play, they didn't score in Game 1, but they should have. They had so many great looks in Game 1. And I love the confidence that both Connor and Leon have talked about. That, we're getting our looks. They're going to find the way into the back of the net. We figure power plays out as we move along. Penalty kill out as we move along. We'll be all right. And they are. And the biggest thing that kills teams when they are going against the Oilers' power play, most teams' power plays, number 1 units, will stay out for a minute to a minute 20. And then you've killed that off. Second unit comes out. Everyone feels good about themselves. We're going to get through this. The Edmonton Oilers' number 1 unit does not come off the ice. So you think you've done a fantastic job for a minute 40, minute 45. And all of a sudden, late in the power play, you're tired. And the other team's best players, Connor and Leon and Hyman and Nuge and Bouchard, are still out there. And that's what stings. You've done such a great job for a minute 45 against them, yet you're tired, you can't get the puck out, and now you're pulling the puck out of the back of the net. So the Florida Panthers have learned what Dallas learned, that Vancouver learned, that LA learned. You cannot take penalties against the Edmonton Oilers and expect to win series, because they will make you pay, and the Oilers have done that.
Just an incredibly tense game, Rob. I'm sure you got texts from family and friends watching too. I should have started the show with some breathing exercises, maybe. Just, okay, game's over. Find a spot, fill up your belly with air, let it out slowly over 8 seconds. But this was a great hockey game, made better in OilCountry because the Oilers won. But give Florida credit. Once it was 3-0 for Edmonton, Florida's staring at a 13-1 deficit over the last 5.5 periods. That's significant. And then they responded. To me, this was by far Matthew Tkachuk's best game of the season. I would have made the star of the game for the Panthers ahead of Rodriguez.
100%. It's the first time I've noticed him in the series, and he was their best player, and by a long shot. Yeah, he was like almost welcome to the finals, Tkachuk, because he hadn't been very good in this series. Tonight he was. Just like we said after Game 1 and Game 3, the Oilers played well enough to win those games. The Florida Panthers played well enough to win this hockey game. Magic by McDavid and some fantastic goaltending by Skinner allowed the Oilers to win this hockey game. As far as the anxiety of this game, it's funny, Reed. I'm on all kinds of texting groups during the games. But my son sent, he goes, Dad, if I didn't have so much invested in this game being an Oiler fan, this might be one of the best games ever to watch. But the anxiety is killing me because I'm so nervous. Yeah. And I think that's what it is. That was a great hockey game. A great hockey game. But because the Florida Panthers fought back and then had that push, especially in the third period, Oiler fans, I don't know if they got to enjoy the greatness of the game until Connor finally put that last puck into an empty net. Even the pucks hitting the post in the empty net and then diving back and pulling it off the goal line. It just seemed like this game couldn't end in the way that we needed it to. But eventually, the world's best found a way to finish it off, and we're going to see Game 6 here in a few days.
And that's going to be incredible. We got to talk about that sequence because Janmark, you know what, Rob? I kind of stole a line from you yesterday talking with Brendan Escott and Bob on Oilers Now. You always say about Hyman that you could watch Hyman with your son or daughter who's a hockey player and say, okay, you know what? Connor McDavid's excellent and he works hard, but there's a little bit of, good DNA to skate that fast and have your muscles twitch that fast, but you can play like Zach Hyman. But I know Janmark doesn't get the goals of Hyman, but I also think you could point to Janmark and say, you can play like Matthias Janmark. Like he's smart. He works hard. He hits when he has to. He'll fight a couple times if he had to. And now look, he's in that 6-man rotation of the forwards at the end of the game to kill off the game. And that play where he almost tapped it in one-handed into the empty net, I mean, that's just effort. That's just raw, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to beat you to it.
Well, he's starting to show more and more the importance he is to this team. I know that this is a team built around Connor and then Leon and their stars, Nuge and Bouchard and all these other players. But you aren't going to win without role players stepping up in big moments. And you start looking at Connor Brown, the year that he had, and how it did not go the way he had hoped, and healthy scratched at times, and now scoring big goals here in the playoffs. And Janmark, a guy that, a year ago, or I guess almost 2 years ago now, was sent to the minors because of their salary cap issues. And eventually he's up here and he's playing, and you see how much trust the coach has him. Okay, we are in the Stanley Cup Finals. We need to win this game to carry on. Who do I want on the ice for a face-off of my own end? Well, Janmark, that's an easy one. He's going out there. But yeah, it looks like the game is over there. And I'm sure the Oilers fans were, it's going in. It's hits the post, and he's got his stick about an inch too short. And you're like, but then the next one's going down and wide open net, and it's about to cross the goal line. And I can't even remember what defenseman it was. That was an unbelievable play, pulling that off the goal line.
Well, that was Tkachuk.
But
that was Tkachuk.
Was that Tkachuk? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what a play. That was. I mean, that is so hard. So hard. Most people, when they go to do that, are just pushing the puck further into the net by mistake. It just had everything to this game, and that's why Friday it's going to blow the roof off in Edmonton, just because there's belief. I mean, there was hope before, but I think there's more belief than there is hope for the Edmonton Oilers winning the Stanley Cup after what's happened the last couple of games and having Game 6 in Edmonton.
Yeah, just a phenomenal hockey game, and now this has become a long series as the Oilers are coming home for Game 6 on Friday. A 5-3 win. They fill the net for James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. When accidents happen, go to jameshbrown.com. A $500 donation to 630 Ched Santa's Anonymous all year long from James H. Brown. It's $100 every time the Oilers score. Okay, we got more post-game reaction coming from Sunrise. We will bring you back in a couple minutes. You're listening to Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
If you're looking for a truck, make note of the horsepower. Study the towing capacity, the technology, but above all, pay attention to how it makes you feel. At Ram, trucks are what we do, designed with you in mind. They're more than just workhorses. They're luxury vehicles, high-performance machines, comfortable cruisers. We don't build one-dimensional trucks because nothing about you is one-dimensional. Visit your Ram dealer today.
As someone who helps people get out of debt, the most common thing I hear is, Jordan, I wish I had reached out sooner. And when I ask them why they waited, people tell me, I was scared, or I didn't know who to trust. My name is Jordan Day, a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton, and we can make it easier for you to talk about your debt. In person or over the phone, explore all your debt relief options for free. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to learn more.
Welcome to Genstar's community of Kristalina Nera, a vibrant neighborhood in Edmonton's northeast designed with families in mind. Offering spacious parks, tranquil walking trails, and a community rich in amenities. With 2 future school sites, convenient shopping and dining, plus easy access to the Anthony Henday. With a variety of housing options available from award-winning builders, Kristalina Nera by Genstar is where families flourish. Visit Kristalina's beautiful show homes today, and for more, visit genstar.com.
With 50 years experience, GCL Diesel is Canada's leading distributor of top OE brands like Bosch, Garrett, Borg-Warner, and Holset. From turbochargers to injectors, fuel filters to additives, they're the critical engine component experts. Visit their West Edmonton location or online at gcldiesel.com and discover why GCL is Edmonton's local diesel experts for more than 50 years and proud of it. GCL Diesel. Diesel understood.
Going through the motions at work? It might be time to try something new. Whether it's academic upgrading, working on your language skills, or upskilling through a program, course, or micro-credential, 2024 can be the year NAIT Corporate and Continuing Education helps you get ahead. We offer courses that cover many areas of expertise, with added options for custom and group training. Winter registration is now open. Take your next step by visiting nate.ca/nextstep.
It's game on at City Ford.
For a limited time, get an amazing 0% financing on brand new Ford F-150s and find 0.99% financing on brand new Ford Escapes, Broncos, and Bronco Sports.
Or choose to save up to $6,500 on the 2024 Ford Edge and drive now, pay later.
Plus, spin and win a TV, a barbecue, an iPad, or a trip to Vegas with your purchase.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Hello?
Get me out of here.
All right, stand back.
Please hurry.
Do you have your clicker?
Yes.
I need you to press it, okay?
Thank goodness.
Okay, Abe's doesn't have a helicopter, and garage door emergencies aren't cinematic, but their 24-hour technicians are a few good people, proud to serve in big rescue red trucks. Abe's Door Service, installations, repairs, or emergency extractions. Service is their specialty. Visit abesdoor.ca.
Live. Another one. And
Corey, how
keep
crazy
playing.
is that?
Ourselves when we were down 3-0, it's just hard work, and we knew we were playing decent, and just waiting for those bounces, and got a couple, and now we're going home, and put ourselves in a position to get another one. And
Corey, how
keep
crazy
playing.
is that? Is it going to be back in Edmonton? Like how nuts?
Well, I think you guys all know. You've seen it throughout the playoffs, and those fans they're amazing to play in front of. They're loud, they're passionate, they care, and we're excited to get back to Alberta.
Can you describe Connor's assist on your goal, like through your eyes, like in slow motion?
I watched him go through 3 guys and pass it over to me. I mean, I didn't even yell for it. He just saw me go, and that's just the type of player he is.
It's a game he had tonight in the last 2, right? Facing elimination. Like, are there any words? Like, what are your words to describe it?
He puts his team on his back. When we're against the wall, he puts us on his back, and he plays. And you see why he is the best player.
How good it is for you to put one in?
It feels good. It's been a long time coming. It's fun to score goals and get wins in the playoffs. That's for sure.
What about Stu's performance tonight?
Oh, he's huge. Ever since he came back in, he's been a rock back there, and
he made some big saves earlier in that hockey game. I think in the first 5 minutes, Ekblad backdoor. He's been there for us.
What was the dialogue? Well, when the games get bigger, he gets better, and that's fantastic. It's funny though; those 3 clips that the 3 grade A chances you just talked about how the game started was probably a good indication of the way this game was going to be, because there were a lot of grade A looks, and there were a lot more goals scored. Well, not the 8-1, but there was a lot of goals scored in this hockey game. Skinner continues to shine, and you cannot win. And it's funny that someone asked Knobloch about goaltending, and he said, yeah, goaltending is a pretty important part of a win, a part of just about every game. And it's true. When you get good goaltending, it gives yourself a chance to win. And Skinner was excellent. And early in the series, when Florida was winning, Bobrovsky was having 33, 34, 35 saves, and Skinner was getting 15 saves on 18 shots or 19 shots. But the script is flipped. Florida's getting their looks. They're getting their pushes. But Stuart Skinner's now the one that is not breaking. And in the opposite end, Bobrovsky, 4 goals against tonight, and then he bobbled the one that was coming in, tried to poke check and missed the puck. The 2 go off. It's funny. If we would have said after game 1 or game 2 that we would be 5 games into the series and the more confident goaltender would be Stuart Skinner, I think that would have shocked people. But watching them play right now, Stuart Skinner is the more confident of the 2 goaltenders.
Well, and look, Bobrovsky let in a bad goal. I mean, we said it about Skinner in Vancouver, the Garland goal, and then the Zadorov goal from a weird angle. And I know it's McDavid shooting it, but it's, again, he's almost behind the net. But having said that, Rob, McDavid must listen to you. Throw it into the goalie's feet. See what happens, right?
Well, I don't think Connor needs any help from me when it comes to scoring. But it's funny. He scored that goal, which you're right. I don't know what Bobrovsky's doing there. But a little bit later on, Connor came down the same side. He didn't shoot. He ended up going behind the net. But I freeze framed the TV, and Bobrovsky was standing the exact same way. The legs were wide open. So there's something to look in Game 6 and hopefully Game 7 for Connor to exploit again. Bobrovsky, he looked unbeatable in the first 2 games of this series, like simply unbeatable. And I had a buddy text me about 20 minutes into Game 1, Bobrovsky is a problem, and he was. But the problem has been solved thus far. Now, Bobrovsky has the ability to win a game by himself, and he might have to in Game 6 and or Game 7. But in the game tonight and in the game in Edmonton on Game 4, he has not been good. He has let in some weak goals. Having said all of that, he did make a fantastic save on Nugent Hopkins on a partial breakaway late in this game to give the Florida Panthers a chance to believe they could come back in this game.
Yeah, that was that 4-on-4. Great play by Kulak, by the way, to get that up.
Wonderful play.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to Sunrise, and here's the winning goaltender, Stuart Skinner.
Just hearing you say that, that's pretty, that's quite good, to say the least. So, no, he works hard. He does the little things. I think what sometimes kind of people don't see is how good he is in the defensive zone and how he grinds and battles. He's able to get sticks in front. So, obviously he's able to get the points, but the little things that he's been doing is, to say the least, very crucial for this group.
You guys were down 0-3. What has this group shown? You guys are counted out. What has this group shown the last 2 games?
Yeah. Can never count the oil out. Being able to get these 2 wins are obviously crucial. We got another one to get back in Edmonton, so that's our main focus right now. And even though we were able to win tonight and play a pretty good game, I think we got to still find a way to elevate our game. You saw tonight how the Panthers, came back. They played extremely hard, and that's the kind of team that they have. Same with us. So that's why it's such a good battle out there.
Tell us about the last 15 minutes after they make it 4-3 and just, the way the team played and what's going through your mind.
Yeah, not too much is going through the mind, to be honest. You're just trying to, be in the moment and make the plays when you have to. there's obviously some nerves. I think on both sides, everyone was probably feeling it. The way that we were able to play and kind of finish it out, we were just getting pucks in deep. We were playing a very simple game, and I think that was really important for us. Even though that they got a really big goal, after that I felt like we shut it down pretty good. So that's a credit to the guys.
You're going back to your hometown. How nuts is it going to be? Is that going to be the biggest game there in your lifetime, whether to play or to watch?
I'll be able to answer that question afterwards in Edmonton, but I am very, very excited to go back home and see the family and enjoy playing another game.
How different are you as a goalie since the reset? What did that do for you?
Yeah, I would say it's a good question. Hard to say I'm the same, but I'm different. I was able to kind of learn and just get a reset, kind of refresh my mind, get a little rest in, and just really, focus on one game at a time and just doing my absolute best. And for me, just giving my team a chance to win.
You guys are now 10-1 after the third game of each series. What is it about you guys figuring it out as you go along in these series?
Yeah, it seems to be that we've been able to grind it out. We've been able to go through those types of experience where we have to figure it out. Again, we put ourselves in a little bit of a hole, and we're just going to keep on digging and climb our way out.
Stuart, you made a big save against St. Glad early on in the game. That kind of save, does that calm you down or that pump you up?
A little bit of both, to be honest. I think being able to make that save, it's just, I think, again, it was at a crucial time. Being able to kind of let everyone kind of get settled down and get their feet underneath them, and I think after that we were really solid. And then obviously again in the second period made some big saves, but they got their momentum and really pushed, and you knew that they were going to do that.
They had chances 5-on-5, but it seems like the PK didn't many chances against you. What did you see from that group?
Our PK? Yeah. I mean, amazing. I thought we played really, really well on the PK. Again, we were able to score a goal on the PK, which is just absolutely critical, especially being that as our first goal. But yeah, I felt like we were really strong tonight. We were able to just get pucks out. We didn't really let them set up, and I think that was the key tonight.
All right, that is Stuart Skinner from your Edmonton Oilers, the winning goaltender. Oilers take it 5-3. They were up 3-0 5 minutes into the second. They went up 4-1. Florida came right back 14 seconds later. Oliver Ekman-Larsson scored 4:04 into the third. And if you weren't tense enough already, at that point, OilCountry, I'm sure it was excruciating after that. But, Rob, I mean, we said it after the Dallas game in Game 6. We've probably said it at other times. The playoffs are... You got to win, of course, but sometimes, just survive. It doesn't have to be pretty. You'd like it to be pretty. I'm sure the Oilers would have loved to nurse at home in the third, allowing only 2 shots from center ice. You usually don't have that luxury. Just survive, right? And your goalie is usually the backbone of that.
Well, you got to remember the competition is pushing too, and the team the Oilers are playing are a team that have been to the Stanley Cup Finals, a team that has won a President's Trophy in the last couple of years, that has beat a number of good teams to get where they are. So Florida's going to have the push. They're going to play well. There's going to be times where they are the better team in a period, in a game, or sometimes during the series. And you said it best, you have to survive those moments. In the first 3 games of this series, the Florida Panthers survived the moments that the Edmonton Oilers pushed. And there was a lot of stretches where the Oilers were the better team. And behind Bobrovsky and a bunch of defensemen and forwards getting in the way and blocking shots and blocking passes, they survived those stretches. They're not surviving them now. The Oilers are getting the offense, they're getting the goals. And when Florida pushes, the Oilers have survived. So the Oilers survived Game 5. Now they get to go home and push and try and get themselves to Game 7. So this has been, it's been a fun ride that you do not want to end. So all those Oiler fans, get ready, because as great as tonight was, the excitement level is going to go up another notch or 2 come Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 o'clock game. Well, 6:20. They've been dropping the puck in the Stanley Cup final, and it's going to be at Rogers Place. And the crowd's been so incredible. And Rob, the thing is for that one, we know for sure it's going to be the last game of the year at Rogers Place. That'll be hopefully a win. So, there's nothing to save your voice for. not that people really have been anyway, but especially on Friday.
No, well, it was absolutely silly down there for Game 4, and that was on a team that was down 3-0 in a series. I cannot wait to see what it's going to be like on Friday for a team that's won back-to-back games and looking to push to go to Game 7. This is, every guy in that dressing room for the Edmonton Oilers, this is what they're dreamt of. And now it's funny, the series is now on pace. This is what the series is supposed to be like. Game 6 on home ice, you're supposed to be down 3-2 in the series because you've played 3 there and 2 at home. You're supposed to win that one, and then you go to Game 7. So for as bad as the Oilers had fallen behind in a 3-0 hole, it's really back on track to be what it's supposed to be. And the Edmonton Oilers, with a win, can push to Game 7. And I tell you that, if it goes to Game 7, all the pressure in the world becomes on the Florida Panthers.
For the second straight game, man, it didn't look like we'd be saying this after 3 games when the Oilers only had 4 goals total. But for the second straight game, the Japanese Village goal light is activated on 630ched.com. We turn that on whenever the Oilers score 5 or more goals in a game. You can go to our website and print up a coupon for a free appetizer at Japanese Village. Now open for lunch at Edmonton South and West Edmonton Mall. An afternoon celebration for the senses. Visit jvedmonton.ca. The American Hockey League, did you win the AHL or the IHL, Rob?
I won the Calder Cup. I won the American Hockey League.
You won the American Hockey League. So this is what Coachella Valley and Hershey are playing for. This is Seattle against Washington when it comes to the farm teams. In Coachella Valley tonight, first minute of the third period, the Firebirds lead the Bears 4-2. The series is tied 1-1. That is your out-of-town scoreboard for Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. By the way, that series, if it goes 7 games, would end on the 28th. We talked about the Cup final.
That's a little silly. Now, I have no idea. Why are they going so late in the American Hockey League?
I think that's just how the playoffs went. They seem to have started behind the NHL by a little bit. So, of course, Hershey by Todd Nelson.
That's very, very strange. It is pretty cool, though, near Hershey. When we used to go to Hershey, you go to the hotel, there's always Hershey chocolate bars. They put them right on your bed when you get there. It was always fun going to Hershey, get the free chocolate.
Nice. Yeah, they were fattening you up for the game. All right, we got to bring you a quick news and weather update. You're going to hear from Perry, McDavid, and Hyman. You can check in at 780-496-0063. I know we already got some fans on hold. We will get to you. Oilers are live. It's Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
It's the Nissan Flash Sale, only from June 18th to 22nd, where you can lease or finance the 2024 Nissan Pathfinder from only 2.49% for 24 months. Plus, get a $500 Nissan bonus. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a new Nissan. But hurry in. These offers will be gone in a flash. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealers for details.
That's quite good.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment and let their experienced team repair your clogged weeping tile, cracked foundation, or leaking basement. Call today, 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a...
Yeah, he's been there for us. Saying, for us.
We hear from Corey Perry, and now we expect to hear from number 74, Stuart Skinner, who, like we said, had a phenomenal evening.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Just hearing you say that, that's pretty, that's quite good, to say the least. So, no, he works hard. He does the little things. I think what sometimes kind of people don't see is how good he is in the defensive zone and how he grinds and battles. He's able to get sticks in front. So, obviously he's able to get the points, but the little things that he's been doing is, to say the least, very crucial for this group.
You guys were down on 3. What has this group shown? You guys were counted out. What has this group shown the last 2 games?
Yeah. Can never count the oil out. Being able to get these 2 wins are obviously crucial. we got another one to get back in Edmonton, so that's our main focus right now. And even though we were able to win tonight and play a pretty good game, I think we got to still find a way to elevate our game. You saw tonight how the Panthers, came back. They played extremely hard, and that's the kind of team that they have. Same with us. So that's why it's such a good battle out there.
Tell us about the last 15 minutes after they make it 4-3 and just, the way the team played and what's going through your mind.
Yeah, not too much is going through the mind, to be honest. You're just trying to, be in the moment and make the plays when you have to. There's obviously some nerves. I think on both sides, everyone was probably feeling it. The way that we were able to play and kind of finish it out, we were just getting pucks in deep. We were playing a very simple game, and I think that was really important for us. Even though that they got a really big goal, after that I felt like we shut it down pretty good. So that's a credit to the guys.
You're going back to your hometown. How nuts is it going to be? Is it going to be the biggest game there in your lifetime, whether to play or to watch?
I'll be able to answer that question afterwards in Edmonton, but I am very, very excited to go back home and see the family and enjoy playing another game.
How different are you as a goalie since the reset? What did that do for you?
Yeah, I would say it's a good question. Hard to say I'm the same, but I'm different. I was able to kind of learn and just get a reset, kind of refresh my mind, get a little rest in, and just really, focus on one game at a time and just doing my absolute best. And for me, just giving my team a chance to win.
You guys are now 10-1 after the third game of each series. What is it about you guys figuring it out as you go along in these series?
Yeah, it seems to be that we've been able to grind it out. We've been able to go through those types of experience where we have to figure it out. Again, we put ourselves in a little bit of a hole, and we're just going to keep on digging and climb our way out.
Stuart, you made a big save against Glad early on in the game. That kind of save, does that calm you down or that pump you up?
A little bit of both, to be honest. I think being able to make that save, it's just, I think, again, it was at a crucial time. Being able to kind of let everyone kind of get settled down and get their feet underneath them. And I think after that, we were really solid. And then obviously, again, in the second period, made some big saves, but they got their momentum and really pushed. And, you knew that they were going to do that.
They had chances 5-on-5, but it seems like the PK didn't many chances against you. What did you see from that?
Like our PK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. I thought we played really, really well on the PK. Again, we were able to score a goal on the PK, which is just absolutely critical, especially being that as our first goal. But yeah, I felt like we were really strong tonight. We were able to just get pucks out. We didn't really let them set up, and I think that was the key tonight.
There's Stuart Skinner with 30 saves tonight, and like we were talking about, Cam, in the first 5 minutes, very, very crucial. I mean, the Panthers had a very big push. Of course, they also had the opportunity on the power play, which Connor Brown kind of spoiled, if you will.
He did.
But, I mean, Stuart Skinner and the way that he steps up in big moments, he is now 4-0 in elimination games in the 2024 post.
No, they will have to pay out of pocket for some services not fully covered by the government program. Checking in on 6:30 CHED weather. We have a great night ahead of us today with some partly cloudy skies as we fall down to 4 overnight. We are jumping up to 18 tomorrow with a mix of sun and clouds, and 22 tomorrow with tons of sun. Right now, we're sitting at 10 degrees in Edmonton. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be at 11 on 6:30 CHED.
This report is brought to you by Sentinel Storage. Need extra space? Try 4 weeks free. Details at sentinelstorage.ca. Sentinel Storage. They shoot.
Season.
Is gone. I think, we're writing the story and we're taking it in our own hands. And so, and we're having fun doing it.
I think it was Rob Pitkowski that I think he asked you about this would be so Oiler the way to do it.
Yeah. I think, and when you look at the way this season has gone, that's exactly right. It seems to be, we back ourselves in a corner and we get feeling really comfortable and calm there and find a rhythm. And right now we found a rhythm. Thanks, Connor. Yeah, no problem, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, there's Connor Brown. Short and sweet. That's all right. I mean, started the game off phenomenally, but let's continue where we left off with Stuart Skinner and the way that he rises up in big moments.
Yeah. Just that ability to, as the series moves on and the games become more crucial and you get into situations where it get to elimination games, he just raises his game. And that, it just says something about the mental strength of the young man and how much, he is now at the other 5 in this.
We're still, like you said,
happy for Corey.
I kind of alluded to this earlier, but they have the exact numbers. Oilers penalty kill last 15 games, 32 out of 33 with 3 shorthanded goals.
That's unbelievable. I could see a power play like the Oilers have had where they go on their runs where they're 47% or they're 50% over a stretch. But to have be a +2 on your penalty kill over a span of, I don't know how many games that is. That sounds like about 8, 10. I don't even know. Something like that, 33 times. That's unbelievable. And it just absolutely crushes the opposition when their best players time and time again come back to the bench with nothing or they're minus. And the Edmonton Oilers penalty kill, when you write up, if the Oilers come back and do the unimaginable and win this series, and you write the headlines, it'll be McDavid wins Conn Smythe, Skinner stands on head. But one of the other headlines has got to be the Oilers penalty killing unit carried this team. And it has. This penalty killing unit has stopped all these top teams from getting their freebies, getting their power play goals. And they're forcing these teams to work hard to get the 5-on-5 goals, which are so hard to get in the playoffs. And you're just the penalty killing unit has been fantastic. Give coaching staff a huge hand for changing things around, finding the certain players that they feel can play in the system that they have, and then creating a system that suits the type of players the Oilers have. Because not only are the Florida Panthers not scoring, they're not getting looks, and that is deflating.
Yeah. 5-3 the Oilers with it. I'm just watching the video of the McDavid setup to Corey Perry. Kellen, we'll go to the Corey Perry tape here in a couple minutes as well. But, I sometimes, we get calls after games. Well, why does McDavid rush the puck? Oh, they figured him out. They're poke checking. He's not getting through. Well, he keeps trying it because he can make plays like that, where he goes between two guys. Who did he go through? Montour and Kulikov, I believe, both of whom are very good players. And then he can set up Corey Perry for Mikkola. Mikkola was the one defenseman, 77. Just a brilliant rush on that goal. And as we've been talking about, he's been dangerous all night. But that's in the Stanley Cup final against the other team that's playing the best hockey.
The other best team in the league.
Yeah.
Well, and it's what is amazing about Connor McDavid is how he reads plays. He's coming through the neutral zone, and he's kind of looking over towards the bench. Okay, what's going on at the bench? Okay, where are the Florida Panthers set up? Okay, well, I got room through the neutral zone. Okay, I got him coming off the bench. Now I'm going to pick up a little bit of speed. And every play he makes, he's already thought of, 3-4 seconds previous. He knows what's going to happen. And that's what's so hard to defend is you're doing everything right, yet there's nothing you can do to stop him. Corey Perry just, all right, I'm going to go drive the net. And I love the little love tap on the ground. Boom, boom. Perry, I'm here. Get me the puck. And Corey Perry may not be able to skate like he used to, but the hands never leave you. And on and off his stick, and a huge goal. And again, this goes back to, again, Reed, is all these different role players that have stepped up at certain times. Think about all the players that have been in and out of the lineup, who have come back from being in the press box and contributing. McLeod, Fogle, Perry, all have been out of the lineup and come back. Cece, Stuart Skinner, and come back and had big moments in the playoffs. So this is not just a 20-man team. It's about a 24-man team that has got contributions all throughout their lineup, but it usually starts with number 97.
Well, that's Perry's first goal of the playoffs, right, Robin? You said it. He was taken out. I mean, I certainly had colleagues and friends saying, "Well, that's it for Perry. He just can't keep up. It's too fast for him." I mean, he plays 7:07 tonight. Not a ton, 2 shots on goal, but he gets a big goal, and well, that's actually the game winner, right? He made it 4-1.
That's a pretty big one.
And but you still saw some of the work he does down low and around the net. I mean, there were a couple of shifts I was watching and thinking, well, if not for Corey Perry, Florida probably clears that quickly. But he got in there and he mucks around.
Well, he understands who he is as a player now and how he can contribute. It started the last game where he fell on the goaltender Bobrovsky 3 or 4 times. He when the puck comes around him on the boards, it gets out. He finds a way to make sure that puck gets out. He turns his body, he absorbs the hit, and then gets the puck where it needs to be. He's a professional. I love the fact that he wanted to come back and play. Comes to a team that has a chance to win a Stanley Cup. That's all he cares about right now, is winning a championship again, being part of a team that reaches its glory. And Corey Perry knows his role, understands that I'm not going to be a 15-minute or 18-minute a night guy. I might get 5, I might get 7, but be impactful in those 5 to 7 minutes, and he certainly was tonight.
All right, Oilers take it 5-3. Here's Corey Perry.
That's why he's the best player in the world. He knows when to turn it on. He can, and he had a heck of a game, and that's why he leads by example.
Wait, what has your group shown the last 2 games?
Resiliency, just work, belief, and we talked about it when we were down 3-0. It's just hard work, and we knew we were playing decent and just waiting for those bounces, and got a couple, and now we're going home and put ourselves in a position to get another one. And
Corey, how crazy is it going to be back in Edmonton?
I think you guys all know. You've seen it throughout the playoffs, and those fans they're amazing to play in front of. They're loud, they're passionate, they care, and we're excited to get back to Alberta.
Can you describe Connor's assist on your goal, through your eyes, in slow motion?
I watched him go through 3 guys and pass it over to me. I mean, I didn't even yell for it. He just saw me go in the net. That's just the type of player he is.
In the game he had tonight in the last 2, right, facing elimination, are there any words? What are your words to describe it?
He puts his team on his back. When we're against the wall, he puts us on his back, and he plays. And you see why he is the best player.
How good it is for you to put one in?
It feels good. It's been a long time coming. It's fun to score goals and get wins in the playoffs. That's for sure.
What about Stu's performance tonight?
It's huge. Ever since he came back in, he's been a rock back there, and he made some big saves earlier in that hockey game. I think in the first 5 minutes, Ekblad backdoor. He's been there for us.
What was the dialogue on the bench when you saw Stuart Skinner have to start?
Well, that's the biggest thing. You knew he was going, and once we saw that, it got our legs going, and then a huge penalty kill with the shorthanded goal. Those are big momentum for us.
All right, a little bit there from Corey Perry. So his description of the goal is, I watched Connor beat 3 guys, but I mean, Rob, that's one of the things, though, over the years. I mean, there was the time when they lost to Winnipeg in 2021. We had the big 3. You had McDavid, Draisaitl, and Nugent Hopkins, and if usually 2 of them weren't on the ice together, at least, not a lot happened for this team, and somebody still needs to finish a play, right? Somebody still needs to get to the net and have their stick on the ice or read what Connor is doing, even though if Perry is modest about it, and they have more players who can do that now.
Well, they do, and they went out and found some with experience. They went out and found guys that still have a hunger, and that's what Corey Perry is. And Adam Henrique, they got a hunger to be part of a winning organization, be part of a team that has a chance. But it's up and down this lineup. Again, the Oilers, Connor McDavid is no different now than he was the last 5-6 years. He would dominate every playoff series he was in. And so did Leon. And Nuge would have his moments as well. But where the Oilers eventually fell flat or fell short was that after the top players, they didn't have other guys that can contribute in a positive way night after night. And Ken Holland went out and started building around those players. And not always, I know that there was a lot of questions about this guy or that guy, but he was building a team. He wasn't building an all-star team. You can't fit all the all-stars in. You don't have enough money to spend on them. But guys that fit in roles. And I think Chris Knobloch really did a good job when he took over of defining the roles for those players, giving them something that this is what we need from you. You're going to get this many minutes. Here's what we're going to expect from you. Here's the expectations. We're going to give you this special team stuff. Like you'll be on the second power play. You'll be the penalty killer. And all these players have embraced their roles and excelled at it. And think, are the Oilers 2 wins away from a Stanley Cup without a Connor Brown or a Matthias Janmark? No. Or a Holloway or a Broberg? I don't think so. So this is a team that has been built. I know there was so much that was talked about when Florida was up 3-0. You got the superstars versus the team. I think a lot of people are starting to see that the Edmonton Oilers are more than a couple superstars. They are a team. And because of that, they've creeped right back into this series and have a chance to extend it to Game 7 right away. So this is a good team. It's Connor's leading it, but all these players, the Perrys, the Janmarks, the Fogels, all the other players that are lower down in the lineup are contributing in certain ways as well.
Oilers win 5-3 to force Game 6 in Edmonton on Friday, 780-496-0063. We have Big Bad Joe on the line. Big Bad Joe, go ahead, please.
Hey, you guys, it was awesome. I watched it at my daughter and son-in-law's house with my son. And I said, you know what, we have to get through the first 10 minutes. No, we did natuurlijk fantastic. And you know what, when Florida scored, when it was 3-1, we right away got the call back. And, you knew there was going to be a push for Florida. But when it was 4-3, I said to my daughter, wait till the 10-minute mark of the third period, we're going to be okay. It's in the bag. And you know what? It is so amazing, you guys. It's just unbelievable. And then on a different note, I stole the bandwagon and I got it put in a car crusher. So no more people on the bandwagon. You're a fan. You're not a fan.
All right.
Stand behind your team in good times and in bad times. Okay, and I will leave it to you guys.
Well, thanks, Joe. We've loved hearing from you. You're always pretty upbeat and always believe, and the belief is high. I mean, it's interesting, Rob. Like, here's the thing: Florida still has the advantage in this series. They have to win one game. They have to win one game, right? So, but the Oilers they've embraced this role of coming back too, right? And I was talking about this before the game. I think with Paige, like that's another fun. We see what they do physically. There's the whole mental side of this. How do the teams feel? Who's motivated by what? Who's drawing on something that happened 2 months ago, 2 years ago, or when they were 12? To find some sort of motivation to up their belief here as they go along for both teams, really.
Well, and honestly, I don't think there's anyone needs to draw on anything. They're in the Stanley Cup Finals. One team is 1 win away from winning a Stanley Cup. One team is 2 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup. They both know what's at stake. And I loved how Corey Perry said it. He said, we worked hard in the beginning of the series. We just were waiting for the bounces to bounce our way. And it's so true that the first few games, the Oilers certainly, after Game 3, could have won one, if not 2 of them. Bounces weren't going their way. Tonight, the Florida Panthers are probably saying, you know what, the bounces didn't go our way. But I think both teams, there's no extra motivation needed.
No, I'm just saying, but when they're motivated, but I'm just saying when you're in a situation, are you not thinking about like, okay, I was in this series and this happened? Or, I mean, we've talked a lot about the Oilers where they were in November. So they can say, okay, we've been completely at the bottom of the toilet before. So we know how that feels and we know what to do. That's more what I was getting at, as opposed to a feeling of motivation. I'm talking I'm talking about drawing on past experiences to make yourself feel positive, I guess is what I'm saying.
I guess. I mean, I'm not sure anyone on Florida has been up 3-0 in a series where they could win a Stanley Cup. How are they going to draw on that? But yeah, I think the Oilers, I think there was belief. They knew that they've overcome at different points of this season, not only in November, but also against Vancouver, against Dallas. And they have a belief that they are a great hockey team. And whatever they draw upon, the work ethic has been there, and now they're getting the bounces, they're getting the breaks, and they've turned this into a series that whichever way this goes, I don't think anyone's going to question what the Oilers are made of. They've shown their mettle in this 5-game series, and that's now a 6-game series, and hopefully will be a 7-game series.
Before the game, Rob set the line for River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement bet on it. Barkov, would he be plus or minus? He's -2. Gianluca took the under and gets the $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. We have Francesco on the line as well. Francesco, you're on with Robin Reed. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted a big shout out to Skinner tonight, proving that he's a bona fide NHL goalie. And my only thought is this: if you're paying Bobrovsky $10 million a year, is Skinner worth $7.4 million a year?
Okay. Yeah, Skinner. What's his deal at? About 3 for the next couple of years. I don't even.
Yeah, they got him at a very nice price point. So, is he worth more? I don't know. Maybe he might be a Stanley Cup winning goaltender, but I think the Edmonton Oilers are very happy with what they're paying him, and I think Stuart Skinner's very happy with his contract as well.
Skinner's at $2.6 million for the next couple of years. So yeah, I mean, this is look. I don't know what's going to happen in this series, Rob. Like Florida's a great team. They could have won tonight. I mean, they're that good. They could have come back from 4-1 and been celebrating this incredible comeback in the Stanley Cup final. But whenever we get calls on Skinner during the season and saying, well, the Oilers can't win with him, he can't win in the playoffs, I don't mind critiquing a player's ability, talking about his form, talking about how he responds. That's all fine. I just don't like writing off a guy, especially when he's in his mid-20s and he's been in the playoffs once and didn't win the cup. I mean, by that token, a lot of players would be written off, And and he's in the Stanley Cup final. A lot of goalies considered better than him, and who, fair enough, probably are, if you want to look at it, have never been this far in the playoffs. So you got to give him credit too, right? And that caller was, of course.
100%.
That's all I'm saying,
Oh, I agree, 100%. We took those calls, and many people didn't believe the Oilers could win with Stuart Skinner. Well, he's given them a chance. 100%. He's outplayed a number of really good goaltenders in the last 2 years in the playoffs. He looks completely confident. I go back to what I said earlier. The 2 goaltenders right now, Stuart Skinner looks like the confident one, not Bobrovsky. And Stuart Skinner, I'm watching the game, I'm like, there's zero chance they're scoring that 4th goal on him. Zero chance. Just the way he was playing and the confidence that the team had in him. I'm like, this is going to be a 5-3 empty net goal game. And I got full confidence that I don't know whether they win or lose the next 2 games, but I believe Stuart Skinner is going to give them quality starts. And if the Edmonton Oilers get quality starts, they're capable of beating anyone in the National Hockey League.
By the way, what an empty net sequence. You mentioned Tkachuk diving to keep it out, and then there wasn't a lot of time left at that point, and the face-off would have been on the Florida end. He would have been better off if the net would have come off. Because if he would have knocked the net off before the puck went over the line, they would have counted it as a goal. But if he would have swept the puck out and then knocked the net off, they would have had to blow it dead. And was it not Ekman Larsson that kind of... He appeared to stop on because he didn't check McDavid. I think he thought it went in.
Well, I thought it went in too. I was waiting to see the replay to see if that had crossed or not. The problem for Tkachuk going into the net, players have an internal clock. They know exactly how much time is left at all times. So he knows when he's diving there that if he knocks it out, he knows approximately how much time is left. So he's like, I don't want to knock the net off. As you said, if I knock the net off, there's a face-off, and it's really hard to create a scoring chance from a face-off in your own zone. It's much easier if someone picks the puck up, and you can just kind of in like a freestyle. Okay, we pick up the puck and go with speed. So the better player, the normal play would be not to knock it off and then just hope. But yeah, just... very fortunate for the Oilers the way it worked out, and unfortunate for Matt Tkachuk, who made an unbelievable unbelievable play keeping that out of the net. But again, you said it earlier, and I agree. That was Matthew Tkachuk showed up in this series. That was the first time I really noticed him. We'll see if that carries over into Game 6.
Oilers win at 5-3. That was Hyman that flipped the puck down the ice, Robin. And so much of the game at that point is those board battles. The Oilers are trying to force it out. How hard is that, or what does it play? Because Hyman had to sort of get the puck turn enough that he could get it out, and then he's probably expecting to get drilled any second, and flip it so it doesn't hit a body and bounce. Who knows? We're like, how difficult is that for a forward to make that play?
Nowadays, not that hard to flip it. They're all so good at it. I mean, it's become an offensive weapon for teams to flip it and then just have your forward skate and hope it bounces weird on the defenseman against you. The hardest play would be taking the time knowing that you're probably going to get drilled. The thing for players like a Hyman or a Leon or Connor for that matter, they're so strong that those guys can absorb any type of hit and still make the play. For smaller players, you do it usually quicker, and sometimes you get yourself into trouble because you're trying to do it quick before you get knocked off the puck. Guys like Hyman and Leon, they will take the extra second to make sure that they get turned in the right direction and they get the air underneath the puck, because they know if someone hits them, they'll be able to absorb the hit while they make the play. But it was a really good play. And, I mean, at that point, you don't care if you ice the puck,
right?
Because you're just getting out of trouble. But he actually did such a good job that it was A, going in the net, and B, it wasn't going to be icing. So really nice play by Hyman.
All right, Oilers take it 5-3. We have Quee on our open line as well. Quee, go ahead.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I got a couple questions for Rob and for both of you. I've listened to you guys over a couple years now, and probably longer. One of the things I've always wondered between when the player shoots it, what's the difference between a fast shot, a hard shot, and a heavy shot? Is the first question. I've always wondered. I never understood the difference when Rob says he's got a heavy shot. Please explain the difference. Secondly, how does the pushback happen in a game? Like, what is it that the players do? Like today, the first Oilers pretty much dominate first period, and then the Florida dominate the second period. What is it? How do they play? And what is it or that causes the pushback? And lastly,
all right,
okay, one more. And I saw a picture on Twitter where there was Draisaitl, Trough, and Ceci, and all three of them are chewing their mouthpiece. and that's seriously, like, what is it? Like I know McDavid does it too. And I asked the question, and I said that Bush was in the background. He's like, does he do it too? And they say, no, he doesn't wear one. So there we go. Thank you very much. You can answer those.
All right.
So, Reed, you're going to have to help me with a couple of questions.
Okay,
I didn't get that as clearly, but I did get the last one. I'll answer the last one first.
Do the mouth.
Yeah, the mouth guard, I find it weird too. I really do. I never wore a mouth guard. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It didn't feel comfortable. I mean, I have a couple of new teeth because I didn't wear one, but I've always wondered. I was texting with my buddies tonight, like, I don't understand. If you're not going to wear it, why do you have it in your mouth? I mean, Tkachuk, he chews it more than anyone. But Connor and Leon, like, they never have it in their mouth. So I've always wondered if a reporter was going to ask them that question, simply because I'd like to know too. Because if you don't want to wear it, why do you even have it? Because I can tell you from watching them with it in their mouths, it's not protecting their teeth at all. So I find it kind of weird as well.
Okay, when we talk about pushback, I think we just talk about, at least I mean, Rob, I think you mean the same thing. I mean, you talk about a response. You talk about, I think that's that feeling of knowing you're on your heels a little bit, of knowing, okay, the other team's scored a couple goals, or we've been defending 4 minutes. It's almost like finding your game or finding your identity, or, okay, who's going to go out there and deliver a big hit or make a nice rush or just dig along the wall. Like, to me, that in the third period, I thought Henrique line game with Jan-Marc Brown, like, they had a pushback shift. Like, they went and spent time in the Florida end, and then I think Florida might have iced it, or the Oilers got a couple face-offs down there. That's how I talk about pushback. Like, just sort of responding when the game's momentum isn't in your favor.
Well, and the thing is, every line that comes out tries to have a pushback. It doesn't always work out. Usually you need, for for things to go right for you. When you dump the puck in and it gets past the goalie, now you get a forecheck going. Or a defenseman on the opposition bobbles the pucks. Now you get a little excited and you sniff that out, and now you get in a little bit quicker. So teams, when things are going right for them, everything seems to work. The bounces work for them. You keep the puck in at the blue line instead of it coming 2 inches out, or the puck bounces for you instead of against you. So it's not like one line says, I'm going to go out there and push back. It's things happen during that shift that allow them to realize, this is our moment. Here's where I'm going to take advantage of that bobble, or the goaltender turning the puck over, or a slow back check. So you're always looking for that. It just doesn't always work out that way. And sometimes when you're on the ice, it seems like everything you're trying to do goes wrong. I tried to flip it out and it hit the back of the ref. Or that one came around the boards, it came a little bit fast and then jumped over my stick. And the opposition now, they've got, okay, here, we got something going right now. But it is amazing how you have two teams that can spend 8 minutes dominating and then spend the next 8 minutes getting dominated. But a lot of it is just good bounce, good breaks, and sometimes just big mistakes that allow the other team to jump all over you.
All right, and then he asked the difference between a fast shot, a heavy shot, and a hard shot. I mean, I think to me, a fast shot or a quick shot, to me, that's the release.
100%. A heavy shot and a hard shot.
Is there a difference?
Probably not, although we use it. Bouchard has a heavy shot. It just seems like it hurts. If it hits you, it hurts. If it gets to the net, it finds its way through the goalie. It's just heavy. Hard shot, there's a lot of guys with hard shots, but I think heavy is just another way of saying harder.
Right.
So it's like, instead of he's got a hard shot or he's got a harder shot, you just throw the word heavy out there. So fast is a quick release. A hard shot is something that Leon Draisaitl would have. A heavy shot is what Bouchard has.
All right, Oilers win at 5-3. They are dragging the Panthers back to Alberta. Game 6 will be Friday night. We got Adam, Sean, and Tammy up next on the phones. You're going to hear from McDavid and Hyman as well. It's 10:30. It's Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
Driving a Ram truck feels like scoring the winning goal in overtime. It's got the power, like your defenseman that doesn't get pushed around. It makes you feel like you can take on any obstacle. And right now, during Ram Power Days, get up to $94.50 in discounts with a no-charge Cummins.
Perry to score two.
Absolutely. Someone else.
Down 0-3 when not many people believed you guys would still be playing.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys counted us out. I think, like you said, through this, we've been counted out a lot through the playoffs, regular season, whatever. But it doesn't faze the group in there. They've got a lot of belief and a lot of just enjoying every extra day, because we were counted out a long time ago, and we're still here playing hockey in June and have the opportunity. We are going back to Edmonton for Game 6, and there's a lot to smile about.
Left side, third row, Ryan.
Chris, they really started to counterpunch hard in that second period, but every time it seemed like McDavid was able to figure something out and create something. Can you just discuss, your team's push back, but led by him, and overall his night again?
Yeah, the biggest thing on, when a team has their push and they're aggressive, you get often, you always want to make the safe play. You don't want to give up the puck. But you do that so much. You need to be able to transport the puck. You need to get it into the offensive zone. And I don't think there's anybody better at that than Connor is. He alleviated a lot of the pressure, which kind of gave us a little breathing room out there.
Left side, second row, Derek.
Hey, Chris, you guys wanted to get, drag it back to Alberta. What are you expecting in Game 6 at home, and what's it going to take to ring the bell and bring it back here again?
First of all, we're very excited to be back in Edmonton. Obviously, the streak or the series is continuing. Another thing is just the atmosphere, being back home in front of our crowds. Like it was a party. Like it felt great to be out there and playing in front of our home crowd. And we wanted to do that again, something we were thinking about before the game. And, I think just putting in another hard performance like we have been, and probably 4 of the 5 games, I think we've done that. And then, Stu's been great, absolutely gave us another solid game. And then, the difference tonight, special teams. I think we're +3 tonight on the special teams goals. That's definitely helps our game.
Right side front row, Mark.
Chris, your team has a strong belief, but a lot of teams have strong belief. When you've come off the mat as often as you guys have, when you can actually look back at tangible games like, the last game and this game in Vancouver and all the times, does it make it stronger when you have a real tangible examples of having done it?
Well, first of all, I've been part of a lot of teams that have always said they had strong belief, and most of the time they don't. But with this group, they say they have strong belief. I truly believe that they do have that strong belief. The more situations you go through where you face adversity, it just sets you up for being able to handle it in the future. And, we've been through this, whether it was in previous seasons, elimination games, whatever happened in the past. But this year, definitely, we saw it in the LA series, Vancouver, Dallas, and now here being down 0-3 and surviving a couple of them. I think it's just, guys are just having fun and playing hockey.
Right side fourth row, Andrew.
Chris, a couple series in a row that the power play has been questioned for games 1, 2, 3, 4, and now you're figuring it out. Just wondering how that's coming along as the series has progressed the last couple rounds, while the penalty kill continues to stay locked in.
Yeah, special teams are so important. We've won so many games throughout the playoffs and even regular season on special teams. Power play, penalty kill have been really good. And tonight, we have a victory tonight because of the special teams. And I think our Gully, Stewie have been doing an outstanding job. That's their departments. As a whole, we always talk about it and what we need to do, but it's pretty much all on their shoulders, and they've been doing a heck of a job. And obviously, they do a heck of a job preparing our players. Now, it's one thing to prepare them. Our players have done an outstanding job of going out there and executing.
We'll take a couple more. Left side fourth row, Daniel.
Chris, what role did your goaltender play in your win tonight?
I think goaltending has a role in every game almost. Very few. You have to be pretty dominant to win a game without solid goaltending. And Stewie was good again. Really good. Maybe not as good he was in Game 4 at home, but he came up with some big saves, and they had the pressure, and just things that were hitting him. He was smothering up. There wasn't a second chance for them. He collecting the rebounds. Gives our players a lot of confidence.
Last one, right side front row, Mike.
Chris, you kind of touched on this earlier, but you talked about the party back in Edmonton. How crazy do you think it's going to be the next couple of days back there? Biggest game in that city in almost 2 decades.
I think there'll be a lot of excitement. I think there was a lot of excitement when, down 0-3 in that series. And, it's tough to really get into the series, as a fan. But it didn't seem like they had any troubles getting into it. Now that we've kind of made this a series, I think they'll enjoy it much more, and we'll, as always, enjoy playing in front of our home fans.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
There's head coach Chris Knobloch, and I like what he had to say about Game 4 and the fact that, it was a party, and we wanted the opportunity to be able
There's made a couple of tremendous saves, and you've shut the rink.
He's been driving the bus, since they've been great.
deked him. And I love the fact that he went with what his bread and butter is. All right, this is what I think I can do. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to be better than Bobrovsky. So, yeah, Connor Brown read that and then used his speed afterwards to win a race and to score a goal.
His second of the playoffs. I mean, I'm by myself in Rogers Place, Rob. It's kind of interesting because, like, I know a block away, all around me, it'd be very noisy. If you hear any strange noises on the mic here, Cam Moon left me potato chips, so it's just me crunching.
I can't believe Mooner left you there. Like, I thought he'd be bodyguarding, making sure you get out safely. It's just you and the cleaning staff now.
Oilers Plus with Paige. He watches the game with me, and then with about 5 minutes left, he leaves and does Oilers Plus. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine getting out of the building, Rob. But thanks for your concern.
Well, I can get some buddies down there and help you. I got some buddies that are cops. They can make sure. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Everyone is happy right now, and they should be. They got a team that now is 2 wins away from a Stanley Cup.
We have Sean on the open line. Sean, go ahead, please.
Yes, Reed, Sean here, south of Evansburg. I always, you kind of want to know what's going on down here, your old stomping grounds and what have you. We had a frost warning last night.
Okay.
And so this morning I went out and, I checked on the little sprouts. And here's the point that I want to make is that we planted our garden a few weeks ago, but the seeded doubt was planted in Florida's dressing room last Saturday. And I just have a feeling that when Florida went back to their dressing room tonight after that game, that seeded doubt had sprouted. And I got one more point to make, but I just want your guys' opinion on that.
On the seed. Well, okay, go ahead, Rob, if you want. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a seed of doubt. I mean, the expectation was you're up 3-0, you're going to win Game 4. Okay, that didn't work. Well, we're going home. Well, we didn't win Game 5. The Florida Panthers did not want to get back on an airplane because they know they're going into Edmonton, and Edmonton has got all the momentum right now. So, yeah, there is a little seed of doubt. But the Florida Panthers also realize that they're still 1 win away from winning a Stanley Cup, and they still have that exact same belief that the Oilers have.
So the second point I want to make tonight is, Reed, you guys got a hold of RNH, and he called into your guys' show. And as I was hearing him talk, I was inspired because I was thinking back on the guy's career here, and it got me thinking that back in the 2015 All-Star game, the Oilers sent RNH, and I mean, they had a schoolyard draft that game. And do you guys remember what place Ryan Nugent-Hopkins was picked?
No, you'll have to help me out.
It was last.
Okay.
So he won, and you know what they gave him for a prize for getting picked last that game?
Did you get a car?
It was something. It was a flippin' Honda Civic,
right.
And I remember watching this, and I remember just being so embarrassed for him. And I remember looking at all the other players that were already sitting on the bench, and the smirks on their faces as they handed RNH the keys for a flippin' Honda Civic for getting picked last. And so, but what I want to say is now, like, we're nigh on 10 years after that All-Star game, and who from that All-Star draft is playing hockey tonight?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, good call.
There's only 2 guys. One of them, Ekblad, who was picked 26th, which was nothing to scream about, and the other guy's RNH. And so that's what I want to talk about is inspiration. Now, my other inspiration is this: Reed Wilkins, another man who was probably repeatedly picked last in old Grand Trunk.
Okay.
Right? And now
we don't need to go there. I appreciate that, but and thanks for mentioning Grand Trunk, the old high school. But I do appreciate hearing from somebody from the Evansburg area for sure. Well, I think Nuge is incredibly popular, Rob, and if there were a happy ending for him, I think there'd be some tears. But we'll just leave it at that for now. Fair?
100%. There will be, if the storybook ending comes true, there will be boatload of different stories of all the journeys of these players. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah. 5-3, the Oilers take it tonight. McDavid absolutely brilliant with 2 goals and 2 assists. Bouchard had 3 assists. We have Tammy calling in as well. Tammy, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I am full of love tonight. I love everybody. I love you guys. I love the Oilers. I love our fans. And I tell you, I have been watching every single playoff game with my 84-year-old mother. 84. I'll let that number sit with you for a minute. And it's been a roller coaster, but I have to tell you, I heard that Coach Knobloch asked Connor Brown today if he hit his head and turned into Connor McDavid. Because, man, that goal was unbelievable, that shorthanded goal that he scored, and the patience and the skill that he showed on that. I am absolutely loving it, and I just want to say to every Oilers fan, keep the faith, keep believing, and just thought it was an amazing game. So thank you guys for taking my call.
Yeah, well, it was an amazing hockey game for sure. I mean, as Rob alluded to earlier, and we often say this, if you didn't care who won, that would be a captivating, true championship series caliber game, and made better in OilCountry because the Oilers got the win. And Rob, I think, and I said this after the last game, because when I was in Studio 99 by myself before you made it down after being on with Bob, so many joyous people, so many high fives, but like there was no cockiness. There was no like, okay, we got him now. It was all like, okay, we won. We're happy. Next game. And I get the same feeling tonight. Like it's crazy. The fan base has the same attitude as the players. Next game. Next game. Okay, we got one. Next game. Let's make it special on Friday. Don't think about anything beyond that. It's really cool, I think.
I agree. It's almost they've taken on as they're part of the dressing room now. They hear what Coach Knobloch is talking about. They hear what the leadership's talking about. All right, let's follow in line. That's working for them right now. Yeah, it is. I mean, I work at hockey academies, and I see all these kids every day coming in with their Oilers jerseys, their hats on. In the schools, all the teachers on game days are wearing their Oilers jerseys. All my buddies have Oilers jerseys. If they're not at the game, they're in some pub, and they're all. Everyone is all decked out in the same outfit. It is a fun time to be an Oiler fan. Tonight was a fantastic night, and they get to live another day, and that day is going to be Friday in Edmonton, which is going to be it'll be like a rock concert / firework night / the biggest circus ever. It is going to be absolutely nuts in Edmonton, and the players of the Edmonton Oilers deserve it, and so do the fans of the Edmonton Oilers. They've been through a lot this year, so for one night it is going to be bedlam downtown Edmonton, and hopefully it'll be a happy ending.
All right, we are going to get you the postgame for McDavid and Hyman, but let's head to Toronto. A huge Oilers fan checking in from there. It's Abbas on the line. Abbas, go ahead.
What up, guys?
Not much.
I told you the Oilers are going to come back in this series. We saw Bombi. And I gotta say that Skinner did an awesome job tonight. I'm glad that Brownie got a goal as well. But here's my prediction: next game, Oilers are gonna be all over them. I'm hoping for a shutout, but Oilers in 7, baby.
Right on, Abbas. Well, that's the only option at this point, but yeah, it's a different cry now than doing it as a prediction before the series. Definitely a celebration tonight, and then the Oilers travel tomorrow, and the refocusing leading up to the game on Friday. Rob, we're going to get to McDavid and Hyman. I'm going to let you go. And I just want to throw it out at you. We've talked about a lot of the headlines. Was there any other player? Any stat you want to mention tonight? I mean, Draisaitl played 22-19. What else? What did Ekholm do today? 1958 plus 1. CC 17-17.
Well, actually,
Nurse,
looking at all the stuff.
Shots, yeah.
Yeah, just looking at all the stuff, there's some things that did stand out. One, Derek Ryan played, 7 minutes tonight?
Yeah.
Something along that line?
Yeah.
4 hits. Four hits. He's the smallest guy on the ice. Gets limited time. He understood what his role is. Go out there and be physical. Corey Perry only plays 7 minutes. He scores the game-winning goal. And Stuart Skinner, the big save on Ekblad, as Corey Perry said, all of a sudden we found our legs after that save. And one of the other ones too, and he's taken a ton of abuse over the year, was Evan Bouchard. He was the lightning rod. He wasn't the nurse lightning rod, but there was a lot of people questioning, is Bouchard a true number one defenseman? Well, you just started talking about the ice time. Ekholm only played 19 minutes. Nurse was at 17, 18 minutes. CC was 17 minutes. Kulak was 15 minutes. Bouchard, 26 minutes. 26 minutes, Stanley Cup Finals, elimination game. Bouchard now, what's he got? 32 points on the season in the playoffs now, is having a coming out party. We knew that he had this incredible ability offensively, but what he's done both ends. Now there's still some mistakes, but there's also Heiskanen made mistakes for Dallas. Doughty made mistakes for LA. Offensive players have the puck a lot. They will make mistakes with it at times, but when Knobloch needed someone on the ice in important situations, he's now looking at number 2, who was out there at the end of the game again. So Evan Bouchard, I thought, had a whale of a game tonight, +3, 26 minutes in a must-win hockey game.
Well, and to circle back to McDavid, too, he's up to 42 points in the postseason. The record for most points in a playoff is 47 that Gretzky had in 85. So, yeah, some remarkable production. And as you said, some great games by the depth guys, too.
Well, Reed, I'm going to throw this out there, that if Connor McDavid breaks that record, we will be celebrating a Stanley Cup championship.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty safe bet. You're going to hear from McDavid and Hyman when we bring you back. The Oilers extend it to Game 6, beating the Panthers 5-3. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
Do you have leaky and drafty windows and doors? Head to Window Mart. They're the experts that you can trust to keep your home warm and cozy. Visit one of 4 showrooms across the province. Book your free consultation and estimate today.
You know, Brownie scores a massive goal there to kind of settle us in, and power play got going, and Stu was great, and 5-on-5 we just did enough. So it was a total team effort, top to bottom.
Left side, third row, Ryan.
Zach, sorry if it's awkward with him sitting next to you, but can you discuss maybe that second period that Connor gave your group in pushing back and just his overall night, second 4-point night in a row here?
Yeah, obviously, he's been driving the bus, since he's got here. Before I got here, since I've been here, he's the guy who's been leading this team, and you kind of expect it from him, obviously. You don't want to put any extra pressure, but that's what he does. I mean, he elevates his game at the most opportune times for us, and yeah, he's been great.
Right side, front row, Mark.
Zach, the series is turning a little bit here. You guys are starting to win the middle of the ice, and you're winning more than your share of battles, and your goalie's walking off as the best goalie every night. Do you see a series that's, you guys have managed to kind of swing your way a little bit?
I mean, yeah, I think hockey is simple. You can go through systems, and you can go through structure, and you can go through all of the details, but at the end of the day, it's whoever wins the most battles. That's really it. Like, most nights, if you look at the end of the game and you watch the game, it's who's winning the battles on the walls, who's winning the net front battles in front of your net, in front of their net. That's how goals are scored. And the more times you can keep the puck in the O-zone, the more chances you get. The more times you can get it out, the less chances you get. Like, it's really simple when you break it down like that.
Left side, second row, Derek.
Hey, Connor, you guys wanted to drag these guys back to Alberta. You did. What are you expecting in Game 6, and how do you continue the job? What do you guys need to do to continue it and bring it back here for Game 7?
Yeah, a lot of the things that Zach just mentioned. Keep winning battles. Keep the special teams going. That's always been our advantage with a lot of the matchups that we have, and 5-on-5. Zach said, win battles, get it out of your zone, and play in their zone. It's not. It doesn't have to be It doesn't have to be the hardest game. It's a pretty simple game when you play that way, and that's what we like. We like to play a simple, solid, workman-like game.
In that same row, Nick.
Connor, could you help me see through your eyes on 2 plays? Your first goal, what do you see there? What body part do you bank it in off of in your assist on the Perry goal?
Conveniently located in White Court and Grand Prairie.
Just how do you see that play unfold, and why do you think you can get through all those guys?
Yeah, I don't want to give away too much. There's still hockey to be played, but coming down that side on the goal, I've gone short side lots. I would say that I would say most people know that I looked there, and he was standing. So tried to, and Heise is always around the net, and just tried to kind of put it there, and found a way in. And then the second one. I'm in that position a lot, going back for pucks on the breakout, bringing it in the zone. And so it's something that I look at a lot, how certain guys are playing things. And, Nikola's, but you got a really long reach, and just tried to work my way through there. And Paris did a great job of working backdoor.
Right side, second row, Chris.
Connor, you spent a lifetime to get a chance to get to this sort of stage. I'm just wondering what it means to you to have a chance to play the game like that you're going to get to play on Friday in Edmonton.
Yeah, really excited. But I've been excited to play all these games. Right from game one, way back, 2 months ago in the playoffs. The playoffs are the most fun time of the year. Special with this group, special with that our city, our fans. They make it so fun to go on these runs, and I'm really excited to see the energy that they bring on Friday night.
Left side, fifth row, Tony.
Hi, Zach. Connor McDavid obviously talked about Connor Brown's shorthanded marker. Just maybe the evolution of being a teammate of his. Of course, he had a lot of adversity, a lot of struggles to begin the season, coming off a major injury. And now in the biggest stage, he's providing some pretty valuable minutes for you guys. Just what it means to you as a teammate to see him put up the points he has.
I mean, I've known Brownie for a long, long time. Like we came up into the league together. We played in the Marlies 2015-16, and then we got called up right around the same time, and then played in Toronto for a long time. So, I mean, I was one of the guys who really wanted him to come here just because I know how effective he can be. I know how good he can be. He was obviously coming off of a knee surgery and didn't get off to the greatest start, and I think a lot of people lost faith in him. But, I mean, I always knew how good he is, and I think everybody's seeing it. I think all the Oilers fans are seeing it. Like, he's been one of our best players. And just so impactful in all aspects that he plays. Like, he's been unbelievable in the PK, unbelievable 5-on-5. So, I mean, I think you're just starting to see a taste of what type of player he is, and I've seen it for a long, long time. So, it's amazing that he's able to show it at the highest level. Like, you're in the Stanley Cup Finals, and he was one of our best players for the past two nights. So, yeah, he's been great.
We'll take two more. Left side, fourth row, Daniel.
Zach, I feel like you've maybe scored prettier goals in your NHL career, but what do you think of that goal being able to maybe kickstart, offense from other guys not named Connor?
Oh, I mean, I score a lot of goals from there. So a lot of the times it hits me and it goes in, and Boucher seems to hit me a lot, and most of the time it doesn't go in, it just hits me. So it's nice that one went in. But yeah, I think it's every game there's going to be somebody who steps up. I really think that if you go on a run and you win a cup, you need different guys making plays on different nights, and of course, your best players have to be your best players, but you need everybody. So it doesn't matter who's scoring. It's great to score a goal, but at the end of the day, it's the team, and I think everybody's so invested in every goal that it doesn't matter who's scoring them. So it may kickstart it, it may not. It doesn't matter to me as long as we're winning.
Last one, right side, third row, JF.
Connor, I know that you're not chasing individual records, but you have now more than 40 points. Only two guys in the NHL were able to do that, Wayne and Mario. In a certain way, is it a little bit special for you?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I seem to be getting this question a lot, which is a good thing. Anytime you're compared or in the same realm as those two, it's always a good thing, But, I love playing in the playoffs. I love playing with this group. And it's not possible without everybody, as Heise alluded to. So it's been a fun ride. We're glad it's going to go one more day, but that's all we've earned here is another day, another flight, and we'll be ready to go in Edmonton on Friday.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
There's Connor McDavid and Zach Hyman following 5-3 victory in Game 5 to force.
Out, bringing it in the zone, and so it's something that I look at a lot. How certain guys are playing things, and Nikola's, but you got a really long reach, and just tried to work my way through there, and Paris did a great job of working back door.
Right side, second row, Chris.
Connor, you spend a lifetime to get a chance to get to this sort of stage. I'm just wondering what it means to you to have a chance to play the game like that you're going to get to play on Friday in Edmonton.
Yeah, really excited. But I've been excited to play all these games. Right from game one, way back, 2 months ago in the playoffs. The playoffs are the most fun time of the year. Special with this group, special with that our city, our fans. They make it so fun to go on these runs, and I'm really excited to see the energy that they bring on Friday night.
Left side, fifth row, Tony.
Hi, Zach. Connor McDavid obviously talked about Connor Brown's shorthanded marker. Just maybe the evolution of being a teammate of his. Of course, he had a lot of adversity, a lot of struggles to begin the season, coming off a major injury. And now in the biggest stage, he's providing some pretty valuable minutes for you guys. Just what it means to you as a teammate to see him put up the points he has.
I mean, I've known Brownie for a long, long time. Like we came up into the league together. We played in the minor leagues 2015-16, and then we got called up right around the same time, and then played in Toronto for a long time. So, I mean, I was one of the guys who really wanted him to come here just because I know how effective he can be. I know how good he can be. He was obviously coming off of a knee surgery and didn't get off to the greatest start, and I think a lot of people lost faith in him. But, I mean, I always knew how good he is, and I think everybody's seeing it. I think all the Oilers fans are seeing it. Like, he's been one of our best players. He's just so impactful in all aspects that he plays. Like, he's been unbelievable in the PK, unbelievable 5-on-5. So, I mean, I think you're just starting to see a taste of what type of player he is, and I've seen it for a long, long time. So it's amazing that he's able to show it at the highest level. Like, you're in the Stanley Cup Finals, and he was one of our best players for the past two nights. So, yeah, he's been great.
We'll take two more. Left side, fourth row, Daniel.
Zach, I feel like you've maybe scored prettier goals in your NHL career, but what do you think of that goal being able to maybe kickstart, offense from other guys not named Connor?
Oh, I mean, I score a lot of goals from there. So a lot of the times it hits me and goes in, and Bushi seems to hit me a lot, and most of the time it doesn't go in, it just hits me. So it was nice that one went in. But yeah, I think it's every game there's going to be somebody who steps up. I really think that if you go on a run and you win a cup, you need different guys making plays on different nights, and of course, your best players have to be your best players, but you need everybody. So it doesn't matter who's scoring. It's great to score a goal, but at the end of the day, it's the team, and I think everybody's so invested in every goal that it doesn't matter who's scoring them. So it may kickstart it, it may not. It doesn't matter to me as long as we're winning.
Last one, right side, third row, JF.
Connor, I know that you're not chasing individual records, but you have now more than 40 points. Only two guys in the NHL were able to do that, Wayne and Mario. In a certain way, is it a little bit special for you?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I seem to be getting this question a lot, which is a good thing. Anytime you're compared or in the same realm as those two, it's always a good thing, But, I love playing in the playoffs. I love playing with this group. And it's not possible without everybody, as Hai's alluded to. So it's been a fun ride. We're glad it's going to go one more day, but that's all we've earned here is another day, another flight, and we'll be ready to go in Edmonton on Friday.
Edmonton on Friday. My goodness. Are you ready for it? It is going to be incredible. What do the kids say, Kellen? It's going to be off the chain? Is that
Yes.
proper usage of that slang?
Lit as well.
Oh, it's going to be
lit.
Can it be both off the chain and off the hook?
Yeah.
Or is
sure.
off the hook not right?
Why not? Edmonton, just bring it Friday. Just bring it Friday. That's all I ask.
It's going to be radical. That's what we said when I was a kid. All right. It is going to be put in the phrase of your choice for Friday night. as that's going to be our next game broadcast presented by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. It'll be the face-off show at 4, the game at 6. Oilers versus Panthers. Florida up 3-2 in the Stanley Cup Final. We'll keep you covered on 6:30 CHED between now and then. Oilers Now with Bob Stauffer. I got Inside Sports. Our other shows will be talking about this incredible run, too. You can also get more on our website, globalnews.ca or 630ched.com. McDavid, 4 points. Bouchard, 3 points. Skinner, 30 saves. The Oilers beat the Panthers 5-3. Thanks to Kellen Kennedy, our studio producer this evening. On behalf of Rob Brown, I'm Reed Wilkins. Thanks for listening to Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Panthers lose the battle, and Hyman was able to lift it behind Matthew Tkachuk. It's